Overwatch League is back. But this time, it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Ram taking down Benham out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God, look at the man cook!
But legends stand in their way.
Promise still hungry. Oh, Gio! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. Duff in the middle. Oh my word, Edison.
Still game over.
There's no power up.
Oh, but what he doesn't have is ground beneath his feet. He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone.
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Hello and welcome back to Watchpoint, your one-stop shop for all the Overwatch League action throughout the year. We will be kicking 2023 season off in style with a 3-week Pro-Am tournament in the West. For the first time ever, we will be seeing contenders teams and our teams battle it out. We're going to have $100,000 on the line, not to mention, of course, the pride, the glory, the everything, all the good stuff. But first things first, let me introduce your Watchpoint Pro-Am squad. I'm Zoe Schwind, and I have the utmost pleasure of being your host for the next 3 weeks. And joining me throughout all of those days will be a bunch of different faces you all know and love. So let's start with potentially the most loving face of them all. It is, of course, Danny. Where have you been all off-season long? Lim and Cat Herder Costa. How you guys doing? Long time no see.
I'm really upset that I'm not the favorite.
Scott,
Of course I'm the favorite.
let's be real here. Every parent has a favorite child.
And
that's
it's not me.
That's just how it is.
At least I have my
And
three
it's
cats
Danny.
who love me.
Yeah, but you have a favorite cat too, right? Like one of them is your favorite.
Yeah, but I
They're
can't
not
say
listening.
that
You can-
broadcast. Otherwise, the fans
you
will
can.
turn against me.
Fine, fine. Well, anyway, favorite or not, I am excited to have you both with me today with exciting matches. We're gonna have a new meta, new maps, teams, players. So I think that your big wrinkly brains will have to help us out make sense of it all. Let's take a quick look at the schedule real quick before we dive into the nitty-gritty of everything Pro-Am, because we have some banger matches coming up. And as per usual, of course, the off-season was jam-packed with just exciting, surprising, dare I say, even shocking moves rather, in terms of rosters. Across the board, I think there were a lot of moments where we held our breath. So let's hear it from you guys. Danny, which particular pickup or drop really took your breath away?
I mean, I had to think really hard for this because there were so many teams, but as you're seeing right now, I had to go with Houston Outlaws. Just look at this roster. They're just too stacked. I mean, we got Fearless, we got Pelican, Happy, Shu, and Violet. I think this team, honestly, Houston, I'm going to be a big Houston fan for the season because, quite honestly, they're all my favorite players on one team on Houston
They're
Outlaws.
all your favorites.
Fearless, Dallas Fuel. They are. I mean, you guys all know how much I love Fearless. Like, he's the Winston god. He's been, with the Dallas Fuel for a very long time, and
He's still in
just
my
a
golden
very
frame. I
talented
never
player.
took him out. I'm with you.
Yeah, and then Pelican.
Yes.
he's returning to the Outlaws, and he's also one of my favorite DPS as well. I'm very biased, I feel like, but yes, Pelican is also a very talented player, and of course we can't forget about Shu, right? The Shu train is green this season, I guess, and yeah, Shu is like Zoe and my favorite player as well, and Violet, who was on the San Francisco Shock, is also joining. He is just a very talented player. He's very versatile. I'm just really excited for the Houston Outlaws team, man.
It's not fair.
Yeah, every player is Danny's favorite player, apparently. So, what was your
On the
highlight
Houston
of the
Outlaws, yes.
2023 roster mania?
I'm actually really excited to see this Toronto Defiant squad. Obviously, last year's Toronto Defiant squad, the mid-team that we dubbed them, they have scrapped their entire roster and they have picked up the Contenders Warlords from the American Tornado squad from 2020, 2021. They all went to different teams last year. We had Collusion Sam go to the San Francisco Shock. Hydron and Sir Majed went to the Florida Mayhem. OG, Ultraviolet, and Speedily were at the Atlanta Reign. They got 1 year of experience. They learned from that, and now they've come back together. They've formed their own little super team. Another question is for a lot of the fans, are they going to be able to live up to the hype that they've generated for themselves. They're obviously all very skilled players, but for the most part, we didn't see massive success across the board. So, is this the moment that North America is going to be able to band behind a team of pretty much fully American and North American players and really show what they have to give into the Overwatch League against the best players in the world?
I'm actually really excited to see them perform because I think they got a lot of, like, a couple of the players they're like really fun to do interview with. They got a lot of personality.
Yeah.
And, Costa, you mentioned that, what was it? This team used to be very mid, right? Do you think, so you don't think they're going to be mid this season? Do you think they're good?
Oh, Toronto had that one good stage in Toronto, and it was poetic, right? But overall, last year, Toronto Defiant were the Toronto Midfiant, right? Like, let's all agree that's what happened.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement. So we're right there. But hey, we'll never know. New season, new me, or something like that. Let's see what they can bring in 2023. And let's be real, though. I mean, the ones you mentioned, yeah, I'm behind you on that one. Some really cool new lineups for both of those teams. But there was no shortage of surprises, good as well as bad, when it came to players' drops and pickups this offseason. So let's take a look, or a quick look rather, on a small selection of some notable transactions here in the NA region, Costa.
Yeah, there's a lot of North American players moving around this offseason. So obviously Dante moving away from the Houston Outlaws and going to the Gladiators as the solo tank. Is he going to be able to get away with it once again, or is he going to fall short? Sugar Free, the young prodigy since forever ago, has finally made it to the Overwatch League. Obviously a very talented player, but he didn't play last year. Is he going to be able to keep it up? And then obviously we got Lep and Seeker finding new homes in New York Excelsior and the Valiant respectively. Are they going to be able to sort of help those teams reach a level that not many people are expecting?
I'm just very excited to see, the representation of NA players this season as well in some of those great teams of ours. Now, I said before that we're kicking the 6th season of Owl off in style with a never-before-seen Pro-Am tournament. So let me walk you through the format real quick, as we are going to have 20 Western teams participating, 7 of which will be from the EMEA and NA contender scene. Each of those teams earning their spots via qualifying tournaments. Our 13 Owl and 7 contenders teams will be split into 4 groups with 5 teams each. There, they will then be facing off against one another in a round robin, best of 3, with the top 2 teams of each of those groups advancing into our single elimination bracket play, which is happening in week number 3. And as I mentioned earlier, other than the obvious bragging rights, there is also some cash on the line. The $100,000 prize pool is split as follows: 50,000K to the first place, 20,000 to the second, and 10,000 to the third and fourth place, with the top 2 contenders teams earning 7,500 and 2,500. Unless, of course, and that's a little caveat, if those contenders teams actually make it to the top 4, then they wouldn't get the additional money. So you can't double it.
Give it, I think they should double it. If a contenders team gets top 4, let them double it.
Personally, from his own pocket, providing that money. That is so big of you, Costa. We love that.
He's rich.
Oh,
it's
you
fine.
tried.
Costa could handle, a couple $1,000.
He's like, oh God, let's move on quick before someone holds me to it. All right. Well, we covered teams, we covered format. I do think it is time to dig a little deeper and talk about the meta. And before we attempt, once again, like every year, to predict what we might be seeing currently, let's take a trip down memory lane and actually discuss where we left off. Danny, could you refresh our memories and tell us what kind of meta we ended in the 2022 season?
All right, 2022 season. So after the regular season ended and going into the grand finals playoffs, we saw a definitely big meta shift, as we're seeing right now. For the tank, instead of Zarya, we saw a lot of Winston, for his mobility, to create space, and, just overall was the best tank to play for this composition and for the meta. And going into the DPS, everyone's favorite. Remember how good Sojourn was? I'm pretty sure she's still good, but at that time, her railgun was pretty OP, and, in the right hands, it was very deadly. And of course, her counterpart was Reaper, short range of high damage output. Reaper was, I think for me, seeing the grand finals, I didn't really expect Reaper to be meta, but he was, and for a really good reason as well. Going over to supports, let's talk about Lucio first. Lucio, yeah, of course, for the speed boost and for engaging, disengaging, just moving around the map really quick. And of course, the ult is very useful as well. So Lucio was a definite pick for a lot of the teams. And last but not least, Kiriko, that was the newest hero at the time. Her Suzu cleanses, gives brief invulnerability, and I'm pretty sure her, what was it, kunais did a lot of damage if you did headshots. So overall, she was just very OP.
And so much fun to watch. Such a dynamic hero. Now, Casa, off-season, it was long and dark and full of terrors, but also of patches. So we're seeing some changes in the game. Have those affected the meta?
Yeah, as Danny said, OP was the name of the game for Kiriko and Sojin in the playoffs. They were must-picks. They really defined who won those grand finals at the very end. But they have been hit by the nerf hammer, but maybe not hard enough. I am expecting to still see a little bit of Winston, Lucio, Kiriko with that Sojin. As much as Sojin has been nerfed, so her one-shot is less consistent, it does less damage, and Kiriko's healing and cooldowns have been changed slightly, they are still going to be quite strong in the meta, and you should expect to see both of those compositions. But we're in the Pro-Am. We got multiple different regions coming in, and these contenders teams love to play their Reinhardt Brawl. It is their staple, it is their bread and butter whenever you can play it on any of these maps, like King's Row, like you're seeing on your screen. This is going to be the one thing that I'm looking at the Overwatch League teams to deal with, because especially the North American contenders teams, they are going to run at you with this Reinhardt. They're going to play that together style, and that is going to be difficult to deal with. In the European region with Team Peps and Twisted Minds, they like to play in the sky though. They're going to play that Echo, they're going to play that Pharah, so how are the teams going to adjust to that? Bits of Wrecking Ball here and there, but for the most part, that's what you should see today.
Echo
And I do love that. I mean, we know that... Danny gets excited.
I haven't seen Pharah in so long. Wow.
She's still very dominant in my gold matches, don't worry. Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing though, like, I love that we know that our teams, they usually scrim against one another, so that might give some of the contenders teams a leg up, because they're coming in with compositions that our teams are not necessarily, used to play against currently.
Yeah.
Now, of course, other than new patches, we also got blessed with some new maps, which we get to see in action during the Pro-Am tournament. So let's start with a closer look at the Antarctic Peninsula. Danny, what are your first impressions of that very new map we get to see?
This map, when I first played it, it just quickly became one of my favorites, because I think it's a new style of control map where there's a lot of ramps and like short high grounds. Just overall, I think it's a different type of control map from what we've seen in the Overwatch League. So I like anything that's new and fresh, and this is definitely one of the maps. And most importantly, quite honestly, I really like this map because of penguins.
Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, you and me both.
But
it's a selling point.
As you can see here on your screen, it doesn't have penguins, but Shibali Monastery is a very unique map. I'm convinced that the third point doesn't even exist with how defensible the first and second points are. There's going to be a lot of holds on these maps just because of defensive high ground, being able to play out of that window, especially on that second point with those ramps moving up. Keep an eye for people to play that Sigma, double flex support compositions on here, or maybe people are going to try and up the pace and knock them down from those high grounds.
Yeah, so would you
So
say
do you
that
have a
might
favorite map?
look a little similar to what we're seeing on like Circuit Royale? So is it more
Circuit
like
Royale?
Yeah, kind of.
defense
The second
favorite?
points play very similar. Like, as you can imagine, with those
Got it.
ramps and those like alternating ramps where people can just sit on the high ground and shoot at you. It's hard to deal with as an offensive team.
Well, we'll see what the pros got for us. Now, it would not be a watch point disc if we did not force our analysts to make some way too early predictions for the entire tournament.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to buy you guys some time, because I'm nice, to think about which player you think will be walking away as the Pro-Am MVP, and what better way to feel inspired than just watching Proper lifting some trophies. Because quite frankly, Proper, he strikes me as the gotta catch 'em all kind of guy. So why not win another MVP title? Right, Danny?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I saw that screen. I'm very inspired. I think I'm gonna go with Proper. I mean,
Great
Wow.
choice.
I
Great
think,
choice.
I think for a good reason too. You know, he's been just one of the best players that we've seen in the Overwatch League, for me personally. Like his Tracer throughout the whole season was great. His Genji, oh, we're seeing it right now. Genji was phenomenal. And in the grand finals as well, his Sojourn was just top notch as well. Like this guy could play anything. So, you know, with this new team and new teammates, I'm pretty sure he might play something else, but I don't worry because it's proper. You know?
Well, here's the thing. We're in 2023.
What?
Nothing has changed as a fan.
Yeah.
Fans, you better buckle up because you're going to get some proper hype coming throughout the entire year again. Let me start sort of mixing it up for you guys. I'm calling out Lip on the Atlanta Reign. Obviously, the Scrimbucks are going to the moon with Atlanta Reign, but something that we do know is that Lip is going to be absolutely dominant on any hit scan that he picks up. He's a 6'9", 250-pound gaming warlord who dominated for the San Francisco for the Shanghai Dragons. Now he has moved across the ocean to the west to play for Atlanta Reign. He's got a great team around him. He's my MVP for this drive coming up.
Are those measurements accurate?
Yeah, I was gonna
Asking
ask him,
for
is he really 250
I think so.
pounds or 260
I
pounds?
think so. I don't know if
Okay.
we've ever confirmed it, but I just from an eyeball test, that's about right.
Eyeball test. Well,
What if he's
here's
like-
something more than an eyeball test. Let's take a look at the head-to-head because those numbers are actually, you know, confirmed.
Yeah, look at that. Proper beating out Lip on
inflated.
every single category. Yeah.
It's inflated. It's inflated. No, get these stats off my screen. They're inflated. Purple was on the Shock. Lip was on the Shanghai Dragons. That's not fair. That's not fair. Okay, get them off my screen.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Turns out if your team is winning, your stats look better.
Yeah,
Surprise.
That is true.
Anyway, we do
Why
have a
every
good
time I lose, I just play my
head-to-head.
team.
You know how we are. Exactly. Now, I'm sure we have more exciting head-to-heads to look forward to. And speaking of exciting things, tune into the pre-show tomorrow for a very, very, very exciting update from the Calling All Heroes team about the program in 2023, but also in 2024. And for more information on this beautiful initiative, feel free to head on over to callingallheroes.gg. In fact, let me give you a few minutes to read up on all there is to know about this wonderful program as we're heading into a very quick break. We're going to see you on the other side. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. We are getting ready for the first Pro-Am matches and are buzzing with excitement to finally see our favorite teams and players back in action. And if you want to show the world which team you're supporting, I got good news for you. The revamped 2023 team jerseys are here, finally. So get your favorite team's Pro Kit jerseys to start the 2023 Overwatch League season off the right way. Do you guys have a favorite?
Ooh, I think I'm going to go with Seoul Infernal. I think I like that jersey the most.
That's a good one.
I like Seoul Dynasty because they have Seoul, South Korea written all over. A lot of Korean pride. I'm Korean. Let's go. Very biased.
I love that. Love that. Great answers. Now, some of your favorite teams will be back in action very soon as the Pro-Am kickoff is getting closer and closer. So let's talk about those 4 groups. Each group is composed of 5 teams, 3 OWL teams and 2 contenders teams, with the exception, of course, of Group B. They only have one of the contenders teams, the first place qualified team from the NA region, the Saints. Do you guys feel like there is a clear group of death, a clear hardest group?
Kosa, you want to go first or should I go first? I'll go first.
You go first, Danny. You're up.
I think Group B is going to be the deadliest group because I think this group is one of the. It is. I mean, I think because this one has like the contender team one contender team that could really make it to the top. Because I heard from Door that Saints has a lot of great players. One of them being Tree, and I'm very excited to see Tree perform. And quite honestly, imagine it'll be pretty scary to see, like, I guess lower end teams like Vegas Eternal and Los Angeles Valiant beating Atlanta Reign. That would be kind of scary.
Okay, that's how you spun the homework. Got it. Kasta, I know you asked your Twitter followers to do your homework and ask for their thoughts. So what was the consensus?
Yeah, I use my chatters to decide everything that I say on this broadcast, and that's why I chose Group C, because I think this group has the most upset potential. Gladiators haven't been doing well in scrims. Team Peps plays a unique style. We don't know anything about Washington Justice or Boston Uprising. We haven't seen those rosters yet, so I think there could be a lot of upsets happening in Group C.
Yeah, let's actually take a few quick looks at some of the highlight plays from the contenders qualifiers. Guys, what are your thoughts on the strength of those teams?
It's kind of interesting seeing these teams play because, as I said earlier, they play very different styles. They all have like some pigeonhole in the way that they like to play the game. So I think there's going to be a lot of different looks and a lot of exciting gameplay. And I think some of these Overwatch League teams, especially towards the bottom end, could be pushed to the edge.
Yeah, and I'm going to be very, very interested to see what our community thinks on sees coming out on top of the Pro-Am tournament. How many of you are actually having a contenders team slotted for that #1 spot? And yeah, all you have to do is hit us up on social media so we get an idea of where you're at. And on that note, I'd love to mention that we're offering fans a very new way to engage with the Overwatch League and allowing creators to bring awesome match action to their communities. Watch parties will begin on March 30th on YouTube. So get excited for that. And now, folks, we are just moments away from the first OWL 2023 Pro-Am match, which will all happen right after this break. So don't go anywhere.
Overwatch League is back, but this time it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Random taking down Benhame out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Popo gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God, look at the man go! Shock!
but legends stand in their way.
Promise still hungry. Oh, Gio! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. Dumping him out. Oh, my word, Edison.
Still game over!
There's no power up.
Oh, but what he doesn't have is ground beneath his feet! He kills as soon as he respawns. Backbone!
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
Welcome back once again. We're ready to take a look at our first Pro-Am matches in just a little bit, but before that, I'm happy to announce that one of my absolute favorite Overwatch League features is back. It's gonna be better than ever. Our fan art gallery is making a return, and we're now offering a more flexible viewing experience for all of you. New tools to highlight work from specific tournaments and events, and enhanced full-scale views on every single piece, which is awesome. So make sure to share your art celebrating the players and teams competing in Pro-Am, or your favorite casters, you know, for a chance to be featured on social media and on the broadcast as well. I just can't wait to see all those beautiful creations. Our community, they're just so talented. Now, matching said talent are, of course, our players and teams. So let's take a look at our match schedule to give you an idea of all the good things coming your way. Starting with our first match of the day, Florida Mayhem and the San Francisco Shock. And those two are going to duke it out first, and I just honestly cannot wait for that to happen. Let's take a look at the Florida Mayhem squad. They do have some new pieces here, some exciting new pieces, I dare say. Merit being one of them, which really gets people hyped for that squad.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is an interesting roster because, you know, they kept a lot of the core with Someone and Checkmate and even RuPaul a little bit, but they've added so many great pieces. I don't know how they keep getting away with these great signings. They've got Merit and Choron coming into the starting lineup. Both had great seasons last year on, I would say, teams that didn't have great success. Now they're trying to get to that next level this year, and I don't think they're considered the underdog anymore. But here's the Shock. I'll let you guys talk about the Shock. You always do.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys can see, it's Proper and Friends. I'm just kidding. Proper, of course, is returning with Finn, of course. There's Vindime joining the team, Junbin, Hisang. I honestly, when I went to Korea for the break, and a lot of Overwatch League players told me that Hisang is going to be the next Proper. Hisang is going to be like the star player for the San Francisco Shock, so make sure you guys just keep an eye out for him.
I mean, you know, San Francisco Shock doing it again, rocking up with a lot of rookies this season, but I feel like I've seen that movie before, and it did end up with them in the actual grand finals. So that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. We are now ready to get all the action on its merry way, and what better to who better to do that with than, of course, our absolutely beautiful, handsome, talented, intelligent, big brain, wrinkle brain casters, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm just so
Why do you look so much smaller?
It's been forever. He's
so much smaller. I gotta step back. Hi everybody, I missed you.
Hi, we missed
New
you
production
too. We
setup.
missed you too. How hyped are you for the first match?
Very hype. I'm excited to see y'all's predictions. I got a leak of what y'all have predicted, and there's some hot takes, but I'll let the analysts do the analyzing.
The only hot take really is that Scott Costa Kennedy is going for the Florida Mayhem because of course, reasons. Harry, Jennifer, do you agree with his hot take?
I'm going to say that
Florida
it's
Mayhem over Shock?
less hot than it would have been before. Like, Florida Mayhem are by no means a team that's counted out of this matchup. Like, Merit is going to have a huge amount of space to work on this team, and I think that Chorong's really going to bring the Lucio expertise that this team needed from the previous season.
Yeah, I'd also like to defend it a little bit. It's important. San Francisco Shock have been announced that they are playing out of Korea on higher ping. So keep an eye on that. That might be a difficult thing for the Shock to deal with.
I thought there was a lot of scrim box. I thought Costa was tapped in.
We still believe until they prove us otherwise. So, Costa, very bold of you to rock up on your first show this year and be wrong in your prediction. Can't wait for that to happen. But we have to play the game to know whether or not that will ring true. And that means that I'm going to hand it over to you guys, Lemon Kiwi Leg Day. Take it away.
All right. Well, if you thought Custa had the hot takes, just wait for what we have cooked up. We're called the double L's for a reason, because that's really all we take. But at least one of these teams will be taking L's. Yeah, script books we're ringing leg day about these teams. But I'm a science gal. I like to see the evidence of how they play before I give a #1 team to anybody.
Lemon needs an evidence hypothesis before she's willing to give you a pred. But one of the things about our little round robin here at the Pro-Am, Lemon, is that in this first of 2 format, it can kind of be anyone's game. You can't just run away with a couple of maps and suddenly the series is over. There are no take-backsies, not much room for a reverse sweep. So if you can come out swinging as Florida Mayhem, who we didn't have any scrim leaks about Florida Mayhem, they might be a little bit more of an unknown factor and ready to bring out a couple of surprises here. One thing I'm going to be particularly looking for is whether Checkmate, if he's got the Tracer to try and keep either Heesang or Proper in check, who are both legend tier Tracers in their own right.
Yeah, just the hero pool overlap in the Shock is what's going to be most interesting. You know, from the scrim box, it's looking like Heesang's taking over for the Tracer, and Proper's playing hit scan. But, I mean, Proper was a flex god, you know, from Genji meta, Tracer meta, whatever it is, like, he pulled it off. And there's a lot of hype behind Florida, too, who made some upgrades as well in their support line. They have Sauna as this new flex player, can play the Tracer, can fill in the gaps, and Merit, who I feel like was this kind of horizontal trade, not really like an upgrade over Hydron, but equally can be that hit scan, Sojourn, whatever that the team needs. And let's roll out on Village Nepal.
All right, Ramatra in action here. Not too many Ramatras that we've seen in pro play recently. It's been very heavily Ryan favored, especially in North America. But like Custa said, San Francisco Shock, we've been cooking up in Korea, so maybe some separate influences have been seen.
The Bastion. I did not have Proper Bastion on my bingo card. I'm not gonna lie. Great boop though from Vindime. Making sure that Proper is well protected. The reason why you have this Cassidy Bastion mix-up, at least in the Pro-Am qualifiers, which is the best evidence of the meta, has been around the Bastion can't hold off angles as well, has to play stacked on the team. Cassidy has more mobility, has more protection, self-peel really. And I was not expecting Proper to pull that out. I thought he'd have the Cassidy to maybe match Merit, but for now it will be the Shock on the point.
Yeah, Proper needs to be very careful about his cooldown cycling as well. After that tank configuration, he's incredibly vulnerable to getting dove, but that's where Junbin comes in, using the E of Ramatra in order to try and slow down rotations that would punish that lack of damage that could come out of the Bastion between cooldowns.
Enemy over here! Enemy here!
It's like Checkmate, just kind of poke the point just to draw some attention. Heesang not playing that stacked, and this Ramatra of Junbin is also keeping the Ana Cassidy of Merit over stuck in that closet. And surprised that Florida are playing this split. I mean, they're trying to find these off angles around the stack that is the Shock, but not finding much success.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a few timing issues here, and Junbin, like we said before, just is very much prioritizing making sure that someone gets no support. Cuts off RuPaul's healing, and RuPaul needs to walk through that Ramatra shield if they're going to deliver the healing over to someone. I wouldn't mind seeing like a little bit of preemptive poke eating here from Florida Mayhem in order to try and charge up the nano so that someone at least has some damage reduction while RuPaul is busy being cut off by Junbin.
Deadeye from Merit down low. Even the bubble from someone to protect him. 75% plus though for the Shock. Like, we need to see Florida use these ults to get something out of it. All Merit did was really zone out, and someone just got nano, jumps on in. Maywall for the Shock to just protect themselves, maybe even find a split. I think Heesang was just ice block. Junbin is also sleeping. Finn brought up the Amp Matrix to maybe stop the dive from the Florida Mayhem. Someone jumps back in, finds a few kills, and signs of life come out from the Florida Mayhem.
Fire managed to find the chaotic fight where you could really see the Cassidy excel. Opening up space with that Deadeye was super important. Knowing that San Francisco Shock, the poke that they can manage with both the Bastion and the Mei, who doesn't suffer from damage drop-off, and the spam of the Baptiste is simply so much better. And now Finn moves away from the Bap, over onto the Kiriko instead, more concerned perhaps about cleansing those panties.
Proper. Oh, he's kind of exposed here, and that's where Florida tried to jump on him. A sound barrier from Chorong doesn't hit RuPaul, but the charge begins to try and deal with Proper. Now that he's out of the tank configuration form, the primal from someone's just tossing everybody up, just to kind of restructure what the Shock have been setting up. They do confirm the kill onto Proper. Someone has to get on the point, though, quite literally, the guy himself. He is him. Checkmate there just in case, has the pulse bomb. Maywall up from Heesang. There's only one door left. Florida have to get through it. Someone has to touch. There he is. Maybe needing some assistance from Checkmate. There he is, but it's just not looking like they're going to be able to get the kills, but not enough manpower. So this first round, very much in favor of the Shock.
Shock's movements are looking super clean here. They're able to outmaneuver Florida Mayhem on the first fight, which is so important, because then you can start to lock down those points of ingress with your spam. Florida Mayhem, they need to maybe be a little bit slower, more judicious on how they try and create off angles to generate space for Merit, because if they move too soon again and get someone's engagement booped by either Vindime or Finn, then they're going to be in big trouble. San Francisco Shock now. The whole comp swap up is interesting in that it can kind of pre-counter any adjustments that Florida Mayhem might be making against the previous comp that was exhibited.
Got the very famous Heesang Somber. I'm excited for this. Probably Proper on the Tracer. The whole double flanker. Hammond die from the Shock. Many areas to try and just boop Florida out of position. We're going to be present on the point first. See it at the Shock, just setting things up, allowing Florida to just stay in the middle of the map, taking angles around them. But there's already 2 picks from Florida who took the initiative before Shock were even set up. So at least Florida capping first here is great for them.
Yeah, Jumpin having a lot of trouble there, pathing into a place where they could disrupt the dive from someone, and now Vindame immediately goes over onto Beluso. You need to be able to disrupt those Winston jumps, because if someone can deliver the leap damage onto 2 supports, as seemed to happen there on Finn and Vindime, then it's going to be absolute curtains for those slower supports. Now, far more mobile. Heesang, Proper, and Junmin can stage super easily, because Heesang can get behind someone for free using the unlimited stealth. Checkmate now, looking to try and find an insertion. However, that is an unhacked health pack behind them. Could be useful for the Wrecking Ball. At the moment, someone doing a huge amount of cleave, and Vindime simply cannot keep up. Finn can only heal a single target at a time, and someone's just gone to the races. Absolute freedom for the Gorilla. Checkmate continuing to chase on down. It's all just free ult charge, baby. Grabs the pulse bomb and won't need any more support ultimate after that. And now Florida Mayhem once again can set up their off angles and positions here. Pay particular attention to Merit. Likely going to be duoing with Chorong in many of these setups. We've got ourselves the overhead view here, and you can see that Heesang is staging behind, including controlling that health pack, and that puts someone out of position.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, my feet died. But
welcome back.
Looks like most of Shock have died as well. Florida looking like they're chilling. They got the ults. Kitsune rush too. RuPaul much ahead of that over Finn, 20%. I expect this to be the initiative as Merit goes for a Deadeye. Didn't expect the Somber from behind. Florida will do this Kitsune rush down 1, and it's up to Checkmate to really pump out this damage, to really coordinate around him. Florida will use the sound barrier, and they gotta just dump ults. I like the way they're cycling it. It's 85% plus, and Florida are 1 fight away from forcing the round 3. Shock if disengaged, will come back for more.
And remember, we've got Merit off a respawn here. Was initially just messing with Junvin's rotation. Now Checkmate is playing gatekeeper to that, and it means that someone squishy might have to be the one to touch, and it's Heesang with the EMP.
EMP ready from the Shock. They're all stacked up too. Great pile drive from Junvin. Kitsune rush, mines, and the EMP from the Shock. Keep in mind, like, even if they win this fight, they gotta go 0 to 100. Close out Nepal in quick fashion. So it was an expensive fight. Now they just flipped. Florida will be around the corner ready for more.
All right, so let's talk about Shock's win conditions when they're playing this defensively now, and that's getting on top of the slow kid, that being Merit. You've got to find the person who can't escape from your dives and try and isolate the support that they get and take out early resources. Jumper's going to try and get a Suzu here using a pile driver.
Merit in trouble. Junvin going in for round 2. RuPaul just teleported 2 at 1 HP. This might be a target that Heesang and Proper gonna go after, as a flip is already beginning for the Shock, or sorry, for the Florida Mayhem. Now the Shock have to fight this on the objective, 99% for Florida. Checkmate following in, Soundbeer from Vindime, Shock reinvigorated as they try to collapse here on this backline. Junbin also lays the mines down, so some real estate for the Shock as they hope to retake, so they can take the fight elsewhere. And the kills are at least coming in the way of the Shock, and they'll get the flip shortly, as Florida will have to fight back another day.
However, they did buy themselves even more time and crucially deny it from Shock Lemon. I hate to speak ill of the MVP, but in that fight, Proper needed to mark Checkmate better. The fact that Checkmate could get in onto this mobile backline, basically uncontested, and take out Finn is a bad sign for Shock's timing. However, now Jumbin's got the scout, and that's going to make it once again super easy to get that opening take onto either RuPaul or Charong.
Deadeye, just to kind of zone off Shock while they flip it over. Florida successful with that. Overtime begins, round 3. In the cards, magnetic grenade. Damn, that thing goes far. Either way, Florida down 1. Shock really are just depending on either an EMP or Kitsune rush. Florida's just falling like dominoes before they can even get close to the point, as the Shock are really truly and hoping to do the 0 to 100 comeback.
Oh wow, big spawn camp there, just continues to build more time. The San Francisco Shock have had stolen away from them 2 fights in a row now, just due to point control. Merit, after having used the Deadeye, swaps over onto the Sombra. It's going to control health packs and deny Junbin the ability to operate independently, as well as give good scouting to Junbin's position, so that you can proactively position against it.
Heesing had to disengage. At least he's getting scouting done for the EMP. 4 hit. Florida activate the Soundbeer right after. Florida have the health to work with, and they chase around the Shock even through the Kitsune rush of Finn. It just wasn't enough for the Shock to pull off the miracle, almost at the 0 to 100 comeback. But Florida will just hold on, and they have a Primal Rage if they want to zone people off. And I think I saw Vindime just get booped there at the end, so we're going to round 3.
And when we look at 100 to a 97, Lemon, it keeps you wondering, could it have been another story if San Francisco Shock had not lost control of the point twice across their fight wins? In the end, it might have been necessary for Shock to use those disengagements and set up new angles in space in order to make that happen. We're going to have a quick look at some of the best plays from that previous round. Here we go, it's actually Chorong here. I think this is how a fight was set up. Oh no, it's for response to the EMP, a very well-timed barrier. Look at all those criticals. That's a trauma response for any support players who are in the chat.
Yeah, if you know an EMP is coming, definitely dropping the barrier after is important. You're only hacked for a second, but man, that extra damage, the initial damage of an EMP is a big fight setup. Ultimate, as we go to Sanctum, got Proper on the Sojourn. I know he's been trying out different things, even including the Ash, but Sojourn has a lot more mobility than a lot of the ranged hit scans. You see that someone is already having an aggressive positioning and almost got pooped off on the pillar side by Junbin still on the Hammond. So it'll be a duel, and at least someone can brawl a lot better and even CC and just be annoying to this ball. And someone, though, missed out on grabbing the Mega, so Junbin just has more health. So someone needs backup. Chorong will present himself, and I believe Merit, too, will have his backup. The point is unlocked, but who wants to go there first?
Proper spam, though, did make it so that Merit can actually join the fight against Junbin, and it allowed for both of those tanks to survive, even when Junbin was pretty classically outplayed there by someone in the one-on-one. We've actually got a 2 versus 2 between the Flex supports and the Tracers going over on the other side here. Whoever wins this is going to have much better access to the enemy backline.
Junbin's out of the picture, so Florida can kind of advance themselves towards the point. Anyone want to cap? This is the longest I've seen the point not get capped, especially when there's 2 Tracers that are usually used to anchor that objective. Finally, Florida remembered the whole point of this game. Someone is there. He's over on the right side, but he got pulse bombs.
It took a while to cap.
Yeah.
However, I think it came down to some good discipline as well, just not giving up these positions that were super important to maintain in order to like keep your team safe. Checkmate, though, requiring the pocket from the Kiriko is quite inefficient. The Kiriko's not the best pocket for the Tracer.
Oh, Proper's in trouble. He used the jump, couldn't grab the Mega. And Florida have control of the pillar side. They've even nanoed Merit just for the extra firepower. And this is pretty flawless by Florida. I'm loving the Sigma swap.
Yeah, Visuma's doing very well. Unfortunately, no Suzu to keep Merit alive, and now it's Proper and Finn's time to shine as the holdovers from a previous San Francisco shot. Galas, the chase of 3 is more than enough to make sure that Hisang will be falling down. The Transcendence here is going to be interesting to respond to, as you're likely going to use it to try and deal with the Kitsune rush going through from RuPaul. Checkmate maybe could stick Finn, force it out early. Oh my goodness, it's a super low healing comp now though. Finn's got the Transcendence for healing, but Vindime not on a flex support anymore.
Like this jump, the Transcendence for tempo against the Kitsune rush of RuPaul, really, who's going to occupy this pillar space to overlook the objective, because Florida are so far having a very flawless Sanctum, and the kills continue rolling in. And Junbin not able to use the Primal in time is curious. Didn't get to see if it was just the burst or wanting to use his next fight, I don't know, but 74% more for Florida.
A little bit of a grog caveman rush there, honestly, from a San Francisco shot. Pop trans, press W, and Proper just gets caught up taking too much damage as everyone just leaps on forward. Now it's going to be potentially last fight, and as you have overtime on the point, you have to deal with Merit's Deadeye, which is going to be super difficult to contain.
Oh, accretion from someone missed Junbin. He's at the back, but Finn and Vindime have to be careful. They got anti-grenaded by Chorong. In Florida, we still have, because you have access to the pillar side, you have access to the mega pack, so you just have more resources, but without Chorong, we'll see how this goes for Florida. Gravitic Flux from someone, he'll shift over to the point, and Florida, man, they made a huge turnaround from how Village started against the brawl of the Shock. He's saying we'll be able to touch, no he's not, so Florida will take map number 1 against the Shock.
Somebody needs to get a screen cap of Smokester's face right now. The 1-0 lead, and like we said, this is only a first to 2, Lemon. The room for error in these series is incredibly small. Florida Mayhem opening up their season with a map win against our second from champions, our runners-up last year is the word that I'm looking for, is such a show of prowess and absolute daunting talent from this newly constructed roster.
And I think even Shock don't like that you said runner-ups, because the fact that they've retooled such a successful roster, but they are bringing in so many hyped-up pieces that a lot of people are excited for. Florida, like I said, have made kind of mild upgrades, but Florida, I mean, some people, including Custa, predicted them to win, and they're one map away from doing so. And taking a map, or taking just a win against the Shock is huge to maybe get out of groups. Remember, only 2 teams make it out of groups. Florida and Shock were the favorites, and we'll see who the favorites are at the end of this. We're going to throw it to a break, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
champions.
San Francisco Shock,
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma.
Completely uncontested, tearing through.
Indo tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shout, but only affects him. Rampage going to catch on a triple and kill him, and Proper is there.
Oh my.
여기 깔고 또.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pro-Am, the first match of the preseason, I guess, Florida versus Shock. And yeah, Florida took the W on Sanctum with a 100-0 win on that final round after taking an early L on Village against the Proper Bastion. Like that was really fun.
Yeah, the Proper Bastion, I would have expected a Proper Bastion would actually be where they'd had the best chance of succeeding, because it's been the meta for a bunch of contenders teams, as we're likely going to see over the remainder of Pro-Am for a significant amount of time now. We're probably going to be seeing Trick Room play it quite a bit. When you see Trick Room's roster, they love having the Pummy Bastion, so I thought that Mayhem would be well practiced against that. Alas, in the dive versus dive, it was all fair, to be honest, and we actually saw a really good combo of the RuPaul and Checkmate Tracer, really keeping Finn and Heesang in check. And we know that Heesang has now come into this roster as a very accomplished Tracer player. It frees up Proper to play a lot of other heroes. Now we're heading over to King's Row, and this might be a little bit less dive-centric. Maybe San Francisco Shock have picked this map, hoping they can go back to the brawl that previously served them very well against Florida on Village.
Yeah, I wonder if like you had an idea of running Junbin, you would have wanted more like off-tank centric stuff, like bringing, I guess Junbin's the main tank. I was thinking about Max for the Sigma. Either way, Junbin seems to be their preferred tank right now, and they're aiming towards a double sniper, probably just off the rip, as Florida still want to go around the Winston, where I thought, you know, someone's Reinhardt, it matches how his Winston plays. I always said his Winston looks like a Reinhardt, because he's just always jumping in. He's always charging in on the Reinhardt, almost too aggressive, and doesn't play that kind of measured play style that Reinhardt really needs. And we'll see how this dive will go against whatever the Shock have cooked up.
Once again, it's going to be the basic cardinal rules of Overwatch here. Checkmate's priority as a defensive tracer is simply to mess with the pathing of Heesang and make sure that Heesang requires a pocket in order to get onto the squishy underbelly that is Chorong and RuPaul.
For now, it's just initial shots from the Shock. Just trying to see where Florida are coming from. I wonder if they're just hoping to go through Hotel and avoid this dive that could be coming in, and Heesang loses the 1v1, which isn't ideal, so Florida may want to take some initiative, and Junbin misses the jump out and gets finished off too, so Shock seem a little confused on how to approach that.
I wonder what Vindim's role here is going to be. You might even try and pocket Proper here as Velucio and try and speed Proper into, maybe through Hotel, into a slight off angle and force maybe a rotation towards point, because at the moment, Florida Mayhem don't have much onus to actually leave their high ground. Someone could be very effectively pocketed when contesting the high ground. And San Francisco Shock, they need to find a way to force a movement from Florida from these incredibly safe high grounds.
Heesang and Vindime on the right side, waiting for the jump from Junbin, and already having to use recall is not ideal. To now 10-second cooldown left. This will just force Heesang to play farther back until that's back, especially if Checkmate hasn't used his recall. Just the nature of that duel. Shock just really wasting a lot of time. Maybe someone there at the back. Able to have presence on the point, they get the first tick. Florida, we're looking at something in their back line. Now they finally turn towards the objective. Junbin is jumping even deeper. First ultimate of the game, it's Chorong on someone who's found these straggler, these flankers of the Shock, and this is not where Finn wants to be, and a good catch before he could use the teleport. And someone, and showing up on the Winston.
Oh, the Winston is huge for someone, and obviously I think that Winston is probably someone's best hero by far, even though we've seen him to be a generalist. He won previously on the Sigma, on Sanctum. San Francisco Shock, though, didn't invest in that previous fight. Now they've got a little bit of a support ultimate advantage coming into this. Vindime can make sure that a fight on the point goes in their favor when everyone's stacked up using that sound barrier.
Oh,
the Kitsune Rush from Finn, but he just evaporates. Okay, Jumpin has to do something with this. He's just trying to get them off the high ground. He took so much damage, and Jumpin has to leave. 3-man anti from Chorong. Shock look a bit lost, I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't seem that coordinated, and I mean, it's kind of unlucky you lose Finn that early. It's just not a fight I think that would have been should have been invested in.
Oh, Heesang's got to come up big. Has to be a hero with this pulse on. Needs to get it onto either Chorong or RuPaul, but you also need to do the groundwork to get the Suzu out of the way as well. There are so many obstacles to success right here, and one of them is Checkmate, managing to evade that bomb.
Proper got dangerously low, managed to survive. The Shock have 1 minute left to get that second tick. Presence there on the point. Sound barrier used as Shock head to their own backline to peel. As Florida were on the flank. Nano from Trong, it's on to someone again, chasing down the healers. Finn has been removed. And Vindime next on the death note list. And without those healers, man, this is just gonna be rough, and you do not want to be in a tiny room against a primaling someone. 35 seconds. Silver lining though. Florida used all of their ults, so maybe there's a chance. Cope.
Someone's corner of pain. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be labeling that one as a cope right there, because San Francisco Shock, the only thing we're even coming up close to Lemon is going to be the pulse bomb. It needs to connect, ideally onto Chorong, maybe onto Merrick, but first you need to get out that Suzu. You do that by pressuring someone, then Heesang can make his move.
And this is the final move that the Shock have to just show what they have, to what they're capable of. All of this hype towards the point. Overtime begins. Pulse to someone. Florida dangerously low. Chorong finished off. Not a lot of heals left. It's up to RuPaul to keep this team kicking. But it will be the final tick for the Shock, and someone just decided too late to recontest. So they'll have to head back and hope they don't get staggered.
Well, hey, there we saw San Francisco Shock finally being able to execute on a plan, pressuring someone so that both the healers were distracted, and that gave enough time for Jumpin to manufacture a dive onto Chorong that eventually hit home. However, now, Lemon, San Francisco Shock, they're going to be up against the timer the entire way towards the end of King's Row. Only 2.5 minutes for Streets is nowhere near enough to do this comfortably. You're going to have to invest in early fights here to build even more momentum. Or Checkmate can die.
Good stagger
That's
kill.
also good.
That stagger kill is gonna hurt. Now you're halfway to B. Kitsune Rush 2. This will be a big fight, and it's really about how you can surprise Florida. Really, who's gonna take the initiative on this dive too? Junbin knows Florida are around the corner. Maybe even heading down the left alleyway is a neat flank. So we'll see the initiative of the dive. Shock jump in. Junbin has the primal, and RuPaul's been killed. The Shock head in. Florida set their sights on the back line, and it paid off. Now you don't need to invest anything other than the primal if you're the Shock, but you're running out of time, running out of chances to just keep goofing this up. At least it's a decent push towards B, but you're gonna need more. And as Florida got greedy and went for more kills, the Shock disengaged. They're the ones that got punished.
Yeah, that was a really goofy miscom there between the support line and Florida Mayhem. Chorong actually moved away from his good position in the boiler room and tried to go for a flanking nade. And then RuPaul just didn't bother to Suzu himself, thinking, oh, I've still got my Ana in this healable position. I don't need to worry so much about this dive. When ideally RuPaul should have been repositioning to account for Chorong's rotation. Florida Mayhem, though, now with 5 ultimates, they can certainly recapture the momentum if they all desire to press Q. But how economically can it be done? Junbin moving over now onto the D is going to be a lot of pain for someone.
Great bubble, too, from someone just to kind of break up the Shock. The Deadeye from Proper was looking at somebody there in the back. Florida were able to hide, use the primal to get the extra jumps, and just disrupt everything that the Shock were doing. They started to panic. They used the Sounder of Vindom and the Kitsune Rush, and the kills are just not coming in. Florida were playing around the corner, and they have the shield of the bubble. So the Shock are just investing, and those stocks are not paying off. They're going downhill.
3 ultimates. It wasn't the cheapest fight, but it has at least been well worth it. You take that trade every time. The ultimates for the ability to stage these early dives, get the momentum. Checkmate, though, at the moment playing pretty mono-directional. Is going to have a very hard time checking Heesang, who's... RuPaul got him. Never mind.
Checked.
Sometimes Kiriko just happens, you know?
Yeah, and it wasn't even a headshot, just taking poke and the heal's not coming fast enough. And that's why a lot of people, like even in contenders, running the Brig and Zen just to have kind of better ranged healing, just on a so line of sight dependent. Your Lucio sometimes follows your Tracer around, but he's saying needs a lot more help than that. As Florida take an early fight, didn't really get much out of it, but at least Junbin on the Devo be able to bully someone a lot better once inside of that shield. Checkmate, hunting for the pulse. Prey in sight, maybe looking to go after Proper now that he's out of kind of range of that Matrix as the Deadeye from the front of Merit. Shocker just pinched from multiple sides, and Checkmate managed to get that pulse bomb onto Finn, and the Deadeye at the front. This is great coordination from Florida, and Shock only have 22 seconds to get anything done.
Unbelievably valuable kill here. I wonder if we might see Finn. Oh, hello. Oh, it's going to be Vinade from behind, maybe for sleep as well. Vanano, the early fight potentially is huge, Lemon.
Yeah, the someone Nano. You love to see it. Now he's just hunting, and the rest of Shock gonna fall over. At least, though, for how this map started, Shock going towards C is not too bad. They still have some cart push as Florida a bit split on their focus fire right now as Florida like to get these first picks and then finishing off the fight's a different story. They will stack up behind Chorong. You have the Kitsune Rush available for RuPaul. Still Florida are fighting a backline fight, and Heesang is almost emoting on cart while this is being pushed. Florida need to focus on the objective. DPS traded out. Suzu used from Florida. Now they're able to contest. Shock with a 3-man sound barrier. Gonna keep this going for as long as they can. Heesang with the pulse bomb with the Chorong. It's up to RuPaul to keep this defense kicking until respawns do. And Shock are meters away from capping, and I feel like Florida focused these fights in just the wrong areas to allow Shock to even get this far.
Oh yeah, you're exactly right, Lemon. While it may have been a clean engage from Florida, the second half of a fight, the second phase of a fight was all wrong. We needed to see RuPaul use that Kitsune Rush earlier when we saw Heesang trapped on the car. If you can force someone to fight inside your Kitsune Rush, you are going to kill them, and that's exactly what overtime demands. Still, it took way too long to use the Kitsune Rush, and we also saw some, I think, maybe poor pathing from someone in terms of a dive, maybe looking for maximum jump value with the damage instead of maximum ability to cut San Francisco Shock off from their spawn room. Because even while you're antied, you're still invulnerable if you can get back into that garage, and there needed to be a more concerted effort to stop that San Francisco Shock disengage while Heesang dives to the car.
Yeah, that was Florida just living behind Shock at all times, and Shock just moved forward and got so much cart push when they shouldn't have. And just overall Shock not looking as coordinated, and to be expected. You know, you bring on a bunch of rookies, you restructure your whole team. We were expecting the Shock to have a slow start to the season, and they're playing from Korea. Not sure kind of internally if there's stuff that still need to be pieced together. But yeah, it's uncharacteristic to see the Shock not look like they have a game plan. Just the fact that it took almost till overtime to cap the point.
Yeah, like you said, there's still a lot of room for development on this roster. A vast majority of the roster is new additions. Only 2 holdovers, I believe, in Proper and Finn, so the previous comp structure has needed a little bit of augmentation. The change here from Merit, oh my goodness, that's a bad early pick. This gives Checkmate so much freedom to get on top of Finn Diamond. You can already see him giving up the high ground.
Yeah, Florida already on the point, starting that first tick. Without Heesang, you don't have someone that's, you know, easily able to contest, so it'll have to be Junbin, who steps up. Proper's in the top window. Merit has to keep an eye on that. See someone bubbling that top window where Proper was, and from behind you have Heesang has returned for his revenge. And Florida heading in very deep, like past the objective to finish off these kills to truly guarantee at least a first tick. And Florida have the respawn advantage. You don't have Chorong, but should be fine with RuPaul around. Junbin's been isolated, and Heesang can't blink past this bubble, so fantastic Winston as usual for someone.
Beautiful 3-man dive, and I love the risks that RuPaul is taking as well, just teleporting in with someone onto that backline to make sure that he's getting the healing, and you can also weave in those kunai there as well to make sure that there's enough damage to take down those targets. We've got ourselves a quick replay here as the cart will settle. There's probably someone on the dive. So moving in here. It's already going to be someone and Jumpin just jostling for the high ground control.
They capped you. They really debated you right there with everybody. But either way, someone. And Florida can move past this choke. Up above is Trong. That could be just setting up an anti-grenade to see if they can jump in off of that initiative. It hits Finn and Vindime. There is a push by someone. Forces out the teleport from Finn. And now he could go in even deeper. Surprised he'd rather go after Vindime. It was probably just the easiest target he could access. Still looking to confirm that kill. And while Finn is occupied, Finn just frags Checkmate as he was probably pushing up to help someone with this. And someone doesn't have a lot of backup, but he's disengaged, at least in line of sight of his Ana. And could be going in for round 2 once his Nano comes online.
Yeah, we've got some valuable real estate gained here as well. Heesang has been found out on the back. Suzu could be forced out, but should be an easy pulse bomb kill.
Oh, Merritt just falls over. Great dive by Shock. Can at least take some control of this game. Florida, I mean, once they start diving, they go just deeper and deeper. And it felt like Shock just let them have too much freedom at this point. It's nice to see a fight win every now and then.
You know, I think that while I do talk quite a bit about the interplay between Pulse Bomb and Suzu, what it does do is creates this psychological expectation that, hey, I need to save Suzu, because we've tracked that Heesang has this Pulse Bomb. And I think that does open up these little lapses in judgment where Merritt could have been saved from that dive by a Suzu, and maybe it could have been turned on San Francisco Shock, but you're so worried about that ultimate that you try and keep it in the back pocket. Maybe you hesitate just a second too long.
Kitsune rush. RuPaul and friends of Florida, they surge forward. They leave the cart behind, or maybe Heesang was hoping to pulse bomb just one of the stragglers, and this Kitsune rush worked out. Florida got 2 kills out of it. Vindime didn't want to counter with the sound barrier, so Shock will have at least those options to hold the end of point B.
Yeah, holding the end of point B, I think, is a more valuable fight here, and Vindime knew that. So being able to try and fight at the end here, every single fight that Florida Mayhem lose at the end of point B would drain their time bank so much. Jumpin needs to be careful though here. Finn is going to be the main source of healing, and Finn might find himself constrained if Checkmate's going to be able to move in onto the back.
Got Proper ulting, looking for any target. Some have split off to the alleyway. Florida takes shelter in the Mega Pack room. When to re-engage, Proper jumps back, and on an off angle is the Shock, ready to pounce as soon as Florida emerge from their shelter. And as soon as they do, Junbin was right on top of them, so back-to-back fights for the Shock.
Yeah, amazing fight flowchart there as well from San Francisco Shock. They didn't actually get that many kills from Proper's overclock. What they did do is force a split that left Checkmate unsupportable and isolated, which meant Heesang and Vindime could go for the 2 versus 1 and get rid of that off-angle pressure. Then Finn's free to do whatever he pleases, and San Francisco Shock are continuing to hold on to an ult advantage.
Pretty big ult advantage. Deadeye, you thought you could be zoned off at this Suzu to save Merritt, but he just didn't pull the trigger! Toby looking at the back of spawn. What a collapse from the Shock. Kitsune rush and sound barrier too to invigorate that. It's only 90 seconds left for Florida to get point B, and that card is pretty deep, so it'll take a lot of tools, a lot of weapons in their arsenal to get through this.
Well, those weapons are certainly coming up now, though, Lemon. 4 of them available, and all of the defensive countermeasures of San Francisco Shock. What is Jumpin doing over here? Playing the Primal, of course. Forgot that he has an extra 1,000 HP in the back pocket, but San Francisco Shock have to be careful not to get caught in rotation here.
Yeah, it'll be the Checkmate and Heesang duel. Winston's getting involved. First Primal from someone. Kitsune rush. The backhands coming in strong. Soundberry did hit someone and he needed help. Merritt and friends still got the kills, and they kept someone alive through all of that. And Shock just don't have the firepower, it seems, to finish off these targets. Now Shock are up by 1, but this card is sailing away, and they get the touch at the last second. Heesang is dangerously low and loses that to Merritt. Just a few more meters to go for Florida, but it's getting so damn close. Looking back, the Shock are overtaking in kills, and it's only RuPaul on the left side. And only with 20 seconds left, and how much was invested in that last fight, it's not looking possible for Florida.
That's a heartbreaker. Someone dying in that fight was absolutely crucial to make sure he could get on that cart and control the space. Checkmate has been scouted by Jumpin. The recall's been forced, Lemon.
One last chance to touch as anyone there for Florida. Checkmate at the last second at 1 HP, gets it done. But it's up to the rest of Florida to live on. Someone's jumping back, and someone has to touch. Chorong maybe sliding up the wall? No! Florida didn't realize. So Shock will send us to a map 3.
Unbelievable scout there from Junpin, getting rid of the recall. May well have saved San Francisco Shock this series right there. Overall, excellent in terms of just augmenting their playstyle to make sure that they were accounting for how much someone was going deep to try and facilitate these dives, and being able to cut off the healing from RuPaul as well was super important. And finally, we saw Heesang start to come into his own when it came to these Tracerdoors. Previously, it'd been basically always checkmate. For support coming through for those 2v2s was super strong, and it meant that Shock had no off angle, but Heesang, he's starting to heat on up.
It was nice to see Proper on the Sojourn too. Just having the extra mobility to go up against these dives was a really smart move. Merritt had a really tough time with these Deadeyes, and you know, Cassidy is really good in these kind of close range 1v1 duels, and I think that's why Heesang had to respect that and go more after checkmate. But even Heesang was getting like random picked by RuPaul and other just kind of random damage. So that was a liability they had to depend on. But anywho, we got map 3 around the corner. Shock got away with murder. It seems like lots of murders, and we're gonna see more of those on the other side of this break. Coming into this season, and Florida, I think, are looking really good this series too. What do you make of this series, like that?
I'm quite impressed actually with how quickly Florida have been able to figure out their dive timings, and I'm actually also very impressed with Checkmate's Tracer. Holding a candle to Hisang is not easy. Hisang is a player with unbelievable pedigree. Being on both Element Mystic and O2 Blast is essentially wearing a double crown of Korean contenders, and Korean contenders where all the scouting happens for the best players in the world, like Proper, who came from O2 Blast being a scout on their end. I think was on Stormquake before that, but citation is required. Up next is Esperanza. As we head over to push, there are no draws allowed now, Lemon. And Esperanza allows for quite a few different approaches. Now you want to tackle the map. You have your Brawl enthusiasts, of course, over in North America. But I think that both of these teams, especially considering what we just saw in Kings Row, have settled into a comfortable Winston trade, which is more reminiscent of our Owl Grand Finals from last season.
Yeah, last playoffs was, and that does kind of summarize this already, but the Kitsune Rush, that's why you saw a lot of Reaper, was just one of the heroes that could use it the best with how much damage output you could do, and it's kind of a nice anti-Winston measure. But with, you know, Hisang and Checkmate facing off on the Tracer, that's obviously heroes they're more comfortable on. As Proper's kind of jumping between different ranged hit scan from at least like Ashe maybe in scrims to now Sojourn and maybe Cassidy here, and I guess some Bastion, but I don't expect to see that, although I don't know what my expectations were of Pro-Am, to be honest.
Maybe a little bit of experimentation, you know? Just some fun, some games, some goofiness, and of course, a huge amount of high-tier practice as well, which is super important for some of the newer players that might be coming into these rosters, getting that pressure that you feel in officials acclimatized to by newer players. People like Sauna on the Florida Mayhem in particular, who's not in for this match, might be super important for them. Heading out once again with a mirror this time. Proper actually playing on the Cassidy instead of a Sojourn. Does mean that access to the high ground is going to be a little bit more laborious, but it does also mean a touch more frontline damage. Cass doesn't suffer from like the spikes in efficacy that Sojourn does with the rail, just has very consistent high damage output.
So you have kind of this bridge control from Florida to set up Merit for success, have better angles there. A Shock look to approach on the left. You kind of use the central pillar as different flank angles, different routes. But if you play at the back bridge, you see where the push is coming from either angle. Looks like Shock are kind of just testing the waters on either side, sending their Tracer to the opposite route. Looks like you're seeing Vindime kind of assist in these rotations, trying to be the glue of this team to help them get into the spots they need. But shots being exchanged, and only a small push by the Shock. Doesn't look like either team wants to die first, as Max has just been antied, and he's brought down to half health. Hisang has had to use recall. These are just some of the cooldowns and conditions that Florida could have began their dive on. They've already posed themselves on the bot, and now circled around and jumped on Max and finished him off, and the heals just didn't come quick enough for the Shock. These anti-grenades from RuPaul have been disgusting as Florida take a clean fight. Have to play a little bit slower to get RuPaul back from spawn, but at least some initial push there.
Yeah, RuPaul managed to make the team rotate there and hit the nasty nades, and honestly, a huge amount of that fight win goes over to Chorong. Just being able to peel for RuPaul for so long, kept so much of San Francisco Shock's firepower focused on the back area and allowed for the flanks to be contested and cleaned up by Checkmate. It's going to be an early recontest here from the San Francisco Shock, as Proper has actually gone a touch more mobile with the Sojourn. This could be to try and take advantage of the lack of mobility RuPaul has, but RuPaul's already built a nano, so the second you see that slide, someone's going to probably get on top of Proper.
Florida have the nano. So they usually initiate this with someone jumping in, and he has primal. So there's a big push coming for the Shock. And when they kind of want to start this Kitsune rush, I think there was an anti-grenade from RuPaul that got Suzu by Finn, and he just gets slapped back to Jupiter. And someone's going ham, and you just had a feeling that in a Winston matchup, someone was going to look one of like the strongest. As Max makes an appearance here, not able to hold a candle to someone quite yet.
You know, it's a low sample size, Lemon, but I do worry that San Francisco Shock aren't respecting someone's primals enough to respond to them with a sound barrier. I feel like at this point, having given up this fight is far more of a detriment than having used the sound barrier for the primal would have been. Now you have forward spawns for Florida Mayhem. That's supremely important for someone like RuPaul, who when he dies comes back super slowly.
Shock have had issues kind of taking initiative as Finn tried to cross over to the right, just get zapped to death by a Winston of all things. and Merit gets nanoed. So silver lining, and I guess maybe checkmate pulls either way. Silver lining for the Shock is that Florida had to use ults to get this done. That's even more push. Back to the checkpoint the bot goes.
Yeah, forward spawn also cancelled. It'll be regained once Timothy, the bot, has actually crossed over the point that marks the checkpoint. And now all of this is very good push. Each fight win that you get here and every meter of push is actually super hard for San Francisco Shock to try and recontest. It means the bot has to walk back further before San Francisco Shock can get their own distance. No way.
Max
There's no way, Lemon.
Dead.
With Primal and 2 support
I don't even know what
ults?
happened. Yeah,
don't know
Max
either.
just got evaporated. It's just a lot of bursts, and Florida can keep on trucking. You use the speed there of the Lucio. I think Merit could have just held that even longer, to be honest, because there was no danger. At least some initial damage to maybe finish off someone's dive. Either way, this is an 82-meter push. RuPaul is dead. What a pick from Proper. A headshot to give Shock a chance to climb back into this map 3. An 82-meter push, though, is respectable, but you have 6 minutes left.
All right, San Francisco Shock finally actually finding a fight rather than the perfect fight. They just needed a way to leverage the cooldowns that they had. A mass disengage away from Florida Mayhem does mean that they are going to be able to recontest a lot more quickly. A few forward spawns were found, and now claiming the high ground is going to be contested by Max.
Well, Max already had to pop the Primal, and while Florida in just in a small hallway, that's a great moment for him to take more control, but he's taking a detour. He's taking the scenic route, I guess, as Shock maybe want to just pose themselves for a Kitsune rush. They wait for the dive of Florida. They pop the bubble of someone. And Shock just playing so passively, just waiting for the moment to be forced to make a move. As it's barrier to barrier, Kitsune rush for the Shock. And they're up by 1. A kill on the RuPaul is massive too, as Florida won't have much to say without Merit in the picture. But someone's popped Primal. He has confidence, and how can you not when you have Chorong by your side? What a clutch by Florida. As looking back at the cart, there's barely anybody left. As Vindime tries to join forces with, he's saying, who primals and finishes off someone, but he's the only one left of the Shock.
Someone just told Heesang that this is actually his debut series in Overwatch League, so it's time to go Big O mode. And indeed, he does. RuPaul, though, with the Nano in his pocket, can make sure that anyone can actually recontest the cart with quite a good amount of HP and sturdiness. Max has once again been able to creep his way up towards the Bob, but RuPaul definitely controls this engagement between the Anti and the Nano. And you know what? Florida Mayhem, they don't need to make too many moves. They can wait for San Francisco Shock to make a mistake.
Please come with us.
RuPaul with the Nano. Looking at someone, looking at you, buddy. You better pop off. And I think Florida are okay with just wasting Shock's time. It's Shock that have the weight on their shoulders to perform. Nano onto Merit this time, just for the survivability during the dive. And he'd at least get a 1-to-1 trade. All the attention went to Merit at that moment, just stuck inside of the bubble. It looks like Florida will pull through and get themselves to the checkpoint.
Bit of a mistiming there from Shock, to be honest. I mean, if you're going to try and make these dives with the Proper engage using the slide to actually go up with the Winston, Proper needs to have a fully charged rail ready to go. Because if you don't clear a target the second you get up there with a kill shot from the rail, then Proper's got no means of escaping the counterpunch from Florida Mayhem. It forced Max to use his bubble in a less than opportune position to try and deal with the Merit Nano. And Florida Mayhem are now back in control with their forward spawns and a high ground advantage that they can just troll from.
Yeah, someone's on an off angle too. Comes back to force the jump out of Proper, who's now gonna ult just without it. It's already connected on the Merit. On the other side is RuPaul. Under charge! Open the bubble from someone to protect his support. Now the Primal just to mess everything up, but the Chorong sound barrier helps keep the push going even further and even deeper than Florida could ever predict. And without these supports, Shock will have to reset. They just haven't had a good just any momentum to work off of. A one-fight win to the neutral point gets answered right back by Florida every time.
Someone is the SFD, the Sojourn Fun Deny with the Primal. It's been consistently destroying the San Francisco Shock. And once again, they have built up this wealth, this treasure trove, this armory of support ultimates, but can't find the ideal time to use them to actually save some players. Once again, keep your eyes on Proper, and if he takes a risky engagement using that slide, how it can be punished by Florida Mayhem, especially with something like a Deadeye.
Yeah, Merit's up there, and it's gonna be the target of, you would hope, Max's dive, just so you can have these tracers roam a lot more freer. But the Nano engage ready for Florida as they wait for Shock to make the first move. Max is up there, gets booped, but doesn't drop down. Soundbear and Kitsune rush, but Shock don't have proper. They're also anti-healed. Deadeye in the middle of the field by Merit forces Shock back to the bridge. He's saying Sound Pulse Bomb didn't hit either as Florida just continuing this push and they're leaving Shock behind.
It's the same story again and again. Proper uses mobility to get into a brawl distance of a Florida Mayhem, but then has no means of disengaging once you're at the ideal range for a Cassidy, where you can get stuck, where you can get shot down by the Peacekeeper. And now Florida Mayhem are getting even more distance. San Francisco Shock are floundering with only a minute remaining and no odds to their name.
Well, Proper just needs that first pick to stop what Florida are cooking. Got Merit a little bit low. Proper's just charging off of the Winston bubble. Someone takes a lot of pressure, but Proper was so close and so greedy for that kill, but yeah, at least traded with Merit. 4v4, Soundbear engaged from Florida to keep this cart going 95 meters as Shock have stolen away the bot, but they're losing the fight, so as they kind of prioritize different things, Shock just fell. And Florida, if they get to 100 meters plus with this time left, it just doesn't seem like it's possible for the Shock to come back.
Angie, if you can hear me, prepare the Smugster art, because he's definitely going to deserve it after this one. Florida Mayhem are looking unstoppable, and now when someone's got another Primal Rage, these have consistently destroyed for San Francisco Shock. Proper's making this engage again, it's so reckless.
Yeah, to use the jump offensively like that against a dive, especially when you know the Winston still has jump, just getting so desperate to make these key plays for the Shock, and it's not working out. Because just expecting Heesang to do proper things, it's not going to work out. The Shock lose the series to the Florida Mayhem, something that only Custa could have predicted.
Only Custa could have predicted it. Hey, he did. I didn't expect to see that this would be as close as it was in a Winston mirror, though. Because, honestly, I don't know why we brought Max in for the final map. Like, Max is a good tank, but as far as I'm aware, when I've read the Max lore, when I read the runes, Max was an off-tank player, not the Winston player. And going up against someone in that Winston duel was not great.
And I think a key important thing about Florida's story was the fact that he didn't pick up another tank. And there was a lot of talks about, was someone going to be flexible enough last season? Was he going to be the star that they needed? They kept him, they retained him, and he showed up against one of the biggest teams in the league. So, of course, your player of the match is going to be someone from the Florida Mayhem, from the Sigma swap, bullying the heck out of everyone on the pillar side of Sanctum, to the outshining Max on the Winston, although that was maybe slightly off rolling. It just someone's aggression. You nano him every single time. His primal's getting multi-kills on King's Row. Someone had a performance that is going to be an important statement for Florida's season.
Oh yeah, and it's an important statement to all of Florida's future foes as well. If you've got support ults, you might need to use them for Primal Rages, because someone's mechanics when it comes to the Fists of Fury are absolutely brutal, and San Francisco Shock found that out a very hard way. In our first matchup here of the Pro-Am, our runner-ups, the home of the MVP, the home of the Rookie of the Year of the Roll Stars, have been torn apart by the scrappy new team of the Florida Mayhem.
I know these best of threes are short, and we wish you got to see all of them, but all the teams have to do a round robin. They got to face everybody. In Shock and Florida Mayhem's group, Group A, is Florida, Shock, Timeless Trick Room, and the Titans. And you just saw kind of the face-off of the two favorites of Group A, but can the Shock kind of pull through against these other teams that they should, in theory, be beating? Now, there's a lot of worries about their ping and just the new roster. But of course, there's more ahead of the Shock, more to develop, especially with these rookies. And we know with Krusty by their side, they're going to pull off some great things like they always do. And speaking of great things, we got great people on the desk we're going to hear from shortly about their thoughts and probably Custa gloating about the predictions. So we'll see you all on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Watchpoint game break. Match 1 is done. Costa was right. So Costa, of course, I want to get your reactions first. You just kind of knew, you know, like what can I say? Big brain, genius, what a guy.
Oh, you can keep going, but
Cheater.
I guess I'll take over. But yeah, I think you really saw in that match the struggles that the San Francisco Shock had. You know, they just looked slow, they looked sloppy. We don't know if that's indicative of what their play is going to be like this year, or if this is just a ping issue. But at the end of the day, the most important thing about this match is Florida Mayhem look very clean. They look good when they're playing with someone on that Winston. I think you get to see the dives, him being at the helm. And it was very interesting to see them pick up Ana, a hero that not many other teams we've seen played. Maybe using that to enable someone a little bit, put that nano onto him, give him that little bit of extra aggression and lead the charge for the Florida Mayhem to take even more wins in the future.
I mean, for me, I think
what were
it
your
was... It was, I also agree. I think San Francisco Shock looked a little bit lost, and they seemed a little bit hesitant as well. So I really hope that they figure something out, because they have another match going up against Trick Room next very soon. So if they don't, then it feels like there might be another loss on San Francisco Shock side.
Yeah, and they can't really afford too many losses. The groups aren't that humongous, you know. But I think Lemon Kiwi really summarized it well. San Francisco Shock kind of looked like they didn't really have a game plan coming into this. And they also didn't really seem to have the reactionary style that we're so used to seeing from them. But again, retooled roster, new season. Maybe they didn't prepare as much for Pro-Am as they did for the actual regular season. We don't know. However, what we do know is the Florida Mayhem look cohesive. They look good. They meshed well, and they looked strong. And definitely top contender of their group now, for sure. Now, we do have one really nifty little play that Costa would love to break down for us.
Yeah, of course I want to hype up my main support players, and this is going to be Chorong. Chorong is, what he did here going into this match is Chorong was able to get a decloak onto Heesang going into this fight. And what that did is you see how Heesang's just in a really poor position here. What happened before this fight is Chorong gets a great decloak, so then what happens is Heesang's EMP just came out too late, and that defined this round. That kept Florida Mayhem in this map to then go on to close the entire map. So I want to give massive props to Chorong, as much as you might not have seen it here. It was a really big play. We did see it on the broadcast, and you know, I hope we get to see more big plays from Chorong for this Florida Mayhem squad.
Or any main support, really, because that's what Costa
Yeah,
wants
I'll
to
talk
see.
about anyone.
Only support.
Now, of course, that was a great play. However, the one player who walked away as the absolute MVP, you know, the player of the match, was someone. And Danny will now have a quick chat with him about that victory and the Pro-Am in general.
All right, let's head into the interview. Our first interview of the Pro-Am. Hi, someone, can you hear me? 자, 서문 선수, 제 목소리 들리시나요?
네, 들려요.
All right, so someone says that he could hear my voice. So can you just say hello to all the fans who are watching this right now to briefly start the interview. 자, 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 일단 자기소개부터 한번 해주세요. 첫 번째 인터뷰이기 때문에.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 2023년 플로리다 메임에서 탱커 포지션을 맡게 된 서먼이라고 합니다.
Hello everybody, my name is Someone and I am in the tank position for the 2023 Florida Mayhem team. All right, so let's just jump right into the interview. So my first question for you, Someone, is after losing Kings Row to the San Francisco Shock, I think going into the last map, Esperanza, you guys definitely seem to be a lot more cohesive, seem to have a lot more team synergy. So my question is, what sort of changes did you guys make after Kings Row ended? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 이번 첫 경기에서 이제 왕의 길을 진 후에 이제 마지막 에스퍼란자 맵으로 들어가면서 플로리다가 좀 더 살아나는 느낌, 더 훨씬 잘한다는 느낌을 많이 준 것 같아요. 이번에 왕의 길에서 패배를 한 후에 좀 어떤 대화를 나눴고 팀원들이랑 또 이제 또 어떤 조율을 하셨나요?
저희가 조합이 서로 다이브였는데 상대팀한테 계속 주도권이 있는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 이제 근데 계속 그 다이브에 당하다 보니까 이제 저희는 우리가 먼저 세게 가자. 그래서 이제 쫄지 말고 더 빡세게 해보자. 딱 이런 식으로 해서 이스페란스를 잘 극복한 것 같습니다.
All right, so going into the last map Esperanza, I think we both sort of had a dive composition, and it seemed like the San Francisco Shock on King's Row had the upper hand, and they had the momentum definitely. So after we lost King's Row, going into Esperanza, we said, hey, let's be more aggressive. Let's not be scared of our plays. Be more aggressive. Be more forceful about our actions, and I think that really worked out for our team and for our win for that match. All right, final question, someone for you. We had a long off season. And I'm sure as the main tank of the Florida Mayhem, I'm pretty sure you had a lot of practices and you were sort of wanting to become better. So during the off season, what were some of the improvements that you made? 자, 이번 오프 시즌이 생각보다 길었잖아요, 서먼 선수. 그리고 또 어떻게 보면
네.
플로리다 팀에서 솔로 탱커이기 때문에 이번에 좀 들어오면서 좀 개인적으로 좀 어떤 노력을 하셨나요?
일단은 라마트라라는 영웅이 나오긴 했지만 이제 다른 영웅을 이제 더 많기 때문에 다른 영웅을 위주로 연습하면서 근데 이제 저는 이제 챔프 막 실력보다는 제가 좀 작년에 좀 급했던 게 많았던 것 같은데 좀 차분해지고 그리고 최대한 팀원들과 소통을 더 많이 하려는 연습을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
All right, there were some new heroes that came in, for example, Ramatra, and other than Ramatra, I practiced a lot of different heroes to diversify my hero pool, and more than, I guess, practicing on heroes, I wanted to focus on myself as I wanted to be more calm and composed when I'm in a match, and also I wanted to communicate better with my teammates. So those two things were the most important things that I worked on during the off season. All right, that is it for the interview. Someone, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 첫 번째 인터뷰 너무나도 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Now, thank you, someone. Thank you so much for the insight. Thank you, Danny, for all the translations and the great questions. And yeah, someone and his team, a great first start into the Pro-Am 2023 season here. I can't wait to see more from him and the rest of the squad. Now, shifting gears, let's take a look at our second match of the day. London Spitfire and Atlanta Reign. Atlanta Reign riding high on Scrimbox right here. So they should be considered the favorite heading into this. Ain't that right, Costa?
Yeah, and I hyped up Atlanta Reign with the Scrimbox and how the exchange has been going absolutely wild lately. And the players that they picked up were absolutely incredible. But the London Spitfire, on the other hand, this is a team that really stuck to their guns after last year. Christopher won Coach of the Year, and this roster defied expectations. But now, heading into this 2023 season, those expectations are there, that they're going to be a much more solid team. They've made a couple more additions. It'll be interesting to see if we see those guys soon. But right now, the same squad that we saw last year.
I mean, London Spitfire was my favorite team last season. They're gonna kill it.
Was it just Hardy? Weren't you just like a Hardy fan? Was it really London Spitfire?
No, I liked everyone on the London Spitfire team. I don't know what you're talking about. Atlanta Reign, they have a whole retool. Costa's favorite team, I guess, right now for this season so far, Lip. Coming into the Atlanta Reign was a big news. So I'm definitely really excited to see how this team is going to perform against the Spitfire.
It's gonna be a good one for sure. Now, team support bundles are on sale right now through April 11th, as you can see. So make sure to get your Sigma, Doomfist, Ramatra, and a Weapon Charm in your favorite team skin, all for just 350 League tokens. Huzzah! So make sure to get them while they're hot. April 11th is the cutoff of that. Now we are ready for all the action on that second match, and so are our lovely casters, Lemon and Leg Day. Are you guys ready?
Yeah. Just got to kind of throw it on here. I'm sort of ready.
Sort of ready.
Glad I was standing.
I'm
Do love
the
that.
skins as well. Over Ramatra, owl skins look absolutely fantastic. Like Ramatra's such a good hero design, and the recolors there.
They really do.
So good.
How much Ramatra do you see or expect to see right now anyway with the teams playing in the Pro-Am?
Not much from these two teams in particular. We've got Donghak in, who's, as far as I'm away from the law, a little bit of a ball specialist. And in terms of power level, Ramatra's kind of just not as good as Ryan. So if Hardy ever has the opportunity to play that, he's like, well, I'm the Ryan guy, man. Why would I be playing Ramatra? I think from other teams, it's going to be far more likely. Like we saw a little bit from Junbin, probably going to see a little bit from Max. And I think that it's definitely going to be a thing that other teams do. Like we're very much in the Rhine side. And Twisted Minds, the team coming out of EMEA from Contenders, is definitely going to be one where you're going to see quite a bit of Ramatra because they have an off-tank specialist, KSA, previously of the Vancouver Titans, as you guys cast a couple of years ago. More of an off-tank specialist. He's going to be playing the Ramatra instead of a Reinhardt in many cases, kind of like the opposite of Hardy. Like, we don't do that Rhine stuff here.
I think that's an important thing to take note of as well, is like off-tank players. A lot of these teams are only going with one tank and prefer that off-tank. They're going to lean on that Ramatra, as Leg Day just said. So, you know, we saw a little bit over the shock, which was, you know, surprising to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, someone tries to pull it out against these Reinhardt specialist teams like Hardy, because you know you're not going to win that Rhine duel, because Hardy's just crazy like that.
Yeah, it's just that Rhine guy, right? And now one of the players that we got to highlight in the pre-show, thanks to Costa, because it's just his favorite, is of course Lip. We have some highlights from them. How scary does that Atlanta roster look to you, Lemon and Leg?
At least for me, they're looking like an easily top 3 team, championship level players. Especially Lip was one of the biggest pickups. I'm glad my voice isn't echoing through because I saw this highlight earlier. Definitely was one of the best sojourns from last season. I think overall, Atlanta Reign, their style, I think, is what is going to bring them a lot of success behind Hawk in that case. Playing a lot of Doomfist, was known as probably the best Doomfist alongside Dante. And I think if Hadi and friends stick to kind of this Rhine brawl, it's just compositionally not going to be the best matchup. We've seen a lot of, even from the Pro-Am qualifiers, Doomfist teams, dive teams, if they can split up the brawl, it's going to be best.
What about you, Leg Day? How high up do you have that Atlanta Reign squad?
When it comes to the scariness that you talked about before, I'm quaking in my wee booties, to be honest. This team is legitimately terrifying. I'm gonna put out a bold statement here that Custom might actually be familiar with as a former teammate. I think Stalker has the best mechanical tracking I've seen on any player since Bunny. I think Bunny had some legendary tracking, was one of the best to ever do it. I think Stalker, honestly, is up there. The first time I saw this guy play in Korean Contenders, I was like, whoa, that looks illegal. That does not look like a legal maneuver of the crosshair right there. And Stalker, as it has been in basically every competitive Overwatch kind of meta we've ever seen, like, there's always a room for Tracer, right? And when there's room for Tracer, you have to think about the dynamics of the Tracer duel. Vigilante is a fantastic Zen, and Zen Tracer often are going to be the ones to control those flanks. I think Stalker is going to be a very hard person to beat out on that flank, and that's always going to give Reign a trump card. So, it's risky, but I'm going to go top 1 right now.
Top 1.
All right.
Their favorites to win the tournament.
I like it. Okay, Costa, but like you completely bought into the Atlanta Scrim bugs as well, right? But maybe you walk us through it for people who are not following all the Scrim leaks and whatnot. What about the Atlanta Reign makes them so scary? Why are they considered a top 1 team? Is that individual play? Is it insane team cohesion and understanding of the meta, or just everything?
It's easy. We have just talked about how great this team is, and we haven't mentioned Chio and Fielder, the championship-winning backline from the Dallas Fuel now on this team. We haven't talked about Vigilante.
I actually can't believe that they just got snacked up. Like,
just snacked up.
How are they even available?
What a steal!
Yeah, hey,
honestly,
anything's possible when you start acquiring players. And this Atlanta Reign squad is just, on paper, is that top 1 team that Leg Day just said. They have that potential to be able to just match any other team in terms of mechanics. Where everyone's questions were coming for Atlanta Reign was, how is this going to work with Hawk in the lineup as the solo Western player on that tank role? And then, you know, Gator stepping away from being a player and becoming the head coach of this team. How is that all going to gel? We're going to have to find out in this first match. But from what we've seen of them so far, it looks good.
If we got a moment,
would you guys
have
liked to see more changes for that London squad? Because, I mean, they did turn it up a little bit more towards the end of the season. They kind of found their stride. Would you have liked to see more drastic changes, or do you feel like it was a good move for them to just kind of stick to what they had?
On the London roster, yeah, like, they had some good synergy, and I think that they've basically been filling in holes, right? Like, we've seen a second flex support come in, so we don't have to deal with Boneback again. Even though Boneback obviously was in our highlight reel, he's a big boy, he's pretty good at the Zen, but when you have Backbone being the one playing your Zen, it very much limits your options in those metas to removing a good amount of the projectile heroes that Backbone is best known for. So I think that these have been very, they've been very measured and targeted pickups. And I think that London don't really want to mess with a good thing because the fundamental Overwatch they play is super strong. And what London might be looking for here is just to be able to exploit the mistakes that other less drilled teams make.
Anyone else? Nothing? That's it?
I was waiting for you.
Let's go
interrupt.
Sorry, I did all the analysis ever. There will be no further analysis like there's one analysis.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was the compliments to the chef, right? Like, you said it all. There was absolutely nothing to add there. I didn't want to be rude and jump in. I mean, obviously, we're stalling a little bit. We're not keeping the game hostage. So let's keep on talking a little bit about Pro-Am in general. Obviously, it's super exciting for everyone watching right now to see contenders teams going up against Owl teams. It's a tale as old as time where every contenders fan just keeps on saying, like, you know, like, that contenders team could totally beat the lower half of the Owl teams for sure. Like, it's not a problem. They easily got it. Now they can come here and prove it. Which of those contenders teams do you see having a really good, realistic chance of snatching one or snatching? That's like, I keep on saying snacking today. I'm hungry also. Snatching one of those top 2 spots.
At least for me, I think Saints. I mean, obviously the #1 team and all that, but their group 2 looking weird. I mean, the Valiant roster we only got to just kind of look at today once that got revealed, and Vegas Eternal are not looking super strong. And I think seeing this match today will also give an idea of what London have cooked up. I mean, they're starting with the same roster as last season. I would have loved to see Lethal. That was a player I'm really hyped about. Came from Redbird Esports, been around the scene for a long time, fills in that Tracer role that Sparker and friends needed. So looks like our game is ready. No more stalling, guys.
Exactly. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Lemon Leg. Enjoy this one. We see you on the other side.
Okay. Well, Ilios will be our first map, and like to continue my point, you and I have casted Lethal for so many years, and he's a huge highlight on every team he's been on. He'll be kind of a substitute from here on out, and we'll see how he'll be incorporated in the rest of the season. But it makes sense for London to stick to the pieces and stick to what they know, as you said.
Yeah, unfortunately, what they know very well is Reinhardt, and Reinhardt's not fantastic on well. It's a very inefficient point for Reinhardt to try and rotate around due to that big old murder hole in the middle. So we're going to see Harley show off a bit of flexibility here. Of course, no other tanks on the Spitfire, so it's the same tale again that we told for Florida Mayhem in our previous round. These tanks have their preferred heroes, but they also have to build up a roster of some geographically dependent heroes like Winston alongside the Reinhardts and the Sigmas to make sure that their map pool is not constrained by the single tank they have. Donghak coming out here on the Winston as well. And Lip. Oh, this is what we've come to expect. Lip Sombra, legendary for a couple of years. Now even more damage, even stronger. That means more EMPs and more danger from a hyper aimer like Lip.
And interesting to see the Reaper from Backbone. And I mean, this was the meta they left off with from their playoff run, ending in top 6, and just not a lot of expectations from London last season, and then they beat those, and it's about London just meeting that same performance. And the Kitsune Rush and Reaper just pair up so well of how much damage you can really pump out and catching these dives. The point is unlocked, so looks like Atlanta Reign are postured to capture that first.
Oh, what a dive from London Spitfire. They managed to isolate and find Vigilante, and now while Atlanta Reign are in control... No way. There's no way.
Well...
Who needs heals? Who needs heals?
Well, we also need the point. It looks like London will go back to capture that. The pulse on the Hottie will remove the armor. Yeah, it's the easiest target to hit, but boy's got a lot of health, we think. But Landon is down for the count. That means London just barely have any heals, so the flip was not successful.
Yeah, Lip managing to do a lot of damage there to try and rescue that. Backbone definitely should have been able to live for longer, but hey, sometimes the heals just aren't where they need to be. Admiral got a significant lead here on the sound barrier. He's able to duel the flankers a lot more because the uptime of Stalker and Lip is quite high.
Now London go towards the mini pack. Their backline getting pressured a bit by Stalker. As London just wait for the Kitsune rush. They've already had to use Suzu, not ideal. It's pretty long cooldown. Lip in the backline is getting Megas hacked up, ready to unleash with the EMP, and the Kitsune rush was enough to zone out Atlanta Reign, and no kills follow up. Atlanta Reign's disengage was just that strong as they wait for the EMP to strike. Lip unleashes it, takes a ton of damage, falls over. Admiral activates the sound bear right after to counter it as Donghack gets nanoed, has to use the primal, just taking so much damage. But it's a 4v4 unless Lip gets back anytime sooner than Sparker. Donghack is going in. Hadi's primaling on the other side. Stomps on Admiral like a bug. We still have London in control, but really for how long? Atlanta Reign just finishing off these last couple kills, and it'll be 54 for Atlanta.
Donghack just turned Admiral into Estonia's most 2D man, absolutely squishing him. Backbone, though, with the Death Blossom, how can this be dealt with? You can hack it from Lip, but the range is a little bit here and there, and you can boop it with Cheer. The sleep is also going to be good to try and constrain that. Atlanta Reign, they need to make sure that these early resources are burned.
That's an early resource. Just a great bubble from Donghack to just separate all of London, but just overstayed his welcome a bit, being the first to go down. You trade that with Sparker, 4v4. Atlanta have the point, 85% plus. As London head over for the last fight. Unless they can win it and go all the way and make a big turnaround. They almost caught Chio, and you need Chio for that sound barrier. So he'll return and try to stack up on his team. Stalker chases down Hadi, and you don't have that initiative. There's a sound barrier of Chio, 5v4, Kitsune rush from London pulling out all the stops, and really no DPS ultimates until now, and Backbone's Death Blossom is out of range, and so are the rest of London, as Atlanta will take the first round.
London's ability to control the off angles here is severely limited. In our chat with a desk before this, Lemon, I was talking about how Stalker is going to be very hard to match on the off angle, but the off angle's free. If there's no Tracer, you can't expect the Sojourn to take that duel. You can't expect the Reaper to take that duel. The Reaper's never going to win that duel. He just can't control the spacing of the fight well enough to make that happen. And now it kind of falls to Admiral to make that happen, but it also means that there's so much freedom for Lip to try and set up as well, and that means that Donghack calls the 3-2-1 go. The incoming damage is going to be immense, and the ability to react to that is basically like you use your Suzu, you use your Winston bubble, and then if someone still dies, well, the fight's over, and if everyone lives, well, now the fight's stalled, because you've got to wait for that Suzu to be back up. You've got to wait for the Winston bubble to be back up. Hadi can't jump in without a Winston bubble. We'll get eviscerated. And all of this happens at a very safe range from Fielder on the Ana as well, or Vigilante on the Ana, because it allows for just some sniping heals to come in, maybe a set nade, and Atlanta, given all this mobility that they have, is consistently able to control the pace of play.
Going back in after this unpause, yeah, I gotta agree that Atlanta's mobility is what was truly successful in that last one. The way that they were disengaging from every Kitsune rush that London pulled out, every ultimate, it seems like London threw out, just never got them really a fight win. Even Spark at the end died with the overclock. So we go to Lighthouse, where I feel like this Reaper is going to be a lot stronger too if London decide to want to play on the point. But I imagine it's going to be the battle of high ground. Stalker probably going to teleport them further up, go to the Tracer, and have a double flanker set up for Atlanta.
A double flanker, certainly going to be where Atlanta Reign is going to get a lot of value, especially in the early season. I'm not sure what kind of patching we might see before our first big tournament, but Stalker and Lip going to be incredibly difficult to match here. Spark actually moving over now onto the Cassie does give him a better way to duel Stalker and force him out.
Yeah, Hadi used the bubble so early and just in the middle of the map and had to jump back. Landon is 1 HP. They can't afford to lose him. He might not even be involved in this fight. No, he's been hunted down by Stalker. And just the heals got disrupted from London, so the rest of the pieces will fall. And Atlanta just knew how to be patient and wait for London to just get out of the middle of the map and follow them after like a shadow.
One of the weaknesses of London's comp here is that it's very cyclical, reliant upon the amp it up cooldown from Admiral. Because think about how Backbone and Sparker need to try and take angles using that speed to get on top of Vigilante or to chase down Donghack after an engagement that Donghack doesn't control. But that also means that Admiral doesn't have the amp it up often to try and heal up Landon. And that means that Landon is incredibly vulnerable and has to burn the Suzu early. Sustained pressure will destroy it.
Poles, special delivery, well, it didn't hit either way. Backbone's been hacked, but Atlanta Reign just are trying to separate this stack, not really fight into it, as you have Sparker just randomly shooting from the point, catches lip. London are very good at commanding kind of this middle part of the map. Atlanta Reign are just trying so desperately to divide and to conquer. So you have the London Spitfire flipping over the point at 47 to Atlanta Reign. But Atlanta are very good at playing patient. Now it's the EMP, and Alicia's on the point. All 5 are hit. Landon first to die. And no heals and no sound barrier in desperation, as London will choose to give this up willingly.
And Lip knowing his spacing so well there doesn't translocate out with 6 HP. Just like, yep, this is fine. Bleeding, one of his arms is hanging off. Yeah, 'tis but a flesh wound. I'll walk it off. London Spitfire didn't even get the chance to respond to any of those ultimates with their own, but now they can truly bully out the point if they want. 2-man sound barrier, huh?
Oh. Wonder if that got kind of split up by a bubble from Hadi. At least Vigilante is dead and Chio is low. London are just gonna send it to the point to get the flip as soon as possible, but they lost Landon during the cross. Sparker double kill. Sick to see as Atlanta choose to give this up, and London have quite a hustling to do to catch up and score.
All right, everyone, mark the calendars for the first time. That's one of the sound barriers of all time. The first time we're going to use that this season. And Chio not going to be happy with that one. Stalker looking for a way to move in with the bomb, but of course we once again have to talk about the Suzu dynamic. Landon thinking about having to save that, and now there's pressure on the point that's going to make Hardy miss position, and that means there's an open backline.
Oh, did that hit? No, okay. So Sparker, I mean, he's been hitting his shots today, like headshots like crazy. And London not too worried about the point. Yeah, that's the beauty of running this double flanker of Atlanta, is you can have presence on multiple points of the map, but not enough to really dissuade London's attention as the score begins to close.
Hardy also responded super quickly to that dive, maybe a mistiming on Atlanta Reign to have given him time to get that cooldown back. And now Hardy's just going to be able to dance in and out to contest, and so there's going to be pressure coming from the back, trying to force out that primal early, potentially.
Now Kitsune Rush available from Landon as Atlanta get the flip, and Backbone is maybe trying to contest and paid the price. So London may want to absolutely wait for Backbone for this Kitsune Rush. He's going to be the true star in that moment. And we're coming down to the final fight. Atlanta Reign looking to take Ilios. Donghack's been nanoed, and they want to get on London before they can even be ready. The Kitsune Rush is unleashed. Landon teleports out, but Backbone nowhere to be found. No DPS from London. They have all the support ultimates in the world for London, but do they have the damage? At least getting rid of Flip is one step. Equation. Atlanta Reign able to clutch up against the 3 or 2 remaining of London. Overtime goes away, and Ilios will take Atlanta will take map 1.
What a brutal setup on top of Sparker Aerosol, hitting the ante, using the Nano Winston to force out that Kitsune Rush so that it could have been used on the point where the contest was super needed. And honestly, this was such a quiet game from Backbone. Playing the Reaper, but never really being able to find Donghack, was mostly able to get his actual damage onto the Ana using some TPs, but very much limited usefulness from the Death Blossoms as well. So I wonder if it's going to be something that London augment in the future.
Here's some highlights from the match. Atlanta Reign taking the map as expected. And you depended on the synergy for London. The Kitsune Rushes and Backbone just didn't seem like it connected. It wasn't that guaranteed fight win that you expected to see from such a powerful ultimate. And Hadi, at least, he's a great Winston, entertaining, but just not enough to make that much of an impact against the double flankers, which felt like were surrounding London and picking them apart before they could even be ready.
Well, I'm ready, Lemon, for this break.
map 2 ready to go between London and Atlanta. And at least how map 1 went to our expectations. Atlanta are looking like a top 3, I guess top 1, as you said, team in the league. But Kings Row's next,
baby.
like Kings Row is next. I know that's your like hometown and all, but I think it's London's hometown too if they want to go back to the brawl.
Yeah, all of us, like I said, of old Blighty. We belong on Kings Row, and London most certainly do. This is where the Reinhardt can be forced in basically any meta in history. So why wouldn't London want to go here? You can very much limit the flank routes, and you can check them much easier with a Lucio, I believe, on this map, because a lot of them have narrow corridors, especially on first point. You can very much constrain the movement of someone like Stalker, someone like Lip, via Admiral, who's going to be permanently on Lucio here to keep Huddy running around at the speed of sound. He's got places to go. Don't know if he's going to be following any rainbows there.
The rainbow back home. Oh, double rainbow. That's a throwback video. I don't know if people are old enough to remember that, but yeah, the
Don't worry, my
brawl...
throwback went back further.
I'm excited for the Brawl of London. It's a true throwback. Really, the different versions of Brawl we've seen, at least from the Pro-Am qualifier, have been either around the Cassidy or the Bastion. I touched upon this when Proper pulled out the Bastion with a Shock's Brawl. And it's that Bastion is a glass canyon, does insane amounts of damage in that tank configuration, but mostly useless outside of it, and, you know, there's no utility healing that he used to have and stuff like that. But Cassidy, Magnetic Grenade, huge for these Tracers that could be dueling you, just staying close to the team, but you can also take off angles with at least a tumble that you can use. So I like Sparker going to that. He's been a hit scan that they can depend on, at least until Lethal shows up.
Ooh.
Either way, London have the Brawl on defense ready to go.
I love this Hanzo, but this drags us back to the debate we had on desk. Well, not really a debate. We were making the point that off-tanks are going to prefer, when they go up against the Reinhardt, playing the Ram. It's a lot more to their skill set. That's a wall, but it's going to force out Nemesis form from Hawk, so a major resource now missing, Lemon.
Oh, the shield is broken too. Hottie eviscerated. As you can have this first cap begin. Once your Reinhardt is dead, there's just no chance of anyone behind it surviving. And you tried to run as fast as you can. Admiral just left everyone behind. The taxi has left the station. And Atlanta, that's a quick take.
You know, one of the things that's interesting about the Reinhardt matchup here is that the Ramattra really messes with the calculus for Rein survival that's been ingrained into so many Reinhardt players. Because his pummeling punches actually go through barrier, he can actually run down a Reinhardt who's at a disadvantage without having to worry about any of the defensive cooldowns that Reinhardt really has. And that might be a little bit of a confusing time for quite a few players on the Rein.
And Lip's access to the high ground is going to be big, especially for point C if he sticks to that. Dragon Strike, big to isolate these fights too. First May walls come up. I'm surprised we didn't see the Hawk Doomfizz, but I felt like the Hawk Doomfizz was so unsuccessful for Atlanta Reign on this map in particular. I want to say it was one of their lowest win rates when it came to hybrid, but just this random headshot is something you have to fear when it comes to Hanzo, especially, and Lip on it. The immortality from Landon just bought them time. Dragon Strike to lock London in the fight. Actually, gobbles up Hottie, so you take those kills where you can. And then the Ant Matrix from Landon to just try to stop the pain train that is Atlanta. It's not going to work out, as Atlanta even still have stuff left in the tank for the point B cap.
Oh yeah, the bad news just keeps on coming for Hardy, because now Stalker has a Blizzard, and in this matchup, the Blizzard is the kill Rein tool. And to answer this, you need a sound barrier and you need an immortality field. London only has one of those, and Hardy can't even try to slam his way out of it. What is this early wall here? Nice engage.
Nice Ant Matrix too, just to get any picks, and this Blizzard is a Blizzard of all time. What are we cooking? Oh man. Maybe it's one of those swap ultimates. I don't know, but yeah, it's a 2v5, and they got kind of rolled by the Ant Matrix before they even had that plan in mind. So anyway, Atlanta have 5 minutes for C.
Hawk's looking clean on the Ram. And the skin's looking clean as well. Pick it up at the Overwatch League store now, I think for only 150 hour tokens. Got my corpo responsibilities in, let's go. Hattie's got a slam here. Remember that the Ramattra shield is very inconsistent in terms of blocking these. It'd be very impressive to see an actual slam block.
Okay, Blizzard, pretty deep into the point. Oh, Deadeye. Sparker said, get away from me. Atlanta Reign, do respect that. Oh, big man Ramattra. Here to give you a backhand and on the annihilation! London head for the hills. They don't want to get staggered anymore. The card's about to get to the end. Backbone contest at the last second. Now Hotty's got the sound mirror. They got room to work with and ultimates to spare. Sound mirror, shatter, and Matrix Tennessee 9. Hotty's off pinning somebody!
Yeah, Huddy sent out the slam. It only caught Fielder in the back, and Huddy was like, well, someone's got to kill him. Seem fitting it be me. And just runs it down with the charge. Honestly, that third point was never going to work out for London Spitfire anyway, and I'll tell you why. 3 letters, L-I-P, up on the high ground. Who's going to be able to actually challenge that Hanzo as he plays the off angle, sneaks in behind the shield, and finds easily accurate arrows onto the squishy members of London Spitfire? They've been absolutely thrown through a loop here by the Hawk Ramatra. The Ramatra should be taking seemingly a lot more damage, but I don't think we've really seen Hawk die yet. London Spitfire, their front-loaded damage here with the Cassidy should be eviscerating this guy.
Yeah, Lip, I mean, already started off with this headshot. Then the Dragon Strike as London get around the corner also ends up killing Hottie. So you just blow your whole chance of having a recontest because of this. And then Atlanta Reign used the Ant Matrix after this fight to just guarantee the point B. The cycling of Atlanta's ultimates have been beautiful to watch. And it shows also how snowballable, if that's even a word, of how King's Row is. Of just once you win one fight, it's much easier to win the next consecutive fights after that. It's much, much more difficult to stop the train once it's begun. And Hawk's flexibility of being able to power block on the Ramatra and still keep going shows how it's another version of a brawl that you can run and is very viable.
All right, so the tempo tank, as Ramatra is known, might be at a slight disadvantage here on the defense. Is going to be less able to control how the fight goes down due to London being able to pressure the point with their movements. And that seems like what Hardy's doing at the moment. I'm happy to see Backbone have swapped onto the Hanzo, but now you're actually missing out on the Mei. And I think that you really need the Mei to still have this melee tank dynamic.
Okay!
What?
Okay, Lip. Pop off, King! Every time I get a Hanzo in my game, I'm quivered in my boots. Either these headshots just catch you off guard every single time, and onto Landon, one of the most important people you need on London, that's tough.
Notorious LIP coming in big again today, and I really do think that London Spitfire could have been using that Mei to try and constrain the rushes here. It feels pretty free for Lip, and well, the freedom only gets more and more.
And I think there are some angles that Backbone can take. It's just the issue is intelligence, is vision, not intelligence like brain, but just intel of trying to use the, maybe a bit of that too, but trying to get on top of this route that you see on Lip's right is where Hanzo's on the offense want to begin. Or even if you can go to the top right, just going through the right staircase can be an option too. But Lip knows where you're going to set up, and he knows where you are right now. The Dragon Strike behind London, as they're just trying to have a stable push. At least Backbone was able to have a response. Gives London a chance to start going towards the point. They have the Dragon Strike just to seal up the area, but they had no idea Atlanta were, I guess, still on the point. They thought they had retreated, so Stalker throws a Blizzard inside of Hotel where London were. Just a lack of scouting from London truly goofied that fight.
Truly, it is a tempo moment here. Hawk solo just relying on the loser heals. Hawk actually a bit of a dropped ball for London Spitfire. Was dead to rights, caught with an amplification matrix, gets out with 1 HP and catches a Mega. Now Hawk able to just contest this for a while longer. He's got an armor refresh here from the Annihilation as well once Hardy's shield breaks.
You got the Ant Matrix 2 from Atlanta Reign that's just keeping, it's actually all the way at the back of the point, so London can play around the statue and be out of its line of sight. I wonder at what point is Backbone going to want to take it off and go through the Hotel. I'm imagining he's on this back right side, but you need these first picks. Just the damage into Hawk might not be enough, but got to pick on the Stalker. Shatter from Hottie gets a couple down. Soundmere from Chio. You thought it would have saved Hawk, but Fielder didn't do enough to keep that tank sustained. London will get the second tick, and with that late pick on the Lip, should be enough to get the cart going.
Front-loaded damage here seems to be working out in terms of, like, they're not playing as much utility with the Mei to try and constrain Hawk's maneuvers, but what it does mean is that when Fielder is concentrated on healing Hawk, the healing often isn't enough just due to the concentration of fires. We see Hawk die through that sound barrier. Another Annihilation, actually. Did Hawk not pop the Annihilation in that fight? It looked like he did, but maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I saw it in a dream.
It's glowing.
What am I witnessing here?
A dragon and Hawk isolated away from everyone, but I'm surprised that London just don't want to converge on Hawk while he's isolated, maybe worried about this Annihilation like you said, and Lip gets picked off. He couldn't jump around the library corner in time, and the Annihilation just wasted, just didn't have enough support. Might have been even cut off from his supports because of the cart positioning. So a flocked fight from Atlanta gives London a chance to get closer to point B.
Yeah, Hawk definitely probably could have just had his whole team disengaged there and take a more preferential fight, jumping into the middle of 5 people with Annihilation. While in Ranked it's good, in Owl is bad, because you can only block in one direction, Lemon, and people are going to get around you, surround you, and do the damage to take you down. The burn will be easy as Sparker starts to channel the Deadeye to buy some space for this card to roll on up.
I think it was a little early, but around the corner is Atlanta, ready to pop the Ant Matrix. Take a look at Fielder. The surprise factor is big, but they know it's coming. And there it is, London. They try to disperse, but still facing it. Hottie takes a headshot, shield busted. And London head for the hills, and where the cart is right now is really how Florida and Shock, how they struggled, especially Florida, how they lost this map, is how deep the cart was on this particular point. It's so tough unless you got a ton of ultimates, and at least London have that coming soon.
Yeah, that ultimate cycle is about to come in. However, how do you save Hardy from the blizzard? Chio being down doesn't mean that Hawk might have to preemptively pop a Nemesis form here to actually be able to make an engage happen, though at the moment it's all about saving the space and trying to play the time.
Around the corner there is Hawk. Stalker just popping the blizzard to protect him. Some amazing peel is coming out, but you need to remove London from this card. It's meters away. And Lip is definitely showing that he's the better Hanzo here, just constantly getting picks for his team. And eventually, now point B is capped, and every stagger here will matter as Atlanta just hope to conserve their own lives, and maybe Stalker even still committed as he pops a wall behind Hottie, but that was just a distraction.
I mean, a lot of that came down to a nice little play from Admiral, booping Hawk into the Dragon Strike. Can't block that as it is all-encompassing where the damage comes from. Lip is going to be a little bit less safe on the high ground here as well, but who needs high ground when you've got double damage coming out from the Ant Matrix? London, though, you can tell how experienced they are at this Ryan comp. It's a clean disengage. Why are they peeking that?
Dragon Strike just to cut off Hottie's route of escape. They're just bullying the guy. London will have to reset now, and Silver Lining is Fielder and Lip used ult, so London can at least work on the shatters. Nothing much to block it.
Yeah, not too much to block it at all, and honestly, if you can force out Hawk's cooldowns and you have Shatter, Hawk is going to have to continually cede space away for free, and if you can get that space for free, you can get that push for free, and you can try and turn this into a one-fight scenario.
Just obviously the elephant in this room is how big the gap is in time banks. 433 to 114 if London even finish. They have to do it as quick as possible. Hottie Shatter only gets Hawk. Good ice block from Stalker to avoid it. Dragon Strike from Backbone to keep Atlanta trapped in as they re-engage now with the sound barrier of Chio. Trying to collapse onto Hottie while the shield is low. Deadeye from Sparker will force Atlanta back. It's a chess match between the two. Annihilation from Hawk. He's going in at 40 HP. That's so greedy. The Ant Matrix from Landon in his face did not help either, as the sound beer from Admiral is the final nail in the coffin. They can live through this blizzard that was successfully dropped by Stalker. So the push will have to take a few more seconds for London. But somehow, with the lip swap to Widow and also Fielder at the back corner, they got some necessary picks to possibly salvage this defense for Atlanta. As it's only Hawk and I think Fielder left, and they clutched up.
Hawk Fist is crazy, comes back as fast as you want with the combination of slam and punch, and then Fielder gets a clutch immortality field as well to allow him to just brawl out, not worrying for his life. If it's going to be capped, Lemon, it's going to be capped in overtime. The best they can hope for is a draw, but they're trying to avoid the loss.
Hottie will at least be on the cart, but he was all by himself. Look at Landon back there. He got left behind. Oh, that disgusting fadeaway from Lip's headshot there. Woo! Well, that was a quick one. Atlanta Raid take the series.
That was a quick one, and I think we saw a couple of holes in London's strategic depth there. I think they definitely could have used a Mei to try and control the Ramatra as well, and sticking to the Mei with the Cassidy, while it did provide a lot of damage onto the Ramatra, without having a Mei Hanzo, the Hanzo couldn't really force out Fielder from those angles where he could just freely heal the Ram and keep Hawk in those fights to allow for space and time, crucially, for Lip to find the headshots that were needed.
I gotta say that Blizzard at the end from Stalker sure helped out, because if he didn't drop that, I wasn't sure that Atlanta were even gonna have a recontest, because I think that zoned off London. Then I think Atlanta had one last person contesting somewhere. It was hard to see with all the dead people and corpses on the cart. But because Stalker is just that cool and fragged out of his mind, we're gonna give him player of the match. Stalker has done it again, really shined bright. Pulse bombs made Hottie's life hell on Ilios. And then later on, I mean, the Mei stopped everything that Hottie and friends had cooked up on King's Row.
Yeah, Stalker's mission statement today was make Caddy not have fun playing Overwatch, and I think that Stalker achieved that very well. And there's a reason why we hyped up Stalker coming into this series. When it comes to the Tracer duels, they're one of the most important, consistent, meta-defining hero interactions you'll see across almost all Overwatch metas. And having someone as crazy as Stalker ready to do that, especially in clutch situations like the one on your screen right now, is super important for a team that wants to make a deep run towards the finals like Atlanta.
47 limbs? That is crazy. Stalker had a performance of a lifetime just now, and that he just made it look like target practice. As even London, I mean, they just got dismantled using the dive on Ilios. The Brawl, which you thought was gonna be hyped up as their hometown. Yeah, they got as far as they could, but Hottie wanted to be a lot more aggressive and just didn't have the resources to pull it off. And when he was either isolated by a Dragon Strike or all the damage was focused on him. They know Hottie is a linchpin to the London Spitfire, and they proved how lost London looked without him.
Yeah, this might be the first iteration we see of a split down the middle between main tank players in Overwatch 2 and off-tank players in Overwatch 2. Which side of the Rhine and Ramatra debate they fall upon. We're looking particularly over to teams like Vancouver Titans here. Like, would Punk prefer to play for Ramatra over the Reinhardt? And how will this sort of dichotomy of the Brawl tank comps define a team's identity here in the Pro-Am meta?
Well, in Atlanta's group, I just have to see. They're obviously the big favorites. Atlanta, London, Valiant Saints, and Vegas. Will the Saints, I mean, kind of the most hyped up contenders team, be able to take one of the spots from a team like London, who obviously didn't look great here, but you're facing off against the favorites of the entire league? We got so many more, not Pro-Am, but at least Pro-Am matches around the corner. So we'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Reign making quick work of the London Spitfire, taking this 2-0 with not much resistance coming out of the London Spitfire. Zoe here, joined by Danny as well as Costa for our game break. Let's quickly break down what we just saw happening. I mean, the Atlanta Reign came into this one as the clear favorite, and they showed us why.
Were they? I guess they were the favorites, but for me, I think before
Yes.
watching this match, I thought London had the upper hand, just because they've been with the same players for over a year now, and so I think they had the upper hand when it came to
London
team synergy
believer.
and teamwork. I still am. I'm still a London believer, but this
Never
time
give up,
around
man.
it just wasn't enough. I think everyone on the Atlanta Reign team just looked too good. I think Hawk on that Ramatra was amazing. Donghak, I think, was my first time seeing him. He was very impressive, dude.
This is London's power of friendship, and this is the Atlanta Rangers going through with raw mechanics and just crushing that, because that's kind of what happened, right? Like London Spitfire, they come in, try to play the game that they did last year. They played a little bit of Winston, they played the Ryan Brawl, and honestly, Atlanta Reign just dismantled them at every corner. We saw the Wrecking Ball come out from Donghak. We knew that was going to be a favorite of his. Very good at it. Even played a little bit of Winston. We got some look at Lip Sombra, which is just as good as ever, but he actually hit EMPs, which is nice to see for Lip. But then we got the answer to the question as well, right? Of the Ramatra of Hawk coming in to face the Reinhardt of Hardy. We were speculating about it. We weren't sure how it was going to come out. But at the end of the day, Atlanta Reign and Hawk wins that one for Team Ramatra.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at some of those plays from Hawk on that Ramatra. We're finally seeing him in action, like some longer gameplay of Ramatra here for the first time ever this season. Hawk coming out of that Ramatra. Do you think that was just maybe a product of them knowing that they have the upper hand already and they might as well just try it out? Or was that a specific game plan coming into this?
I think it's just one of those things that they're confident. Donghak isn't known for his Reinhardt either. Maybe they're not confident in that matchup. Hawk doesn't want to go the Ryan to Ryan. He just thinks if you play that Ramatra and you know how to play against the Reinhardt, you can sort of force the London Spitfire off balance, and you could see that difference. Backbone, I almost called it Bone Back. Backbone actually really struggled and it even switched off of that Mei, and that just gave so much freedom. You can't let Lip just shoot free on that Hanzo. He went absolutely crazy. Stalker also taking that space, having a great match, going player of the match. You can just see Atlanta Reign is really firing on all cylinders and does look like that top one team that Leg Day was talking about before this match.
Absolutely. Do you think it was also just a compositional mismatch? Do you think the London Spitfire could have maybe done some compositional changes there?
I don't know. For me personally, I think it's difficult to know. Yeah, the reality is we don't know the answer to that. This is the first time at the professional level. We saw it a little bit in the shock match that we've seen the Reinhardt versus Ramatra head to head. We haven't really got a clear-cut answer of which one is better. Obviously, the Annihilation is a great ultimate, but now it doesn't last forever and you can just stand there with your block up forever. It loses a little bit of its functionality, and while Reinhardt has a great shatter opportunity because Ramatra doesn't have a shield, so it's about playing around it, and I think we'll get more answers to this question as the Pro-Am goes on.
Now, Stalker, definitely a player which was highlighted at the very end of that match, and for good reason. I mean, he was just fragging out, Danny. That guy was insane.
He definitely was, and it was very deserving of him to get the player of the match. So I think is it time to get the interview started? So
it is. Yeah, let's do it. Let's chat.
All right, we got Stalker next to me. Hi, Stalker. Can you hear me? 자, 일단 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 들리시죠? 잘 들리시나요?
네.
네, 알겠습니다. All right, let's just jump right into the interview. So, I mean, this match against the London Spitfire, it wasn't close. I think you guys dominated the series, and you guys looked phenomenal. So, going into today's match, what was the Atlanta Reign's game plan? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기, 런던과의 경기가 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좀 쉬운 경기였던 것 같아요. 아틀란타 쪽에서 보면은 이번 경기에 들어오면서 좀 어떤 전략을 가지고 들어오셨습니까?
전략을 준비했다기보다 그냥 잘 하는 거 이제 각자 하나씩 있으니까 그거 그대로 쓴 것 같습니다.
I can't really talk much about the strategy-wise, but I mean, everyone has their specific role in our team and in our composition. So I think we fulfilled our role in a very good way. So I think that is how we got the win against Team London Spitfire. My second question for you, Stalker, is of course you were with the Seoul Dynasty last year, and now you moved on to a new team, new home, Atlanta Reign. So how has that transition been for you? 자, 작년에는 스토커 선수가 이제 서울 다이너스티와 같이 있었지만 이번 년은 새로운 이제 어떻게 보면 팀을 찾았는데요. 아틀란타로 오시게 되셨는데 서울에서 어떻게 보면 아틀란타 좀 오는 과정 좀 어떠셨나요?
그냥 제안을 이제 받아서 좋은 기회인 것 같아가지고 알겠다고 하고 왔습니다. 그냥
I mean, I did get the offer. 쉽게 오셨다고요?
네, 뭐 딱히 뭐 막히는 거 없이 순조롭게 진행이 됐어요.
All right. There wasn't actually any difficulties at all. I got a good offer, so I thought this was a good chance for me to find a new team. So I took the offer, and everything just sort of went smoothly for me to transition into the Atlanta Reign. All right, that is it for the interview, Stalker. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 스토커 선수, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
You know, the almost lack of emotions on his face makes him even more scary. I'm not gonna lie. Just like, yeah, it was not a big deal. We just absolutely crushed him.
He tried.
Yeah.
He tried.
You just don't know. No, I love it. I love it. It's edgy. That's very Atlanta Reign of him. Now we are heading into our third match of the day, and that means we finally get to see our first contenders, Team Trick Room. They placed second in the qualifiers in the NA region, and they will go up first against the San Francisco Shock. Now, with what we know about the San Francisco Shock after having seen them already, where do we see them, in this very matchup? Do you think that could leave some room for Trick Room to potentially upset?
Potentially, as you said, we just saw a very weakened San Francisco Shock against the Florida Mayhem. But here's the thing about this matchup: is San Francisco Shock against the Florida Mayhem. That was really someone playing Winston, leading the charge and running them down, making the San Francisco Shock feel uncomfortable. Trick Room as a team don't like to play that Winston as much. If anything, when they play the dive, Infected wants to move over to that Wrecking Ball. So I would expect them to either play aggressively with that ball or play that brawl style with the Reinhardt. And I don't know how that's going to work against the San Francisco Shock because, as we said, we have no context of how good this Shock roster is right now. But you're having a look here at the Trick Room opening roster. We got a bunch of great players, making their first debuts on the Overwatch League stage. Pummy, Boat, Infected, Humbe, and Magic Mateball. These guys are great players who've been in the North American contender scene, and I'm excited to see these guys get their shot.
Yeah, and we did get to see on the Shock lineup here, at least for the first map. We do have Max back in, Leg Day and Lemon. You weren't massive fans of the Max swap in their first match. How are we feeling about this one? Is this the right play? You first.
Yeah, it depends on if they actually want to. It depends if they actually want to play an off tank. I'm not going to lie. The Max swap is good if you want to play what Max is good at. But if you're going to bring in Max to play more Winston when you have Junbin on this roster, I don't think it makes much sense, to be honest. However, this could be a whole different kettle of fish. The coordination we saw from Mayhem, the understanding of these compositions seemed to be pretty fantastic, and also they were offered a lot of mistakes to capitalize upon, which was what we talked about after that match. Proper just sliding in a lot. That needs to have been fixed in this break here, and maybe Max is going to be able to do a little bit more to actually gain the space for Proper on a main tank, so it Proper doesn't feel the need to actually claim it viciously with the slide.
Yeah, a few things there is that I feel like the Shock could also be incorporating Max just to get some playtime. I don't know, at what level are the Shock taking the Pro-Am seriously when maybe their sights are more set on their performance in the league and getting as much playtime to these rookies as possible. I do agree that I'd love to see a Sombra Tracer from Heesang and Proper. I think that would bode better for at least playing around Junbin or Max's Winston. I feel like Proper gets caught out, or he almost wants to play like a Tracer the way he's offensively diving in on the Sojourn, and he's not getting those first picks, occasionally, but we have such high expectations for Proper that this more quiet performance is uncharacteristic. But we knew that the Shock were going to have a slow start. It's just about when that start is going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great point you're making there about like how serious are they taking a pro-am currently, or is this just like some practice time for everyone? That said, though, I do feel like there's some pride on the line as well, because now they're going up against a contenders team. I'm pretty sure none of the OWL teams wants to have that on their resume, that they went down as the first OWL team against a contenders team. So let's see if they have the upper hand or not. Lemon Leg, it's all yours.
This is going to be a good one. Our first contenders showing Trick Room. A lot of hype behind this team because just there wasn't big expectations for Trick Room when it came to contenders. They actually had a much higher placing than a lot of the community expected. They went all the way to the finals of the Pro-Am and lost 4-2 to the Saints. And a lot of Trick Room's identity is around Infected's Hammond.
Yeah, Infected's Hammond is absolutely fantastic. And Lemon, I'm pretty sure that Shock are going to be putting a lot of effort into this particular matchup to not lose to the up-and-coming Dark Horse Contenders team, because, you know what, I'm sure that all of the fans of San Francisco Shock on Twitter would have some very reasonable and measured responses to that set of events if it were to occur. I particularly am looking forward to seeing Pummy here. We're going over to Antarctica, and that means we're likely going to be seeing Pummy the GOAT on Bastion. You all saw his picture, you saw him looking down at everyone who was staring upon his visage, and that's because Pummy #1, baby. And honestly, Proper might be a fraud in this lobby. Sorry, I can't finish it. Proper showed off a little bit of the Bastion earlier.
Oh, they did him dirty with the contenders Trick Room at the top. Oh, damn. Also, we'll start on labs. We'll see how tricky they will be, but we're starting off on labs, which is popular for Brawl especially. It's a very narrow section of the map, not a ton of cover. Everyone's doing the team pose. You gotta take a screenshot for the socials in your first kind of semi-owl match. But yeah, Brawl versus sort of Brawl from the Shock.
Yeah, more of a spammy brawl from the Shock, though they do still have Velucio to make sure that they can maneuver Max around. The question is, will Boats be able to go up against Heesang and check him here? Because Boats' headshots are what's going to keep Heesang honest on these flanks. If not, Heesang's going to get easy access to Hanbei, and it's going to be over. So there's a huge amount of weight on this young player's shoulders.
I know that even the contenders casters were telling me that Trick Room's Brawl is also equally as strong, and just the flexibility to be able to play ball is sort of unheard of as one of the most difficult tanks to master. It's a quick tap. Surprised that Shock didn't want to have maybe Vindime or even Heesang contest. The whole point of having mobile characters is to contest and be around. But Trick Room gets to disengage from this. They are actually quite low. Shield's starting to break too. Is Infected wants to keep his toes. Them grippers on the point did not flip it over. Got real close for the Shock to do so, as they also have to keep an eye on when this damn Bastion of Pummy is going to go into tank configuration. That is the major cooldown, as that's a major ultimate from Heesang. Pulse Bomb's Magic 8 Ball before a Sound Barrier could be generated. As the Ant Matrix in the middle of the point's not going to help Hanbei and the friends of Trick Room too much, but 40% is a good start.
And this is what we talked about when it comes to the key to victory here for San Francisco Shock. Heesang needs to remain uncontested or outmaneuver Boats and get access to that backline. Magic 8 Ball felt the pain of what a Heesang tier Tracer in the backline feels like, and now San Francisco Shock can actually do a lot to control the positioning of Trick Room using the Dragon Strike, which, while it's not deadly in its own right, being able to control the speed of engagements and disengagements is a major power play against a roster that wants to stack as tightly as Trick Room.
Trick Room just running it down. They had the initial Mei wall behind Max, and he's using his power block really well, and now he has the Annihilation! It gets his revenge on Trick Room! As the Sound Barrier, I don't even know if it came out either way, they all got disintegrated by Max.
Oh yeah, Max and Proper together doing a huge amount of damage through their ultimates, and now this has cycled over to Finn having access to the Nano Boost. And I wouldn't even mind seeing the Nano Boost move over to Heesang here if need be to make a deep dive if San Francisco Shock start to lose a huge amount of positioning. Usually you might be using it though as more of an anti-damage measure to make sure that Max can get healed up to full if he ends up in a more precarious position without Nemesis form.
Oh, Pulse, hello, and goodbye. Magic Make-Ball doing the respawn simulator. Man, Shock just tearing them apart before Trick Room could even think twice about it. Now it's 70% plus for Shock, coming down to last fight for Labs.
Real good day for Heesang. 2 pulse bombs, 2 Lucio kills, and once you lose access to that speed boost, Infected is a sitting duck because Max can run rings around him with a Nemesis form speed. Still Infected. With the slam here, it's going to be a duel of... Oh, 5-man anti! That's bloody brutal, Lemon!
Just to distract them a little bit. As Infected just got slept as he was jumping down and opens up vulnerabilities into Trick Room. Headshot from Proper to pick off Hanbei. He's got a Nano on a Proper, Sounder from Vindime. This was last fight in Trick Room. They couldn't even fight on their terms. They didn't even see another person before they lost their main support. 100 to 40 is a huge start for Shock and a big turnaround after how Florida's match went.
Oh yeah, big turnarounds. Shock decided, okay, no more games. You've had the loss out of us. And that's all you're going to get. Heesang, I've got to sing the praises again. Like, that comp, it falls apart if Heesang pops off, and Heesang popped off. The lack of ability to really duel Heesang was super important. And it also meant that, like, you were relying on Mateball to be the one to duel the Tracer, because no one else is going to be looking around to deal with that. You need a huge amount of boats focus to be on Max to try and constrain him. You're usually going to have Pummy looking at the tank as well. So Mateball's ability to try and take those duels at the moment seems a little bit lacking, dying to a lot of pulse bombs.
Brawl returns for that high ground control, and Pummy, who usually likes to run a lot of Cassidy, sometimes on the Bastion, rolls up with the tank configuration, doesn't even slow down, even through the anti-grenade of Finn. Now it's time for the clapback. Max, in his form, almost gets charged down by Infected, who went way too deep. Really thought he was going to get that pin. Somehow survives. We'll get Hanbei just that much closer to the Ant Matrix. Most definitely going to be the first ultimate that you see. As Shock overtake the high ground, see if they can put Proper in a good position, as Trick Room gave up that bridge to go for the capture. And that's the presence of the point I was hoping to see from the Shock, having Heesang and Vindime just deny the cap. Maywall behind Max as he gets torn apart by the Bastion tank configuration. And Finn finds himself very low, and that'll be the fight. And Trick Room will cap first.
Proper, not done fighting just yet though. There's still enough healing from Vindame to take these sporadic... Look at the surrounds! Infected can't shield everything himself. And so San Francisco Shock, this is literally just mechanics and ego. And you know what? Mechanics and ego are enough when you're the MVP, the Rookie of the Year, and the Roll Star, baby. San Francisco Shock say we refuse to yield. And now contenders Trick Room, they have to try and attack into a Dragon Strike through these narrow corridors. And we all know how painful that can be.
Tons of ultimates and options for Trick Room. At least starting with the Ant Matrix is just tough because Shock are just playing at so many different parts of the map that you can't really funnel this damage in one area. As Infected, just going to be in the middle of the map and trying to bait people towards himself, so the Ant Matrix does funnel the damage towards somebody. Tank configuration and the Sound Bear to save Pummy as Trick Room fire right back. I think it's a 3v3. Trick Room also managed to flip the point. They'll return to the top of the bridge where they feel the safest. It'll be up to Shock to run for the hills, especially with Pummy in tank form.
Yeah, Pummy using the schmooze there to try and get an angle onto Finn, and we've seen before that Finn suffers when he's down on the slow ground. It makes Max so much easier to kill with the wall because Finn can't shoot over it. Finn, you in particular are going to take some pain from this, but excellent evasion and a nice bit of wall peel there for some reason from Bo.
Infected looking for Shatter. The Blizzard drop from Boat. And then they're just pouring all these resources into Nano Max because now he has Annihilation. The best way, you either run or you fight for your life. And at least you can block some of the damage. Infected opted for that. protects the rest of his team, and Trick Room managed to also keep the point this entire time and deny the flip. 70%,
What?
and they just let Heesang do it for free. Now we do this all over again.
Why? Oh, Heesang still has recall as well. Might have to use it here, and now Heesang's going to be in a dangerous position. But this is a sad time from Trick Room here.
Tommy seems to be safe for now. Yeah, as long as Shock stay on this point, it's going to generate. Trying to push Max off. We'll get the flip there for Trick Room. Amp Matrix, tank configuration. Pommy finds proper over at that angle, but couldn't get the finishing blow. And Max is commanding so much attention from Trick Room, and they just can't seem to kill anybody.
Heesang once again trolling on the objective, and Infector's going to have to walk forward to try and deal with this. In comes the Dragon Strike. It splits Infected away.
Infected took the pulse bomb and still lives to tell the tale. He's got no armor though, and we just become so much squishier without it, and without that shield. Trick Room just get picked off, and Shock will be able to get back on the point. Having to win probably 2 fights though to take the map. It's gonna be tough.
Trick Room are having a lot of trouble actually finishing their fights. They can't finish their dinner. They need to scarf down those vegetables before they can have the metaphorical dessert of accessing high ground. Heesang at the back. Good trigger discipline thus far, but I think that Magic Maple has an idea, and this is what we need from Maple, to check the Tracer and stop her access to backline.
Pommy's looking for Finn. Oh, getting him low to like 1 HP. Must have found a pack. And there's a Blizzard right on top of Max, who's got nanoed again. Trick Room know he's the problem, and the problem has been removed from the equation. Trick Room 5 versus 3, looking to force round 3. And Heesang's not alive to contest. It has to be up to the supports or Proper of the Shock. As Proper's been trying to find these picks into the backline. It isn't successful quite yet. Will be forced to drop soon. And not much else to say about the Shock on this round. We'll be going into round 3. Once Trick Room deal with this annihilation from Max, but he got pinned immediately and shattered. Dealt with very quickly.
Wow, some great target priority there from Trick Room. They seem to have a good idea on sub-level in particular of how to isolate and really punish the Ramatra. And we had a conversation with Zoe on the desk, like, why is Max in? And evidently, we seem to be continuing to delineate between the tanks who like to play Ram and the tanks who like to play the Reinhardt. And Max, being classically an off-tank, is someone you'd expect to be good at this. One of the things that's very good about Reinhardt that you can do to try and shut down the Annihilation is actually to use the Slam to stick the Ramatra in one place, and then use your shield to block off the Annihilation from any potential targets that it might touch, and then you can instantly end it in about 3 seconds, which is just a little bit longer than the stun lasts.
Now the brawl here of Trick Room is going to be even better for this round. Extremely strong brawl map with all types of areas. Perfect for a Maywall isolation. Speaking of which, Heesang pops one right behind Infected. Doesn't seem to have generated much as Trick Room set up on the point. Remember, they can kind of cross on either side of the central pillar to catch Shock off guard, mainly access that backline of Finn or Vindime if they wish. As Trick Room bring up that first main wall just to protect themselves from Max. Trick Room will get the first capture. Max will present himself, and they've isolated Infected, who's gotten dangerously low, and I guess doesn't have much of a shield. A good immortality from Hanbei saves him. Hanbei so close to the Amp Matrix, and Infected wants to play so aggressively, but he's taking so much damage and charges into his own death. And Shock isolated him perfectly with the main wall by Heesang, and Shock finish off what they started.
Yeah, a bit of a miscom there. Ideally, Infected would have just been standing in front of the Amplification Matrix, getting the double healing from Hanbei, but instead goes a touch too aggressive, maybe seeing an opening in the Shock lines that was potentially exploitable. However, now that Heesang's moved away from a Tracer onto a Mei, we're seeing what I wanted to see from London Spitfire, which was more effort to try and control the opposing main tank in conjunction with the Hanzo to try and control the off angles.
Amp Matrix up first, and Trick Room just walked past it, and then the Dragon Strike right through them too. As Bo laid down the Blizzard, it just came a bit late. Shock are only down by 1. This is still a winnable fight, but the rest of Trick Room just run over these players of Shock that tried to contest the point more, and Trick Room will take a lead.
Sometimes strategically, it just ain't that deep, bro. You just gotta hit the Grug rush. Just have 5 people, amp up the speed, press W, catch San Francisco Shock off guard. The scouting there probably wasn't good enough. It meant that Finn got out-rotated real quick and caught out. Now, though, Hisang has great means of trying to control Infected. Maple and Humber are going to have to rotate the sound barrier and the MO.
The Shatter got the ghosts. Nobody affected by the shock. They throw the Blizzard right down as Infected was still trying to observe what he hit. And all the dominoes fall behind Trick Room. We're just depending on Infected there at that moment and not able to get the Amp Matrix in time to initiate the fight with that. So Shock still have to hustle through to match the score.
Yeah, unfortunately there, a little bit of a goofy throw wall from Boat. Actually stuck Infected up into the ceiling and disabled the Immortality Field by placing a wall on top of it. I think they wanted to peel for Infected instead and wall them away from the enemy, but sometimes that depth of field just doesn't work out as you'd expect. Pummy can open this up with maybe some pressure onto Finn.
Yeah, just gotta ignore that Ramatra shield as much as possible, and they're getting good trickle damage onto a lot of players of the Shock, but now the real problem is present. It's Max and Annihilation, plus the Sound Bear manages to get 2 kills, now a 3rd before he falls. And Shock just have to clean up this fight. Hisang wins against Boat, and that'll be all she wrote for Trick Room in this fight. Magic Mate Ball just the stagger of a lifetime there, and Shock have 1 fight left to go to take the map.
I'm not sure if I see that as Shock taking this less seriously or more seriously, that they're willing to stagger a Lucio to that degree. Now only 1 fight remains for Trick Room to try and grab themselves this map from our runner-ups of the last year, and Proper can lock down their entrances with the Dragon Strike. That needs to be out-rotated.
Tank configuration, or the Bastion ultimate, try and catch anyone, mainly Finn. It's a Blizzard from Hisang just is making it so difficult for Trick Room to keep contesting. It's overtime for the Shock as Trick Room try to take angles around to see if they can get any picks, but it's so difficult. Shock's positioning has been so intelligent to use cover, especially while the Bastion is going crazy. And Shock finish off the fight. They only lose Vin Diamond, almost flawless. Last fight there, they'll flip it over. Magic Mate Ball just respawn. I'm not expecting any touches to be coming in. The rollout's looking clean though, but not clean enough. A Shock will take map number 1.
Gonna need more than clean rollouts to take out San Francisco Shock, that much is for certain. And you know, I'm kind of impressed with Hisang being able to bring out the Mei with pretty good efficacy overall. Like, Mei is very much what you'd call like a specialist hero, very hard to just pick up and randomly grab. And with Hisang playing as much Tracer as they did on that map, I thought, okay, maybe they're just going to play Tracer for the Octangles on all of these, and we're not going to really see much of a concerted effort to try and control the enemy main tank using the Mei. But being able to pick that up gives a huge amount of tactical depth to how Max is going to be able to take those duels against Reinhardt, because we don't know if like Junbin's going to be like the go-to Reinhardt, or if we're going to have, when we look to brawl maps, Max come in instead and play the Ramatra. So this is a good feather to have in the San Francisco Shock cap.
Yeah, I think Pummy would look better on the Cassidy. I think just Bastion in general is just such a noob-friendly DPS. Although we did see Proper play it, you saw just how easy it is to counter. Once Bastion is in that tank configuration, either use the Ramatra shield, a Mei wall, anything to block those seconds of damage, and then you engage afterwards. And it felt like just Pummy wasn't able to get any of the picks that they were looking for to start the fight on their terms. Do we have some highlights to see?
I do believe that we have some highlights to look at, and well, praise be to Max, the Ramatra, who continues to provide us with evidence for our hypothesis. I don't know if I'm ready to say whether Rhine or Ramatra is better, and probably won't be ready even at the end of the entire 3 weeks of Pro-Am, but Max certainly does know his way around this, and honestly, I think we could consider that the Bastion might have a limited lifespan at this level of competition. It feels like a little bit of a noob check, and honestly, Shock are usually going to pass those noob checks. It does mean that you're a very mono-directional comp. You are very much all attacking from the same direction. You get the Grug charge in, but if that can be successfully rebuffed by a team that's planning a little bit more intelligently, then usually you're going to get counterpunched pretty hard.
Yeah, and I was very surprised to see even on Icebreaker at the end just how much the Brawl didn't really do much for Trick Room, and they look like really solid on sub-level that second round that they had won because they were just chasing people around. It felt like Shock were never comfortable. Then you had kind of some flip-flop of the objective, but either way, this is a 1-2, and Shock are ahead in the series. After this break, we'll find out if Trick Room still got some fight left in them. Map 2 almost ready, and Shock looking pretty solid. Back in the driver's seat after a lapse in judgment against the Florida Mayhem. Kind of an unexpected loss there. But Trick Room deciding to bring us to Hollywood. And we were hyping up Infected's Hammond, but all we've seen is Brawl so far. So I wonder if this will be the map that this works out on.
Yeah, maybe we do see some different looks on Hollywood. It's been so long, it feels like, since we've seen Hollywood in a true competitive setting. I think in the Prime qualifiers, barely anyone picked Hollywood. It was basically Kings Row all the way down for picks, and the occasional Blizzard World. Hollywood was very rarely the choice made by any team. So at the moment, it's anyone's meta. Maybe you try and play a little bit of Winston here. Maybe you try and play a little bit of the Wrecking Ball just to access those high grounds and try and destabilize enemy team. It's going to be Shock who are attacking first here, so we'll have a look at what the plan is for Trick Room. Given that they chose this this map, we can assume that they have something that's pretty well practiced cooked up here.
This feels like AD Infected Hammond. And Ash has been always good at using the Dynamite utility on these high grounds. And then the Boat Tracer, I think, had some struggles in the Pro-Am qualifiers, but he is just that flex player, and Pummy and Boat have a very similar hero pools where Pummy kind of gets his preference as the carry of this team, what he wants to do. Then you have this hyper poke backline of Hanbei and Magic Mateball and Bap and Zen. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, talking hyper poke, let's think about how San Francisco Shock can win this matchup potentially. And the real key, I believe, is going to be, it's a pathing check, honestly. Trying to make sure that you can actually get onto a point or get onto a target without losing too much HP to Hanbei and Mateball, because they're going to be absolutely spamming away at whatever comes their way. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Max swap here, maybe over something like a Diva or a Wrecking Ball. We know that Junbin is a much better Wrecking Ball than Max. What's for choice here, my friend? Oh, for Winston. Okay, so... maybe not the ideal hero for Max's pool, but it does make sense in this case, because what you're trying to do is get onto a target before you lose your HP. For Trick Room, how they win this is they make sure that Max, Heesang, and Proper cannot get on top of a squishy target with full HP and all their resources. Take your time, says Maple in chat.
Love to see that. Thanks, production, for showing that. Yeah, the Shock. I really like Diva, just if you have any Tracer Nuisance, just having so much mobility to come back, try and matrix the pulse, protect your team as much as possible, while also being able to be an initiator. It's just that Diva's less popular than usual just because she can't hold space the way that Winston can with how strong his bubble is. Max is doing a great job of pushing forward, almost too deep. Requires the Suzu from Finn as they continue to farm. They've guaranteed a few kills, needing to sacrifice the mech in order to do so. And Shock weren't even on the point to get a first tick going for all of those efforts.
Somehow still, this is anyone's game. Proper on the Tracer. Still going to be difficult to deal with, and there's the target focus from the O2 Blast duo. Vindane with a double and the killing blows as well should grant San Francisco Shock access to the first point and the second area of the map. The question is now, how do Trick Room try and play around the high ground? Hanbei's going to have to swap away from the Zen here to provide a little bit more direct healing to Infected on the ball, given that the access to how health packs will be constrained. But oh no, the goat's been caught, and he has to TP out.
Now Shock can get the cart started, and trying to get to this high ground is going to be the next condition of this fight, unless Trick Room want to initiate first. There's a pile drive of Infected, gets hacked up by Heesang, and that's where just Proper and Heesang are going to be more focused on ignoring Infected or firing him up, but mostly maybe going after everyone else. There is the mines from Infected just to hold this real estate, and an EMP from Heesang to get rid of them, and then to fight afterwards. But Shock lose their DPS as they weren't sure whether to fight through the mines or not. And then Shock just fall, and Trick Room get to move forward. Or hold.
You're exactly right, Lemon. Hesitance and reticence about moving through that minefield after it got disabled by the EMP was what really destroyed the Shock there. The EMP should have set up the fight, but Infected's ability to mess with San Francisco Shock's execution on their plan was super crucial. Now Boat can try and look for an early pulse one, but again, we've got to deal with that Suzu dynamic, and Max adds another layer of potential messing with that.
Boat was in some trouble, and at least getting some help from this EMP from Pummy, hit a few. And Shock lose their speed demon there of Vindime. Around the corner is Boat ready for a pulse bomb as Shock to be crossing over. I expect they're going to check this room. Almost gets a one clip onto Heesang, forces the translocate out as Trick Room want to hunt them down. Infected leads the charge. And Shock is so close to their spawn room doors that I don't think Trick Room want to go any deeper, but Infected is going to live on an off angle as Boat hopes to join him. Kitsune rush from Finn sends Shock forward to see if they can take advantage of the split moment by Trick Room. And at least they find the pick on the Magic Mateball to deny that sound barrier and deny all the healing on top of that. No supports remain for Trick Room.
All right, so that's the kind of tactical depth that gives you an idea of the difference between like Krusty coaching and a contender's team. The counterattack there from Finn, they used the Kitsune ult just as they saw Mateball, and only Mateball overextend, knowing, oh, we can get a pick off the back of this. On the other side, Hanbei, the Kitsune rush, was actually used as an engagement with San Francisco Shock not having committed at all, so they can easily disengage.
EMP hits Infected and Pummy. Magic Mateball responds with the sound barrier. A Shock just stack on the cart. Now that things have settled a little bit, they go through the bar side to come back around as Infected split them up even more with the mines. He heads back to safety. Shock head to the high ground. Maybe looking for a Sound Bear engage if they need it for tempo. Trick Room are just out of ultimates, so it's Shock that really have control of this, and if they can head towards point B, it'll be off of a fight win. And they've hunted down Pummy somehow, didn't have a chance to translocate, maybe hacked, I'm not sure. But maybe Shock not even needing to use ultimates, Boat is forced to use recall. Will have to just drift away as Trick Room are just barely anchoring this cart and stopping its progression. But Shock are lost and losing a lot of time on hunting down these last few targets and not using any ultimates because it's a one fight, it's just a stalled one.
Shock have lost for high ground as well. Quick reposition here from a backline should give him a touch more safety. And now Max can actually control the zone around the cart as well, using the self-destruct. And it might come down to either Pummy having a long contest before a TP out to make sure that the cart doesn't get to the end.
Kitsune rush from the defense. Trick Room was trying to sustain through it. Self-destruct, EMP, and more from the Shock to finish this off. Almost getting the hack on the Boat to stop the blinks, and that'll be all she wrote for the Shock. Max even back in the mech is good too, so no momentum lost.
Yeah, fairly cheap there as well for San Francisco Shock, keeping hold of a self-destruct. I think Max wanted to use it and actually got hacked out of the boosters he was going to use to launch it into the air. Trick Room now, they need to leverage their high grounds in order to get some early poke out, force some resources from Shock, whether that's some of the defense matrix or a couple of blinks from Proper to get into cover before they move in onto a more vulnerable target, in this case probably Vindame. Ideally maybe also you can make Finn use his teleport before the fight.
90 seconds for the Shock. Just trying to see if they can collapse on Infected, but Hammond just has so much health, so much mobility, and Infected is so good at getting in and out. Force out the Sound Bear of Vindime. A Shock re-engage in, but just trying to hunt down these kills is quite difficult. At least the Sound Bear forced Trick Room back to the end of point C.
Max has got good control over cart here, and good brawling against the Wrecking Ball as well. However, there's a punish. Oh my goodness, they really want to infect him. They force out the Suzy. It's going to create an opening for Proper with the Pulse. Wait, did Boat just stick Proper?
Wow.
Crazy.
Someone's gonna have to screenshot that and put it on Twitter. You don't do that to the MVP. I've already seen some screenshots of the take your time to. Pretty funny. 45 seconds for the Shock. And they got all the weapons they need in their arsenal to get this done. Just finishing off the kills, and that's one of them. A big pick on the Hanbei. Takes a headshot from Finn. EMP, back and forth. Infected heads back. Magic Maple hacked and trying to be denied and staggered off of the sound barrier as Shock stack the car and see if they can cap before Trick Room can get a good fight going.
I ain't gonna lie, that one was kind of down to Hanbei feeding his brains out, but that's okay. We've come to expect the excellence from Hanbei. You get messed up now and then. Good re-engagement here with the sound barrier, grabs everybody.
Yeah, Shock's win con was definitely trying to take the initiative before Trick Room got set up with the sound barrier Kitsune rush. Max self-destruct makes a bit of space as you need presence on the card. It's overtime for the Shock and they've lost Heesang. They head towards the back line. Looks like Max is about to get demacked. He got surrounded going in too deep and manages to keep the mech, but just barely. And it will be just Proper keeping the cart stalled out. Sound barrier from Vindime keeps the fight extended for the Shock, but the respawn advantage is so big for Trick Room, and Shock stepped off the cart and they weren't able to cap.
Respawn advantage worked well. Meatball, come on, man. I think you're thinking. Oh, I love Trick Room. A bunch of jokers and goats on this team. Hashtag read the room, I believe they have. And, well, just working well with the respawns here. And good cart contest, the opposite of Shock in this case. I think that it honestly is just a little bit of trolling on their side. Obviously, it's very hard to contest the cart when it's covered in a minefield. But now is the real test of Trick Room, because some might say that defending Hollywood's fairly easy. You get good access to high ground, you've got some excellent angles from your default defensive positions, and attacking it can be a little bit of a nightmare, especially when you have to try and path through multiple angles to even get on top of squishies and take a huge amount of poke while you're doing so. Max seems a little bit indecisive at the moment about what to play, and hey, you know what? We'll figure out the comps on the fly. Sometimes you just need to do that. Is a little bit of lacking of touching the cart. Those mines scary, Lemon.
I think Max maybe thought he was, and Vindime thought Max was, and miscomm there at the end. Where that was a really back and forth fight where Trick Room had the upper hand. They started with the Barrier Kitsune rush. Just lack of focus fire. When you see nobody dying for a long time, yeah, you want to give credit to the supports, but it's also a focus fire problem in this game. So just kind of initial Widow swap to get any picks while Shock present themselves at the front, and back to what Trick Room are best at.
Trick Room returning to... I'm concerned about Pummy's angles here, to be honest. Like, getting some poke on the Ramatra is not going to be easy. How do you buy this space for Hanbei and Pummy is the question. Infected's probably going to have to do it. Maybe Boat is going to have to take a huge amount of this space as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Pummy getting double pocketed while Coach gunning up onto the high ground just to try and force San Francisco Shock out of these spam angles.
Yeah, Pummy just putting some poke in, and behind them is Heesang. Must be very, very careful in how he approaches this, but he's got the assistance of Max and the rest of the team. They've confirmed at least the kill on the Hanbei, but the backlines are getting traded, and Finn is gone from the equation, and Trick Room have done enough to make this a swift point cap.
I thought San Francisco Shock might have had that one in hand when Max actually got the drop on the more fragile backline of Trick Room. But still, it came down to a brawl in the bar, and Finn kind of isolated himself by going down into the low ground to pick up the Mega Health Pack, and then no one could really help him there. San Francisco Shock going to have Max swap over onto the D.Va. Easier transitions between verticalities with the boosters, and that means that there's a lot more variability in where the peel can occur. Ideally, you want to be shutting down Boat's Pulse Bomb here, but it's going to be fairly telegraphed anyway due to having to go up one of the elevators to actually attach it to a valuable target.
Pummy seems to like playing this low ground, which makes him in sight line of Heesang, but also his own supports. Trick Room can play under these roofs too if they want to avoid anti-grenades like that, because I think if Max would have realized that earlier, he would have wanted to dive onto Pummy to confirm that kill. Amplification Matrix pretty far forward, isn't going to find really any value besides maybe push Proper back, who's on this high ground above. Now the Nano onto the D.Va to just run down this DPS. Max gets rid of the immortality, focuses down Magic 8 Ball, but the Suzu from Hanbei saves the backline as Infected re-emerges to peel. And Max heads back before needing to use the self-destruct to get back into Mac.
This is a Boat was caught on the flank as well by Vindime, and it's super important that your Lucio is able to actually take those doors confidently against a Tracer. Otherwise, it requires a huge amount more attention from Proper, and then Infected stops taking as much damage.
Looks like the high ground is being looked at by Trick Room, as they were hoping maybe Bob was going to push the cart, but that was off target. Gets slept anyway by Finn. Self-destruct, just to get Max back into mech. Above is Proper with a Deadeye too. If Trick Room commit to just an open position, this Deadeye could find a pick, but a little bit tough too with the Suzus. As the first couple of picks from the high ground, they get so Shock can just puppeteer this entire fight. Proper's looking real good on the Cassidy too.
Oh yeah, Proper on the high ground is a threat that can't be ignored, but the thing is, when you're pathing to try and deal with it, that's when the rest of San Francisco Shock can really dig their teeth in. That's where Max and Heesang can start to find stragglers, pick them apart. You kind of hunt like hyenas. You look for the weak one in the pack, and in this case, it was Boat who was falling far too low and actually making an engagement that was well out of time with his team. Neither Hanbei nor Maple had any means of actually pocketing Boat on that angle, so a little bit of a timing issue here from Trick Room.
Timing issue, at least not in the time bank. He's still got 3 minutes to get to point B. This Trick Room really got to focus this high ground, not give too much freedom to Proper. Although range on Cassie is still suffer. That's why he starts on that first high ground. He's been nanoed. I wonder if they were worried about this Infected dive. You got the Kitsune rush. That's what you really got to worry about. This Hanbei and Trick Room just commit to warding them Shock off of these buildings. And they have presence on the card, so that's being pushed along. Just making sure that whoever's down there is safe, but Max reemerges, able to get some contest here in bar. That was the shelter of the Shock, who used the sound mirror to re-engage outwards. As Infected just tosses them around in positions they're not comfortable in, and Finn gets found through the flock. And Trick Room just have to finish off the fight on their terms, especially while Finn is missing. There's just not going to be a ton of heals with just a Lucio. A Shock will just have to depend on killing things faster, and having the high ground sure helps with that.
Oh, proper knocked off by Infected, and the EMP just catches him with a tail end. Gets rid of a big DPS threat. And now Shock. They are going to be a couple of stragglers who are hitting around, and Boat needs to make sure that he continues to fight Hisang in the zone of control of Hanbei, so that it is at least a somewhat fair... No way, Hanbei gets the 1v2. A cut from Pummy, managing to get the hack is super important, and Max is already demeched.
Just really great stall from Shock that it's, you know, it was about 3 minutes for Trick Room, and they cap with 1 minute left. Now, of course, more time being added on. But the win condition is there, right? The box of victory at the end after Shock's C9, sort of. Trick Room have a chance to send us into map 3.
What an achievement that would be, even if it's not a series win. A map 3 from Trick Room, not even the top seed coming out of North America going up against San Francisco Shock would be huge for them. Boat, oh, he's cooking up a pulse bomb over here, but you need to get the groundwork done to get that Suzu out of the way.
Boat's been discovered. Even Kiriko's kind of a sketchy hero to want to duel against, and he finds somebody. I thought that stuck, but maybe a Suzu came out. It was off screen if it did. Either way, Proper had to drop, and he's around the corner. Kitsune rush. Trick Room want to collapse on these targets. They've isolated Proper. Great first pick, 5v4. Trick Room don't have any other ultimates, though, besides a Sound Bear. Magic Meatball needs to play his life. Shock have way more tools in their arsenal, too. A self-destruct alone could catch Trick Room off guard without a shield to protect them. They got to play cover, and they have to play smart. With 90 seconds left, too. Trick Room just couldn't do much with that 5v4, needing to head back. It's back to the drawing board as they wait for the Kitsune rush of Finn.
Shock, though, have plenty of resources to try and hold on here in the last minute. 4 ultimates almost ready to go. Boat forced to recall. The same for Hisang, but Finn is the full stop on this duel.
Still waiting for just any ultimates from the Shock, but they know that they have to play time too. There's still a minute left and anything can happen. And they conserve most of that and just play smart, play slow, and play for picks. And it works out for Shock, and it's a very cheap fight.
Hold up, we've got ourselves a little bit of a shenanigan here from Trick Rooms. Doing a heckin' mischief, picking up the Reinhardt, trying to find a brawl on the cart where Shock can't meet them toe-to-toe. The Reinhardt's so much better. The May's going to be able to control anyone who dares to come near. This needs to be a massive pulse bomb from Hisang.
The Deadeye from Pummy just to zone off the high ground, get as much cart push as possible. And Bo gets a random headshot onto Hisang. Wasn't expecting that. Such a small hitbox. Self-destruct from Max. Trick Room are okay for now. Last 14 seconds. It's do or die. Magic Meatball Soundbear is warded away and Infected is gone. You don't have a front line, but you do have firepower. And it's Pummy working together with Boat. On the flank there is Shock. Proper goes down. Pummy's gonna screenshot that one too. Max tries to matrix some of the lethality coming from Pummy. And Shock just have to play for respawns. They're much, much closer. As the Blizzard from Boat, he had to sacrifice his life forward. A few more meters to go, and Trick Room have done it! They've taken a map against the Shock.
Not again! Not again! Twice in the set. Damn, man, with 3 people alive as well. Oh, pain! It's quite upsetting, actually.
I could tell in the tone in your voice. Let's look at the highlights though, because this was close. I mean, the overtime push at the end. And Infected, we got to see the ball and just how much he really did survive and was just a thorn in Shock's side at all times.
Yeah, it just so much annoyance coming through on Shock and just trying to mess with their plans was super important because obviously this is a team that's in the early throes of their season. They're building up their strat book still with the inclusion of so many new players. So often your plans are a little bit more concrete. You're trying to very much follow like a set play to make your engagement happen. It's a little bit less avant-garde that you get from a team that's just kind of felt each other out and they do things instinctively without having to clarify every single decision. You add some annoyance into that, a couple of weird thoughts here, and they're like, oh, where's Pummy? Where's Infected coming from? And suddenly the comms can start to break down a little bit, and the objective can fall through the cracks sometimes. But what I really enjoyed there from Trick Room was the little mischief to come out on the Reinhardt and really force a fight on Cart, using things like their Deadeye to give that Cart a little bit of push forward that couldn't be contested, and that forced to have that cycle contest. And when you're cycle contesting for about a minute and a half, eventually something's going to fall through the cracks. Nobody's perfect.
And Shock, not perfect. And, you know, there's all these expectations for them and how they're going to develop these rookies. And this is the only start of their journey, as this is only the middle of the series. We'll still have map 3 on the other side of this. Will Shock have better luck this time around on push? We'll find out after this. Going into map 3 push on the menu next, and it'll be Shock's choice of map. Their second time today that they're in a map 3 scenario. Starting off Pro-Am 0-2 would be not on the bingo card, to say the least, although a contender's win would be appreciated by the community too. But Shock can also end this out in style after some kind of uncharacteristic mispositions there on Hollywood.
Yeah, a couple of uncharacteristic plays, and you know what? Trick Room, credits to them, they came out with some surprise punches. They got a couple psycho punches in, but now San Francisco Shock, I believe this pick is enough shenanigans, enough mischief, enough goofiness. We're gonna bring out the proper Sojourn, and you are going to bow to the masters. The question is, what kind of tank line do they play with this, and how does the dynamic evolve here? Max is still in, so I'm somewhat expecting to see maybe the Ramatra in order to just give Proper a little bit more room to work with. But but also how do you create the angles for Proper to try and take advantage of? Because as we saw previously from Proper Sojourn, San Francisco Shock do have occasionally they make an ego dive, let's put it that way. They're like, we're good enough to just run in there and mechanics this. So why don't we just run in?
Well, at least there's some tape out there about what contenders Trick Room Lamau have run before, and they faced they went on this map against the Saints in the grand final. They ended up losing, but the composition that they had preferred, and this is their choice of map, or a Shock's choice of map, is that Infected and Friends really liked the May Brawl at the time. But since it didn't go so well, I think it was like 110 meters to 60, Trick Room have to dive deep into their strategy book, and I like the Hammond dive much better.
Okay, once again, we're talking about poke here from San Francisco Shock, making sure Trick Room can't make an engagement happen with full HP. That's a win condition, because if you can manage to poke them down, then Max will slow them with the E. And of course, control of the bot here is going to be much easier for Max.
Just an initial pile drive, a Shock take cover in the corridor. As Bo maybe wanted to get in there, up close and personal, just gets rando picked. And you just got to be so careful how you engage into the Shock if they're going to be stacked up like this. Random poke, it's going to get you, as Shock will get some initial push in.
Amazing use of the alcove as well. The right angle that leads into where the mini pack is allows you to easily avoid Infected's engage by utilizing the corner for cover. And this means that Max has a good amount of safety to work with. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. 3 people just rolled in onto Heesang and took him out. Now your off-angle control is absolutely cooked.
Oh, and Vindime got hunted down by a Lucio of all things. Like, the fact that Magic Maple is assisting Boat's rotations in there was pretty clean. And Shock didn't know who to focus on. They were getting attacked from all angles. Either way, Shock got 25 meters, and yeah, losing Heesang early, definitely not ideal.
Trick Room now have unlocked a secret though. If they can exploit opportunities of Heesang being out of support LOS, trying to scout for Boat, they can actually spring a very quick 3v1 on him by having a Sombra uncloak and have your Kiriko TP in. And if you can 3v1 Heesang, then you can set up a fantastic fight afterwards with full control of off angles.
Yeah, good Suzu just to make sure Proper's okay during the Infected dive. Mines laid just right near the bot, just to buy some space there, maybe disrupt what Shock are up to, and the hack and the assassination on the Heesang as Trick Room are up in this fight, but they got a bigger problem. It's the annihilation of Max. He has to stay within range of somebody to benefit from it, so that quickly went away.
Yeah, excellent split there from Trick Room, just deciding, you know what, no, don't want to deal with this today. 10 HP from Boat, but still Proper dies.
That's a good start for Trick Room. We still have EMP. Pulse Bomb finishes off Vindime. And with missing a lot of heals, I think Finn should be able to pull through if he can still stay alive. Just not being the case, not in contact with the rest of his team. So Shock will lose control of the bot as Trick Room want to match the score.
Cars, outdated. Planes, overrated. Long have we waited. The boats have been activated and we're sailing on a sea of some excellent off-angle control here. We keep talking about it because it's just so important. ICMP. Good Suzu keeps Proper alive.
And Nano onto Max to just hunt down these mobile heroes of Trick Room that's just having a hard time knowing who to bully and just being in range of somebody. As the counter dive started while Max was searching for targets, and Infected pounced on Finn. And I think Vindime is next. He's hacked up, and Pummy is just harassing them. The bot got escorted forward too by the Shock, so despite their backline being in trouble, the front just is trucking along.
They are indeed just trucking along. And Max here might be able to get some good peel. Soon gonna run out of the... Oh, what beautiful play. Vindime might save himself.
Yeah, Max, I like the diva, like I've mentioned already on Hollywood, just having so much mobility to chase people down, but locking people down is a whole other scenario. Infected just pile drives the back. Kitsune rush from Finn. Isn't enough firepower to get picks on the Trick Room though. Shock still looking for anything, and Heesang gets picked yet again, and Proper is next. The coordination from Trick Room's dives is disgusting. They're one of the favorite Hammond teams coming out of contenders, and they're proving us right.
And honestly, they are one of the favorite Hammond teams coming out of the Pro-Am, but where they really shone as well was being able to win in those Reinhardt and Ramattra mirrors. I am so surprised that in a Tracer versus Tracer kind of matchup with the Wrecking Ball that you described them as being so famous for, they're able to keep track of Hisang, a multiple-time Contenders career champion, with flying colors. They get the lead and they simply leave. Now they can set up their own dive onto Proper, forcing out so much for Suzu was used there too.
Oh, you force the position of Proper, you land the EMP after, and Trick Room follow up perfectly with each other. Besides losing Pummy, who just couldn't translocate back, and a self-destruct, I doubt you. Okay, he gets back in the mech, and now you're just giving more ult charge, and Max might be staggering himself even more, not having the range to get back to his staircase, and you hope that Finn is not going to teleport to Max. Just now, Max is able to conserve the mech, so that was gonna be a problem if he didn't. And Trick Room have taken now a sizable lead, and they're looking to get that second checkpoint.
Nicely there from Max, so we'll at least get rid of one major threat, but still Hisang needs to be accounted for here. Boats all on top of the Sombra, and Magic Mateballs come in as well. The coordination is sublime, Lemon, and now Vindame's gone too.
And Vindime just nanoed Max there, who wasn't able to make a big splash. It's Max just playing cat and mouse, but that mouse is in nitro mode. You just cannot catch up to anything that Trick Room. Mega Mouse. Now there's the Kitsune rushes from both sides. Bridge control given up. Back to the cart we go. Trick Room are only down by one, and now no supports at all. Proper is on the hero we know and love. And man, does he look good on it. And at the moment, they needed to the most, especially because Trick Room with almost the checkpoint and 60 meters plus, that was going to start getting out of hand.
It was incredibly important, exactly, Lemon, to deny that forward spawn in particular. Trick Room, they have to wait for Boat to respawn before they can effectively stage a dive. The rest of this is going to be about what we saw on Proper earlier, getting rid of the positions where Proper wants to play and trying to lay some groundwork for the dives, just like this.
EMP. Shock seem okay for now, though, as Pummy has to translocate out. Meanwhile, Hisang is dealing with Infected. Looks like Pummy's in a duel. Just there's everyone from Trick Room is taking trickle damage, and Shock just can't get any finishing blows, but they are getting progress. They've lost, Trick Room have lost Boat as Shock head for the bridge to see if they can access Magic Mateball to remove his ability to use the sound barrier, as Trick Room are now getting staggered and they're at the back of their spawn room doors, and Shock are pretty close to tying things up.
Yeah, we're seeing slight panics here from Trick Room at the moment. Nice EMP to try and secure the lead, and I think it's going to work out.
For now, though, but Magic Mateball uses sound barriers, so Trick Room seem healthy. They got presence on the cart. Max is about to get DMAC too. Actually conserves it, uses the self-destruct. And he's able to randomly catch Boat too. Just did not see that coming. Might have thought the bomb was going to go on top of the bridge. And officially, Shock have taken the lead.
Sky High Bomb right there, yeah. Gets a fast one on Boat, who never saw it coming down from the sky. San Francisco Shock, every meter after this is a bonus. A quick engagement's in their interest.
Sound Wave from Vindime wasn't enough to save Max, but isn't enough for Shock to get the trading blows. Proper is doing his best to hunt down Hanbei, who teleports to Infected, and Proper still breaks all of their ankles and removes both supports, I believe. But it's not enough. Trick Room still have 3 alive, but Shock have the lead, so it's fine.
Lag, says Hanbei. What do the LA Gladiators have to do with this series, huh? The Kitsune rush from Finn here is going to be super important. I want to see it used in response to a fully committed dive from Trick Room where they cannot disengage. Force them to fight in the Kitsune rush, because that's where Max is going to have the advantage due to the immense rate of fire of Edema.
Oh, EMP from Pummy. Shock just fall apart, but might be okay just giving up this fight as long as Trick Room use ultimates to do so you have less problems in the future. As Trick Room advance with 1 minute and 8 left, they have a chance to take back the lead. I think this is going to be a question of meters of how this map 3 in this best of 3 is going to end.
Uncomfortably close in Trick Room versus Shock right now. Hisang still can put this to bed with a well-placed EMP. Ideally, you want to force out the Suzu beforehand like we saw, and there's a good TP.
There's the TP Kitsune rush from Hanbei. This is a big fight for Trick Room. They can't afford to lose this. But an EMP from Heesang came late. And Bode is doing his best to match what Proper has been able to do thus far. And the synergy of Trick Room is what really paid off at the end. And they pushed through to the checkpoint. They're 0.2 meters away from taking the lead. And the Riz Academy boys of Trick Room, yes, that was their former team's name. I'm not just complimenting them. They've now officially taken the lead with 12 seconds left against the MVPs of the Shock. And yeah, the supports of Trick Room under a lot of fire, but Shock have to fight their way all the way back to scoop this past. And at least Shock will give themselves a chance. It is overtime though, and they got a few more fights to go.
Enough games, yeah, 2 fights in a row I think here with Trick Room all getting forward spawns for this first one is going to be a pretty quick engage. What you want to do is try and force San Francisco Shock to use as many ults as possible to win this fight out, but at the same time you're risking Heesang getting access to that EMP, so Pummy is going to have to be the one to make a judgment call. He's going to get EMP first, but do you invest in this fight?
This is the fight to win or lose them all. Sound barrier from Magic Mate Ball. Bode is hacked. And Vindime's barrier doesn't get pulled off. The self-destruct Max is able to get back into mech, but there's no supports to help him. The Shock have been decimated. Trick Room pull off an upset of a lifetime, and the first contenders win on broadcast and in the Pro-Am happens against one of the best teams. What a map 3 by Trick Room.
The first contenders team that we saw, and they've defeated the San Francisco Shock. You called them Riz Academy. When we over here, I'm going to call them Riz Graduates because maybe I'm swooning. Absolutely beautiful play. The Ajax on Vindime as well, killing him during that sand barrier. Mateball forced it out. It was such a good calculation from Trick Room. If we force this in using the barrier, they know that they can't disengage from the bot. So what they have to do is they have to stay there, and they have to stay there by using their own sand barrier. So they pre-aim Vindame and take him out during the cast. Absolutely sublime.
Wow, I know Twitter's gonna be on fire today. Everyone's been cheering for the underdogs of Trick Room, it feels like, because, you know, when you're just on top for so long, it feels like everyone was cheering against the Shock at that moment. A lot of fans had high expectations for them, and to start the day off 0-2 is insane. And you could maybe blame Bad Pachibari for something prediction. Maybe he cursed it. It's the only thing that can explain this, right? But a big congratulations to Trick Room. Like I said at the start of the series, it was about how no one had big expectations for them, even coming into the Pro-Am qualifiers. And they were runner-ups behind the Saints. And now with this win over Shock, they have the potential to make it out of this group.
They definitely have a potential to make it out of this group, and Shock's potential to make it out of this group themselves is heavily in question. The best that they can do right now is going to be a 2-2, and who knows if that's going to be enough in such a stacked group.
Well, jump in who? Because your player of the match is one of the most hyped up Hammonds coming into the Pro-Am. Your player of the match is Infected, where it started off with a lot of Reinhardt, and man, he suffered a bit on Antarctica, not gonna lie, but they found some success on sub-level as one of the easier brawl maps to go, and he truly shined when they went to their map pick of Hollywood, I believe, and dominated the high ground. His survivability was unmatched, and the way that they coordinated around him. We said Riz Academy because a lot of these players came from that team and have been together for a while, and you saw the coordination behind Infected. The most scuffed picture I could find on Google, guys. But his presence was known on the field, and I was a big fan of his play.
Big 240p chat. In fact, he's also one of the youngest players that we have in contenders as well. I think he's 15, 16, maybe 17. It's been a while since we've cast Infected, but he's been playing essentially since he was a fetus. I think that he was practically a zygote when we first cast him, Lemon, all those years ago. And well, he has matured super well. However, the analytical takes on this series maybe haven't matured as well, and we're going to have our desk's take on it after a break.
welcome back to Game Break. Wow. Yeah, what can we say? I think it's a great day of Overwatch so far. This has got to be so very exciting, not just for the team, but also for everyone watching, because heading into the Prem, I think there were a lot of loud voices out there who just said that, you know, Contenders teams are not going to stand a chance against some of those out teams, and certainly San Francisco Shock, such a huge franchise, although they are coming into this with quite a rookie roster. We didn't expect them to go down like this. Not the best first day from them, but let's break it down. How did Trick Room get it done?
Well, honestly, I think they just played better. Like, you can make as many excuses, and people are on the internet. They're gonna make as many excuses of ping, all that type of stuff. Yeah, it's all a factor, but at the end of the day, Trick Room were the better team. They had a great coordination, infected on that wrecking ball, creating so much space. I think everyone did a great job doing their role on Trick Room, and they absolutely deserved this win. Even on, you know, the Antarctic map, they were competitive. They went back and forth. You can't take this away from these guys, and I hope they're super excited, because I'm sure this means a lot to them as players.
Absolutely. Hey, Danny, we can't hear you, but I can guess what you're saying. Okay, I'm gonna guess what he did say. He wanted to say.
That's what I heard.
It feels like that's what I
proper
read.
Being good. It's actually the opposite. I'm gonna go really quick. I was just, you know, they played 2 games today and they lost both of them, and which they honestly, just if you're looking at them on paper, they shouldn't have lost. And you know, I'm just a little bit worried going forward. They are going to be playing more games, and if this continues, you know, things are not looking good for the San Francisco Shock team.
I'm going to be very interested to see. Go ahead,
if you
Scott.
wouldn't
Please follow up.
I would like to follow up, because it's kind of interesting, the look that we got from the San Francisco Shock. You take ping out of the equation and mechanics and all that kind of stuff. It's very interesting to see Max play this entire series. In a situation in which they were losing to the Wrecking Ball, we could have seen that mirror. Like, it made sense when he came in to play the Ramatra on the first map. But as the series went on, I'm surprised that they stuck with it. They didn't seem to have any clear-cut idea of how they wanted to play this match. You know, Hollywood, they spent an entire minute at the beginning of their attack going back and forth, deciding what they wanted to use to counter. So honestly, to me, it just felt like Shock weren't prepared for what Trick Room would bring, or weren't prepared to know what they wanted to play.
Yeah, I think Junbin, I mean, yeah, I don't see a real reason for not playing him and having Max in the mix there, but I'm sure they will have their reasons. They will just remain a mystery to us as we don't get to talk to them. But for now, let's take a look at some Pommy highlights. One of the DPS players from that squad. Who impressed you the most on this team?
It could be anyone.
For me, it was,
a great
of course,
match,
Pommy.
especially on the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Infected. And I like Boat. I think Boat's a great name.
Sounded like everyone. Well, we do have Pommy joining us now. So first and foremost, Pommy, congrats to you and your team. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm really excited to be here, and you know, what a crazy match.
Crazy indeed. Well, walk us through what the comms were like. That winning moment against the San Francisco Shock, that must have been bonkers.
Yeah, you know, push goes really fast, and I think that was like one of the shorter push maps. Like, both teams just got over the capping point, so you get so involved in going back and forth, and before you know it, there's 2 minutes left, and then before you know it, you're on last fight, and we're calling, you know, we're calling things really fast and trying to stay focused, but it's really hard, and I'm happy we were able to stick together and pull out the win.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with a question.
It was so fun to you guys. Yeah.
I want to follow you up on it, because what was your expectation heading into this match? Obviously, San Francisco Shock, runner-ups last year, they have great players. You know, even though they're rookies, they have great players. Was your expectations you had that confidence to win, or was it just as the match went on, you started to believe a little bit more?
No, we all knew we could win. We know how we saw the match before when the San Francisco played. We knew some of the stuff they were going to show, but they bested us on the rush, so we decided to take it to like more the Sombra Tracer dive. But we had full confidence, you know. We've been practicing really hard like the last 4 months, so I'm glad to see it all pay off.
Yeah. And honestly, just watching this match for me, I think you guys are a very like fun team to watch, and I think it was Hollywood where I saw you guys poking fun at the San Francisco Shock as well. So I just want to ask you, like, what makes Trick Room, and like what makes you guys unique compared to any other teams?
I think it's most important to have fun with it. You know, we came in, we're like, let's just have fun, you know, and we're a group of guys. We love being together. We've been working really hard. Even in the qualifiers, like people didn't even expect us to qualify, let alone get second in that, and then now upset the Shock. What a crazy sentence that is, right? So
what a great story that is. We can't wait to see more from you. I do want to give you the last words, though. Anything you want to say to your fans and the people supporting your team?
yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's watching us and supporting us. Some of my friends at home, the people online. And, you know, people call me the Somber of St. Louis, but I think it's time to call me the Somber of the world.
True,
Damn,
true.
yeah, we
Let's
love
go.
it. Bobby, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next few games. Can't wait to see more from you and the squad. What a great upset. What a fantastic game. What a well-deserved victory that was. I hope to see more of that because, quite frankly, we do have another one coming your way. Another contenders team will face off against one of our OWL teams. So let's break that down very quickly. Timeless, they placed 4th in the NA qualifiers, and they will be facing off against the Vancouver Titans. Doable?
Wait, I believe in anything at this point. Everything I had coming into this tournament is out the window. If Trick Room can beat the San Francisco Shock and they can look that good doing it, I believe Timeless can take down the Vancouver Titans. Anyone can beat anyone, and that's what's going to be exciting about this Pro-Am. Even for Trick Room, job's not done. You got to keep winning more matches. You got to make it out of groups, and then you got to beat everyone else as well. So. We're talking about Timeless, though. This is an interesting team. This is, as you said, Zoe, coming 4th in the contenders region. They have a couple of names you should be able to recognize. Wub, obviously, was with the Paris Eternal last year, but a lot of these guys have been around the scene for a real long time. Big shouts to Kuffa, my Australian brethren. So I'm excited to see how these guys can do against the caliber of the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the Vancouver Titans squad. Yeah, Danny, walk us through.
It's doable. I think this is gonna be a close match. I mean, we're seeing a lot of familiar faces from Vancouver Titans as well. Punk, who was on the Boston Uprising, and he was really good. He's on the Vancouver Titans now, alongside with Crimzo and Faith and everyone else, as well as Fire, as well as returning to the Vancouver Titans. I think this is gonna be a really good match. I think it's gonna be close. What do you guys think?
Oh, I hope it's going to be close. And I'm super excited to see Sugar Free here as well in the mix and how he's going to match with the rest of his team. As we talked about in the pre-show, Sugar Free was one of those youngsters who people had an eye on for like forever. I feel like we saw him growing up essentially. Like he was a baby when he started Overwatch, right? So it's gonna be so exciting. I love that it only took one single contenders team to defeat an OWL team for you guys to throw everything out of the window and just be like everything is doable now.
It only takes one. It only takes one. And, you know, we always talk about how these OWL players are the best in the world, but contenders, especially at the very top end, what we're seeing here in the Pro-Am, they're just nipping at the heels of these Overwatch League teams, and any given day, they can play well. Most of the people on this team right here came from North American contenders as well. The Vancouver Titans, only with 5 players, though, it's going to be interesting to see their flexibility in this match.
Exactly, and I take a good look at your screens right now. Lovely color schemes going on for the Vancouver Titans. Team support bundles are on sale until April the 11th. Get Sigma, Doomfist, Ramatra, and a fancy weapon charm in your favorite team skins, all for just 350 league tokens. Which team's team bundle are you gonna cup? And why is it Spark, as always? It's just the colors, man. I can't help it.
Honestly, Vegas and
that pink
colors. I've been liking the.
They're pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Branding a little bit. I mess with it. It's fun.
I honestly like the Valiant colors. Honestly, personally.
Those are.
No, you can.
All right. Casto's feeling some sort of ways about this. But don't worry, I save you. Bring in some reinforcements here. We have our casters ready for this next series. We threw everything out of the window. And that's why we bring in Matt, Mr. X, Morello. He will be casting this series together with Costa, who can just do it all. What a talented young man.
Yeah.
But
we got
Matt,
a great deal on Costa.
Let's hear it from you. Matt, I do need to hear it from you too. After this upset, is everything possible is this the state we're in now?
Yeah, I mean, look, everything is possible to a point, but I'd also would remind people like the Titans, like this team, we actually were pretty hype on them coming in. Like they have a bunch of new players, and then all of a sudden now that one game happens and we've just thrown that completely out the window.
That's kind of what we do. Immediately scrap all notes, just toss it out.
Flip flop, drop of a hat.
Yeah.
That's
Scott
we
realized
are
that
criminals.
we was
This one, and we
Australian
go
during
back.
it. And
Well,
he felt
I
bad
realized
turning his
that
back.
we have a tank v tank Australian matchup here, and I got conflicted, and now I'm like not sure who I want to cheer for. So I guess we're gonna have to decide what happens in the server.
That's right, and that's gonna go down in just a few seconds. So Costa, Matt, take it away.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of break from talking, Scott, as you've been talking all day.
Thanks,
as our
I'm looking
first
forward to
map
this.
here. Yeah, as our first map here will be Ilios. I saw Liz say that she had have thought that we would be a duo that would slip up, but no, not us. We're gonna be great
not
today.
We're professionals.
But it'll be Ilios here, map number 1 here in the set. Do you think we see anything different other than like kind of the variations of Rush we've been seeing here today?
I don't expect to see the Vancouver Titans lean into that style of playing. From looking at, they have Punk as their only tank. He's going to want to be playing that Diva. We've seen that Winston. And from some of the scrims that we've seen from the Vancouver Titans, that's the style they want to play, allowing, Sugar Free to play that Tracer, and a Spy to play that hit scan. But on the other hand, Timeless, they are known for playing those brawl compositions. They will try and make that composition work wherever they can. But from the looks of it here, we're going over to Ilios Ruins. There is a pause. But I don't think that's a very good rush map for the most part.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause. I think we saw remnants of Pummy there with Danny, but we are back here. Look. I think Aspire and Sugar Free, like that should be like a pretty sick DPS combo. I think in this tournament, and then even as we move into the league. And I know on the other side for Timeless, a DPS player that people probably would recognize is Wub, previously on the Paris Eternal, right now is the Vegas Eternal. I think he would be really fair to say that like he struggled kind of like finding his way within the Overwatch League, but I think that also is a really rough Eternal situation where we'll see how he we know he can play against this competition, right? We've seen it before. We'll see how he does it here today.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point of like, we heard it actually just from Pummy from their win. The contenders teams, they've been practicing for this moment for months, while some of these Overwatch League teams, especially if, visa issues or travel, they haven't had as much lead up time into this tournament. So Timeless should feel comfortable in knowing what they want to play, where they want to play it. And looking at it right now, I said Ruins isn't going to be a good brawl map, so we're actually going to see them go over to our Playoffs 2022 composition right now with the Winston, Lucio, and the Kiriko trying to up the tempo.
Yeah, a little bit of a interesting switch up here from Timeless as Titans still some opportunity to make some changes here. Looks like potentially see the Wrecking Ball set up. So Punk, as a lot of you may not know or may not know, is historically an off-tank player. Really played well towards the end of the season last year for the Boston Uprising. Now finds himself in the Titans. He'll be on the Wrecking Ball. Just going to roll on through there. Just get in position to try and execute something. But look at this. Timeless. They see him get in position. They know this is their time to go. It's a nice boot by Neptune. Try and knock him out of the way. And Wub's going to find that first pick.
Yeah, you see Punks just sort of roll past them and trying to be a bit of bait, but, Timeless just say, okay, we'll just dive your front line. They get a good first number of picks, but maybe overextending just a little bit too much, losing a couple of picks, and this should enable the Vancouver Titans to come back to the point and capture this first point. But with this Tracer Stombra as well, they're going to need to be a lot more proactive with this composition against Timeless.
Yeah, it feels like the tank here for Titans, right? When you have that Winston, you're really kind of like diving around it. When you have the ball, it's really about that disruption, right? You can be separated as a team and then try and collapse on a pick. It's a nice pile driver there by Punk as everybody from Timeless trying to make their way towards that point. On the left side is, looks like Fate going to get him and Crimzo out of the way as there's not a ton of healing needed, right? You can play a lot off these health packs. They don't want to be easy dive targets, but that's going to be Neptune's taking Inspire, so you lose your Sombra here. So that's going to be rough, and that's going to allow Timeless to take the point.
Yeah, Flip comes through, and you can see the Titans tried to do that dive as Timeless was going down the left side. It didn't really accomplish anything, so, you know, the Timeless just full steam ahead, get onto the back line. Crimzo goes down, and from there, they just don't have the heals to be able to contest the point. But now we got ultimates coming up. Spy is only at 50% EMP charge. That's how little effectiveness he's had so far in this map. But Sugar Free with that pulse bomb, Punk with those mines. How's he going to try and get onto the back line? There's not many good mine targets to choose from.
He drops some mines there as he kind of like gets a pile driver, puts a little bit of them on the high ground, so it's actually going to just force the Sojourn down. Is just a little bit far right there from Doom. This so scary to be the support line for the Titans. I wanted to ask you about that in a second, so we'll get back to it here in a few, but it looks like a sound barrier going to be used here by Timeless as they want to keep fighting this, right? You have the Kitsune Rush used, you have the sound barrier here. That's going to keep everybody alive there for the time being. Kuffa in deep, but he's got Primal Rage to be able to keep himself alive. Winston going to get all charged up. But Scott, to me, this feels like Timeless earned a lot of ultimates towards the end of this fight, which was really a win anyway.
Yeah, but you can't be upset. They have percentage ticking up. As much as it might feel like they're throwing away ultimates to extend this fight, they got, what, a good 30-40% out of that? Yes, you're at a disadvantage now that, you know, Crimzo has that nano, Aspire has that EMP, but you take that. Even if you lose this fight, you're going to get to 99%, and you only need to win one more team fight. And anything can happen when Wub is on that Sojourn and has that overclock. You just need to hit a couple of heads, and Wub has been doing so much work in this offseason trying to get onto top 4.
Oh, it's going to be a nano wrecking ball there onto Punk, onto the high ground. It didn't get a lot of damage there with the pile driver, just maybe using it for some survivability. It looks like Timeless playing a little bit slower there, Scott. Maybe trying to bait out that EMP. They have to know that Aspire has it at this time. So there's going to be the EMP. It's going to connect with 3 players. But it doesn't look like it's going to really result in anything massive. Look at this, Timeless, they're working their way back towards the point. And like you mentioned, they're going to get it to 99. It's going to flip now. But here, I think, is where Timeless, like you mentioned, I think is in a really good spot, right? You know, you're going to get close to that Kitsune Rush. And with how much damage they took, you're going to get even close to, a sound barrier here. You're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, you're going to have answers to whatever Vancouver's Titans try and throw at you, so they just got to play smart about this. The mines goes down from Punk early, just trying to create a little bit of distance, get that time going up. But you can see Punk with a great move onto Neptune, gets him off the map, and that's probably going to force a retreat here out of Timeless because they don't have that sound barrier. Wow, Punk doing a lot of work on Wrecking Ball, a hero that he's not known for at all. He is an off-tank player, if you want to use Overwatch 1 terminology, more known for those Divas and Zayas, but really making a name for it on this Wrecking Ball right now.
Still, I feel like this next fight's going to be difficult to win. Really nice win there for the Titans. Didn't allow them to build up those support ults that fast, but now they actually do have them. So you see Timeless moving in here towards this left-hand side. They got hit with a biotic grenade. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush, and they're going to layer the sound barrier on top of this. They got to find some kills here, but look at this. Everybody from the Titans, they spread. They give up the point for a little bit. Oh, but Wub finds a kill on Aspire. Another kill there from Wub. You mentioned they're kind of going back in time a little bit, playing this Sojourn comp, not with the Reaper this time, but with the Tracer. And Wub getting those early picks there could be the thing that turns this map, as Sugar Free is going to take out Doom. Still the hold here for the Titans is Scott. If they are able to hold this, this would be a huge swing for the Titans. That's both support ults gone from Timeless.
That was crazy. They were able to live just long enough to get their players back to just hold on long enough. And now it's at 97%. Last by territory. Punks have the mines. This is going to zone absolutely everyone out. But Kuffa on that Winston is the one you got to keep your eye on. He has that Primal Rage. He needs to find value. That's a massive biotic grenade onto Timeless, and that's going to slow everything down. But they need to keep touching the point. But Punk's putting on so much pressure, man.
Oh, and he's got the minefield down towards the choke, so they can't exactly go in towards there. You see, just the support's trying to keep each other alive. That's going to be a double kill with a pulse bomb there from Sugar Free. This could be a comeback for the Titans here, as Timeless put up a really good fight on this first point. And it was really that one fight where they had both support ults there and they weren't able to take it out, allow the Titans to sneak back in. So Vancouver, they'll go up 1-0 here on Ilios. And Scott, interesting, at times we saw the Titans, right? They would like move their supports really far back. As a former, support player yourself, right? I don't know what you're playing nowadays. You're still out there as a body on support, but maybe not playing as much.
Yeah, I try.
What is the thought process there when they're trying to like back that far up? Like, what are they trying to prevent? What are they trying to make happen?
you're just trying to create as much time as you can as the backline, right? You're playing Lucio Ana, you know that dive from the Winston Tracer is coming at you. You're just trying to create as much distance to yourself. They're not playing that Kiriko or Lucio, which are very self-sufficient. So they're just trying to create time, give space for Punk to do some damage, right? But now they're actually going to change it up. They're going to go over to the Brig Ana, which will give them a lot more staying power, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for Kuffa and Doom to be able to get on the backline, which is going to be a problem because you got a Spire on the Ashe, a hero that he is good at, that will put out so much damage if you leave him unchecked. So, Timeless, you can see them just sort of posturing here, trying to find a time in which they can get an engage going.
Yeah, and Cassidy has been pretty strong in this tournament and even on live, but I think on this point specifically is it'll be Timeless taking it first. See Aspire take out Doom there with a headshot. I know you get the Ashe set up on the high ground and you can really kind of survey this entire point. It's such a dominant position for the hero. It's almost like works perfectly like in her effective range. You kind of have the Brig there, right? So you can't exactly just dive up onto the high ground. It really just, you know, having that Ashe Brig on a combo just gives such sick high ground opportunities here for the Titans.
Yeah, and you can see Wub just trying to find somebody, anybody to shoot at. Kuffa has taken them off of the high ground, but look at them. They're just continuously backing up, able to find picks. They are going to, oh, never mind, great late contest coming out from Punk, trying to stop that point from flipping over. But with Doom going down, this is going to be a struggle of a fight for them to hold. Even if they do get this cap coming through, it will not be very meaningful. But it's not.
You saw a little bit there from Kuffa's POV, right? He's trying to locate where that Ashe is yet again, but there's so much like displacement, right? It could be a coach gun, it could be a whip shot, right? When he jumped in here to dive them up on the high ground, we're seeing Sugar Free play. There was a bash in his face, there was a biotic grenade ready, and then the Winston Punk from the opposite side of the high ground is kind of like diving behind him to almost try and lock him in. So such a dangerous position for a Winston to attack here as Timeless. They did get 14% early, but not a ton. As see Kuffa, he'll go up to that high ground again. Sugar Free is the one here who's just going to contest on the point. They don't really need him up here on the high ground. As Punk's going to get the nano. Yeah, and look, there's so many players weak. They're all going to have to scatter. And how do you even make any point progress here if you're Timeless, right? You have Punk controlling your high ground and making it difficult on your supports and DPS to get out. And then on the other high ground, you just have the Ashe able to put down damage. And that's going to be a Kitsune rush there from Cal just to try and get them out the door, Scott. But it's going to get nothing here. As you lose Neptune, he had a sound barrier, probably wouldn't have used it anyway. So the point does flip, but it's going to go right back.
Yeah, and that was just great play by the Vancouver Titans. You can see Punk is just trying to be a distraction. Unlikely he's going to get any picks, but he's just splitting that entire team, and then they put pressure onto the point and just stopping that. Now we're going into the final fight territory for Vancouver Titans, which they should have been an advantage, but with Sugar Free going down without anything to really answer, that should just be a point flip, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Vancouver and Punk just sort of disengaging, respecting Timeless a little bit, and sort of stepping back. The Bob is very valuable on this point, and you're going to have to wait and see where Aspire is going to put this one, because if you put it on the point, it all of a sudden becomes very difficult for Timeless to be able to deal with it, and off it goes as you see Punk trying to follow that one up.
Yeah, they're going to respond with a sound barrier, but that's going to be a perfect boop there from Neptune. Just sending the Bob off the side as Punk here with a bubble, just trying to just put down so much damage. I really think he's just trying to almost be a little bit of a distraction, right? Where you kind of force players into the line of sight of Aspire. That's a big biotic grenade. That's going to get Wub and Kuffa. Oh man, this could be the opening here for the Titans, because Crimzo now has a nano boost again. He can give this on the Punk if he needs, and they can flip the point right back. Nice shots
yeah, and
there
they didn't have to use the
end.
nano boost for that one either. Like, they able to hold on to that nano boost, and we saw how effective Punk was with it last time. Wub has the overclock, but as soon as he tries to pull that trigger, Punk is going to meet him right there. Also, Sugar Free with a pulse bomb. We saw he finished the last round with a double kill. Can he do it again? Kuffa's contested the point, gets stuck and goes down, and now someone else is going to have to contest.
Yeah, and every time we see it, Punk, he has this nano boost, looks pretty uncontested going through most of the map as Sugar Free kicks things off. The big pulse bomb kill. Doom throws a pulse bomb in on Aspire towards the end, but just like that, it is the Titans taking map number 1 as they looked really strong there, Scott.
Yeah, just clean play overall from the Vancouver Titans. They started a little slow going up against that Wrecking Ball, with that Wrecking Ball composition, but able to find their footing. Punk looked a lot more comfortable playing that Winston, another hero that he's not that good on, but debut performance from Sugar Free on that Tracer. He's definitely impressing me so far.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first game. I think the Wrecking Ball comp probably, I mean, at least in my opinion, love to yours, like, is a little bit harder to play than kind of trying to play some of the Winston-based stuff. So not super surprising. They got off to a little bit of a rocky start, right? Trying to find their footing. But yeah, once they got going with it, they were strong. And I know we talked about, like, obviously you guys on the desk talked about, like, some of the Contenders players coming on in, right? Seeing Sugar Free play now, he was fantastic on the Tracer.
Yeah, he was just pulling Timeless apart. It didn't feel like Doom was able to match him in the tempo that he was playing. Obviously, there's a lot more that goes into that in terms of team play. So Timeless didn't look bad on those Winston compositions. It just felt like every time that they tried to dive the backline of the Vancouver Titans, they were having to invest too much. So we'll see if they can make some adjustments going into map 2.
Yeah, they're going to have to make some adjustments going into map 2 in order to force that map number 3. And we'll find out if they're able to do that right after this break.
Chance one around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Hizu again. Starts up big. 4 on 4. Oh, make that a 4. I'm a threat. It's a bit. I'm telling you, Faith is an insane brick player. Advantage down that there's no more lifelines. L&L, yet it might not matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play.
Well, welcome back to the Pro-Am here in the West. As that was a pretty hype video, Scott. I don't know about you.
I'm excited.
I'm all in on the Titans. I only picked them for one day last year, August 14th, right? This year, I'm riding with them all the way. As, they win map number 1, 2-0. As we'll see what happens here in Kings Row coming up next.
Yeah, anytime you got ZP backing and hyping you guys up, you know I'm going to get excited for that team as well. And, you know, he was hyping up Sugar Free, you know, Lenny Head's Rise, because he had a great first map. And I'm curious to see, you know, Kings Row is a very different map, right? Ilio's known for the dives, and that's why we saw so much Winston and Wrecking Ball. But as we go over to Kings Row, this is where Timeless is going to feel more comfortable. A place where they can probably play the Reinhardt, play that Brawl. And Vancouver, we actually saw a leaked scrim between Vancouver Titans and the London Spitfire, and it didn't look good in the Reinhardt matchup on Vancouver Titans. Hey, Matt, I know you don't believe in these kind of things.
There was a leaked scrim?
Scrims are a genuine form of currency.
When did that happen?
I don't. You're probably playing Madden. It's fine.
No, I mean, there were so many scrims online. It was like they were just live streaming them on purpose at some point. You know what I mean? Hey, look, I know you need content because you know those borderline plat games aren't cutting it for those people anymore, right? So you gotta give them something. As see, Timeless on D. It'll be a Ramatra setup here on defense. So Ramatra, Baptiste, Cassidy, May. Lucio, I feel like, is always in the mix just because this, like, a character being able to give the entire team speed is just going to be strong at like almost every point in time.
Yeah.
So we'll see, you know, how Timeless goes about playing this. As it looks like the Titans will actually see a Ramatra setup as well. What's been your thoughts, you know, with Ramatra just kind of like in this brawly style in a replacement to Reinhardt?
Well, it's interesting because when we saw Timeless qualify for this tournament, they were playing the Reinhardt. So it seems like something has happened in scrims for a lot of these teams that has moved them towards this Ramatra. And Ramatra has a lot more sustainability with that block that you can just permanently hold while you're in that Nemesis form. But this is the value of playing these compositions. You play together. All you have to do is look for a couple of picks with that Hanzo, and then they've broken open this point with 30 seconds off of the clock. And that is a blistering fast first point cap by Vancouver Titans.
And these are the types of compositions I actually think, like, when you have an entire team probably full of like Overwatch League players, I think you probably have you know, somewhat of an advantage, right? Because you know, these rush comps, they'll be at like different heroes at times, like the kind of fundamentals are pretty similar, and we know that the Overwatch League teams, you know, over the course of time have played, you know, thousands of hours of rush style compositions. Is Spire sitting on the high ground here, looking to just poke some damage in. As thoughts on the Ramatra ultimate, like, and how it kind of works in pro play or high level play. Like, I've seen some like clips, and you know, it'd be useful, but I want to know your general thoughts on the Ramatra.
Ever since they nerfed it, so it's not a permanent thing as long as you're within range of someone, we've stopped this like Ramatra mirror where they're both just, which is nice, where they're not just standing there with their arms up, but it still has some effectiveness, and it can be very dangerous, but people can just run away from you, which is the problem. We're actually going to see Aspire trade Cow for Faith here on this point, but what getting another pick through the amplification matrix as well, so going to have very little sort of numbers here for the Vancouver Titans, but they're still walking forward, and Aspire's going to take out Rob. That was almost a lack of respect there for the Titans against Timeless.
Aspire, it feels like, has gotten, you know, a pick every single time a team fight is about to, you know, kind of culminate and pop off. It feels like he's gotten a pick just early, right away. That time just jumps right over the payload, fires a shot on the Hanzo. Uses Dragon Strike for good measure to keep the payload moving. Is, oh, well, just like that. That's Aspire yet again with a headshot. They have, you know, the Blizzard here from Sugar Free almost didn't even need it, but it's good for good measures.
Just confirm.
They are getting quite aggressive. Yeah, just to confirm, is you're going to get that second checkpoint. Is this has been dominant from the Titans.
Yeah, and we actually saw in an earlier match we got close to a record-breaking time here on the first point cap. But, you know, we'll see if Vancouver Titans can break that as well, because Aspire is just getting so many picks. But now we have Timeless, they have the Dragon Strike there, they have their Blizzard. Yeah. How are they going to utilize it? It almost feels like they're on the back foot running away. Dragon comes out, but Annihilation from Punk is doing a lot of damage, but he might have to back away from that one.
Yeah, this is definitely doable, though, for the Titans, right? You have the Annihilation here. You also now have your Amp Matrix, right? So that's going to force Timeless back a little bit with more damage coming down. And then they're going to be able to mirror this Sound Barrier. So it's going to be Neptune using his Sound Barrier. Faith is going to end up using his as well. It's going to be Kuppa using the Annihilation. So it looks like the Titans, they wanted to get quite aggressive, go deep. It looks like they actually had Punk and Sugar Free just kind of get all the way into the back here in the spawn is May is like your pseudo second tank in a lineup like this, but really good push there by the Titans. I thought did a nice job kind of cycling through some of those ultimates, and they'll come right back, Scott, in this next fight, and they'll end up having their Blizzard, and they're going to get a Dragon.
Yeah, that was an expensive fight for Timeless to win. It was great annihilation there from Kuppa to close out that fight. You know, Punk just had nowhere to go. But now all of a sudden, Aspire's been getting so much value. He can split the team with this Dragon. That will give space for Sugar Free to start stepping up, drop that wall, and they've isolated the Ramatra, but he's gotten through the wall.
Yeah, that's a really good call out. So what they want to try and do there is get that Dragon, force some players up, some players back. Depending on the players that came forward, maybe you catch them with that May wall and you're able to just burn those players down. Not really the Dragon resulting in too many kills. It's going to be the May wall from Doom. It's going to be now just a follow-up here from Sugar Free as they're going to go deep with their Blizzard. Nice immortality field there from Cal, keeping some players alive. And you know, Kuppa getting a kill here. Wub as well, as this is going to be doable here for Timeless. They should be able to get this hold. Just a few kills come in there from Wub.
Yeah, Time was recognizing how aggressive Titans were going. Sugar Free threw that Blizzard really far back, expecting Time was to back into it. And they just said, no, I don't think I will. And they just ran into the backline of Titans. They just weren't ready for it. So great heads-up play from Timeless, really giving them a second life here. Now the Blizzard is up for them. They have the amplification matrix, and they can start staggering players. They can play with that confidence. And it looks like confidence in general is something that Timeless is starting to get more of as this map is going onwards.
I mean, they needed to stop, right? You know, the Titans were just kind of running them over. They needed something to go their way. Now they can kind of like calm down a little bit. You know, take an assessment of the ultimates, and they're in a great spot. As that's a jump around the corner, Amp Matrix. You know, Punk moving backwards in his annihilation form, just blocking some damage, but that'll be some more time here. Drained off the clock here. If you're the Titans, so lose another fight there. Nice use of that Amp Matrix, came fast around the corner, no way they could react.
Yeah, but we have both Annihilations coming up for the Ramatras, and that's really the two big ultimate, well, the big ultimate in this matchup, because you can command so much space when you do it. We might get the Spider-Man meme of them looking at each other as they annihilate, but the sound barrier for Neptune is going to be very clutch just to keep his team alive. The Blizzard goes down for Doom. It catches Punk in no man's land. Sugar Free as well had to ice block to be able to get out of that one, but Aspire is just raining down arrows. As you can see, Crimzo on the high ground as well, just shooting downwards, and this should be a hold, an attack here for Vancouver Titans as the cut is getting ever closer. Well, these players need to get out, otherwise they're not going to be able to hold.
It's going to be difficult, I still think, for the Titans to get this over the line, right? You have a Dragon Strike here, you have a few other players, but without getting that May out of the equation, just the ability to put the wall down, the ice block, it's going to be difficult to push in. So they'll actually wait here for a little bit. Get everybody back in the fight as this will be Aspire with the Dragon from the side. And oh, look at that, they try and get this May wall from Sugar Free on the other side, but you saw it actually just boosted the May up into an ice block. So it's going to be Annihilation here from Kuppa as he gets caught out a little bit. They're going to be able to finish him off. Now things should start to get rolling for the Titans again, as that's going to be 3 kills that go their way.
Cal on the high ground drops the amplification matrix, recognizing that he's got to do something to get the hold going on here. Faith does a great job getting up there, applying pressure, and I think Kuppa just getting a little too aggressive on that Ramatra, having overconfidence of the Annihilation, and now they're in panic mode. They switch over to the Wrecking Ball. Kuppa's just stalling, swing around the point, and now Punk's turn to get a little over-aggressive. Yeah, he tries to go aggressive on this right side door, as you can see, and he just gets isolated and punished because Kuppa's just doing so much work rolling around that cart. And now there's only 36 seconds remaining from what was a 4-minute plus time bank. Vancouver Titans in danger to not cap out Kings Row.
This is best case scenario for Timeless in the position that they were in, as 20 seconds here on the clock. They'll be the Titans' last push pretty much, as that's going to be the barrier there from Punk. I wonder if they're going to try and get like a speed boost around the corner here with an Amp Matrix, but Timeless, they have that great cover to play around, as that's going to be a Dragon. Maywall comes in, they're going to have to move around the corner now, get the Amp Matrix up, as Crimzo just looking for targets, but there's really nothing there. No damage, no real significant damage going down. Now they burn down Kuffa. They get the Mei in the mix. Sugar Free doing some extra damage there with Faith playing aggressive. Immortality Field at the end for good measure. And the Titans, they will finish the map, but with no time remaining. You know, that's a map completion, but it almost feels like a little bit of a win for Timeless in terms of where we were at in terms of the game when the Titans took checkpoint B.
Yeah, considering where we started on that third point, you absolutely take that if you're Timeless. They just ran out of gas in the tank at the end there. You could see Kuffa just holding on for dear life in that Nemesis form, but they didn't have any ultimates to support. They couldn't peak the amplification matrix from Crimzo, and the cap will come through. So now if you're Timeless, all you need to do is play the same style, but just sort of play how you did on the third point. Play proactively, be aggressive. You know, Aspire, well, fingers crossed, is not going to keep hitting the shots that he hit on the first 2 points. So just keep playing to your style and focus on what you're good at. Neptune switched over to the Kiriko at the end there, I assume just recognizing that, you know, you need to do something when you had nothing left. I wouldn't expect him to do anything like that on this attack here, but they're on Mercy right now, but I don't believe them. I think they're lying to us, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a variation, a large deviation from what we've seen. So maybe get a little bit of a pocket far Mercy pick here.
No, they'll never see it coming.
Yeah. This is what you usually tell your teammates in ranked games, like, "Oh, trust, I got this," and then, you know,
yo, go Mercy.
3 minutes later,
trust me, bro.
3 minutes later, they're on the other team, saying that, "Oh, we had this far Mercy combo that was throwing on the other side." Usually, how that one goes down. Is,
okay.
No.
They've been able to talk them off of the idea of the Pharah Mercy. That's probably for the best. Let's be honest.
Yep. They're in voice comms. They're in voice
50% of the time. It doesn't work, you know, let's be honest. So we're going to see another mirror compositions on the Mei and the Hanzo, both walls coming down, but with the shields of Ramatru just sort of keeping everyone alive. But there we go, that's what Wub needs to do on that Hanzo. Gets the pick onto Aspire with the white pick, kills Crimzo as well, opens it up for Team Timeless, and that should be a first point capture coming up from them.
It's a really nice off angle there from Wub. Like, that's kind of like what he's trying to do, right? Whether it's using the ability to wall climb there as Hanzo, or, you know, a dash just to get around the wall and the Ramatra shield and put down any damage. And they were just pretty slow to challenge him, right? Like, I mean, look at this from this point. Like, it looks like Aspire just doesn't think he's going to come back around the corner and challenge. But in terms of, like, trying to punish him, right? I know it's not until he gets 2 kills until Faith actually makes an attempt. So that'll be that first checkpoint.
Wub again.
Taken by Timeless.
Wub heads rise.
The Wub heads?
The Wub heads, there's tons of them. You wouldn't get them, Matt, but there are tons of them. People cheering on Wub to be able to put on performances like these, you know. Obviously, Wub was a player.
Have I just been locked in a chamber from, like, the grand finals until now, and I've just awoken to the Wub heads and just whatever else is going on? Yeah.
Matt, it's 2023. It's time to cast Overwatch again. Wub's back in the league, okay? And that's what's going on, you know? And Wub's popping off. You know, he was a player who didn't really get the opportunity on the Paris Eternal to show his true power, show what he can really offer to a team, and now he's showing it against the Vancouver Titans, as we're going to see Wolves come out from Nemesis form, and Annihilation comes out from Kuffa, getting too aggressive once again, though.
Yeah, but for me, I mean, for the Titans, like, that is such, like, Crimzo on the Baptiste just clutches up there in such an insane way, like, able to keep Punk alive. He was so low, uses the Annihilation, but also the Amp Matrix plus the perfectly timed Immortality Field. As Crimzo, and Punk really go big there, allowing the Titans to get that hold, and now they can start to burn some of that clock. They don't finish with any time left in the bank, right? So any time they can get here, you know, is a plus, as that's going to be a Mei wall to open things up. Then Aspire's going to use the Dragon, and it's actually going to be a sound barrier used here by Neptune, comboed with the Blizzard as they want to push forward, but it's going to be a delayed Blizzard here from Sugar Free. Doesn't look like it gets that much, but Punk down for the Titans, so you just lose that staying power on the cart. You have to back up just a little bit. Spire's going to get one not traded out. You see, you know, when you have that Ramatra who is uncontested in Nemesis form, you're able to put in some serious work as Kuffa picks up 3.
Yeah, Kuffa diff right there. He did a great job baiting out the wall, playing aggressive. Punk sees blood in the water, but then as soon as he steps up, sound barrier, great time by Neptune. Doom drops down the Blizzard, and they're able to capitalize and close out that fight. Now, Vancouver Titans don't really have many ultimates other than the sound barrier to contest this one, and the card's getting ever closer. This is a difficult contest because you can see Wob can just hold positioning here, aiming down this choke, trying to find picks. They haven't found anything yet. Both Nemesis forms have been popped, but nothing. And, you know, Timeless is willing to step back, recognizing that they might be at a disadvantage against that sound barrier, and just sort of reevaluating, looking for a new wall, looking to get ultimates as Cal comes up with the amplification.
Yeah, they're trying to farm that Amp Matrix and they're trying to farm that, you know, Annihilation. But look how fast Titans get in there. So Faith with the speed boost on in, they're going to end up using their sound barrier. But is it enough? Is all they actually end up losing Kapu's using the Annihilation? So really nice read there for the Titans. So we were talking about how Timeless, right? They're playing around that back corner. You know, they're giving up some space. It was a nice wall by Sugar Free, getting it right in front of Wub's face, which forces him to kind of back up, which in turn makes everybody back up. And then they end up playing for those ultimates. And I think the Titans, they realize that. And as soon as they come around the corner and see that Amp Matrix, the speed boost is right there from Faith to get them past that right in the mix. And I think it just caught Timeless off guard. So, I know about 2 minutes off the clock here. That'll be Aspire with a Dragon from an off angle. It's going to get Kuffa low and low enough to finish him off. So, yeah, a little bit of a flank Dragon here.
Dragon's a difficult ultimate to get value from, so I really like the look from Titan. Right, you know, someone calls for Aspire, pull the Dragon, splits Timeless directly in half, and then from that point you have an advantage. Oh, they know Doomed is there, so that's going to be another bit of stagger. And Matt, we're running low on time. We talked about how it was good that they could get the Vancouver Titans into overtime, but right now they got to get there themselves because they're running out of time. Minute and a half. The ultimates are starting to come up for them. Wub's going to have the Dragon to potentially do the same thing against the Titans. That should hopefully give Doom space to get a Blizzard down on, hopefully onto Punk, and they can isolate the tank.
We'll see if that ends up coming true. I think even if you're the Titans, you feel pretty good about where, you know, you lose that first fight pretty much instantly there on point A. Is all this going to be bad? Aspire gets caught out up on the high ground. They're not able to get up there and help him fast enough. It's going to be blizzards from both sides, but the benefits for Timeless here is they're going to have a sound barrier plus Dragon in the mix, and they should be able to just kind of withstand, right, the survivability, having that sound barrier in the mix, and the opponent does not, because they had so much on top, specifically also after you've gotten that first pick. So pretty clean team wipe there from Timeless, as we'll get this next checkpoint, as that'll be unlocked here for Timeless. Let's see what it ends up in terms of clock. So 2:10. So my opinion is in terms of ults here, right? It's doable. It's definitely going to come down to the wire, right? Because you know you're behind on your sound barrier if you're Timeless. You have to have a pretty good idea you're about even with terms of, you know, Amp Matrix. I think the one thing you can kind of count on is being ahead of Blizzard, right? You know, Sugar Free in, Doomed uses at the same time. Sugar Free dies instantly. Doomed is a big fight. It's big damage though coming down through this Amp Matrix here for the Titans. Just gonna back them up.
They're playing right. They don't have the ultimates to fight what the Vancouver Titans have, so they bait out the amplification matrix. They're trying to bait out this Nemesis form of the Annihilation, and it's just too oppressive.
They baited it out.
Yeah, they baited it out real good.
They got it.
But hey, you take that.
Yeah.
You reset. Look, Vancouver don't have anything left for them, and you can see Vancouver are trying to respond to them not having the ultimate, recognizing they're at a disadvantage. They're going to hide in their Z and trying to catch them off guard, get a free fight win. Punk goes through the wall. He gets over it, isolating there onto the back of Cal. He's had to use the lamp early, but he's going to stay alive, and now this is bad for the Titans. They're out of position.
Yeah, but it could potentially force Timeless into using some of their ults, maybe panic a little bit coming out of the spawn. Timeless does not, though, it looks like, at least at this stage. So that is huge for them, right? I think if you're Titans, you're kind of banking on, hey, clock dwindling down. If you can get first pick there, maybe it forces Timeless to consider using an ult or two. But they don't get anything, and now look at this. Timeless is going to come back with all 5 ultimates. A little bit of a pause here from Crimzo. We don't have tactical pauses here. Yeah, tactical. Yeah, you know, tactical pause here from Crimzo. You know, just want to go over some strategy. No, we do not. There are no tactical pauses here.
Matt, as the league admin, is like, whoa! I just need to clear this up. We do not allow tactical pauses.
We do not allow tactical pauses. Somebody tripped over a cable. You know, DC'd from voice comms is not, you know, not bring the coaches in from the room watching the stream and be like, hey, we know what every ultimate that they have. This is what we should do. But they're going to be in a weird spot.
Imagine the coach walking into the room like, they have 5 ultimate, 5. Just be careful.
5 of them. Yeah.
This is going to be hard.
Looks like
it is going to be hard.
Looks like it was just a brief headset issue, though. Yeah, just a brief headset issue. So we'll jump right back into game here shortly. But yeah, Titans, they're in a rough spot here. Cart kind of going around that second to last corner here. So we'll get back into game as Bob Sojourn using all caps. It's a Matt Mr. X special there as Timeless rounds this corner. All 6 ultimates. It's going to be so difficult to play against. Spire with another off angle here with a Dragon. It's going to get Blizzard and Dragon return here from Timeless. It's going to be the sound barrier that comes down here for the Titans. And look at this. Cal getting in a nice position up on the high ground. Can he find anything, though, with this Amp Matrix? Does enough to keep Kuffa alive. But everybody else seems to be falling here for Timeless as we're getting down to 3 seconds. They have to stay on this payload to extend the series. Crimzo, a great spot here, just putting down some damage, also keeping Punk up from the side. Oh, Bob with a nice headshot as the Hanzo's gone back and forth this game. Aspire getting quite low. They're going to have to keep him up as... Oh, you lose a Wub with 3? Excuse me? As Wub is heating up here as they have pushed everybody back into the corner. And that'll be a completion. Scott, this did not look like it was going to go good for Timeless at the start, but then Wub just goes absolutely crazy.
But if you're not a Wub head yet, you should be now, because Wub is giving their the business on the Hanzo. He's playing absolutely phenomenally right now. He is the sole reason that they are getting over. Timeless kind of bumbled that last team fight. They had the advantage, but they weren't able to get the isolation on Punk, and then the ultimates came back at them. But then Wub just says, "Don't worry, guys, I got you," and just takes after that pick onto Crimzo. The Titans don't have the healing to keep everyone alive, and Wub just cleans up the rest of the team, and now we're in overtime, Matt.
Yeah, as Wub leading the lobby, 16 final blows. Putting on a really good performance here. Let's take a look from his POV. We saw a little bit of an angle. Oh, a little bit of a flick there.
There you go.
Yep, Storm Arrows. All right. I mean, the shots on Hanzo. I mean, when you start clicking the head. Ooh,
that was a spicy last shot to take out the Tracer. Those are important picks.
It's like Matt Mr. X Talent Takedown 2019-esque right there.
I don't lie to the people, Matt. Yeah, just because people don't remember what happened in the Talent Takedown in 2019 doesn't mean you can just make stuff up. Okay, that's not allowed.
Pretty sure I played in it.
Doesn't mean you did well. If anything, I think I remember Bren taking that one over. As we go into this overtime, we're going to see the same composition.
Delete the VODs. Yeah, I mean, what you got? Both teams just a minute on the clock, right? Titans had a really good start, but ended up finishing with no bank. As it's a little bit of a battle of the Hanzo's. Kuffa gets really low. Somehow able to survive even that long is impressive. This will be a point A take here for the Titans. This one a little bit easier than even their last one is. It seemed like from all the offenses we've seen this far, Scott, it's just been those Hanzos able to find off angles, whether it's, left side trying to go through Hotel, gaining some high ground advantage, and the Hanzo's just able to open things off with the first pick.
Yeah, a lot of people were playing Cassidy with the magnetic grenade and the high noon, just the consistent damage, but over time lately we've seen a lot of people moving towards this Hanzo. You got good shield damage, but just the individual pick potential that we've seen so far in this map just justifies it on its own. You can see Aspire here looking to try and get this off angle, trying to get a pick without, Timeless recognizing that he's there. It could pay off for him, but Crimzo's got this amplification matrix. They're going to step up, drop that. Kuffa's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I think you drop that amp matrix at the same time that Aspire comes from the opposite side, because you can't just then automatically just turn and deal with Aspire, right? You have an amp matrix directly in front of you, but it's going to be doomed with a Blizzard inside of the choke here. You have the Annihilation popped as well for Kuffa, so looks like this is where the push will end for the Titans. They take that first checkpoint and then get, a little bit down the street. They get out of the choke, so Titans set themselves up in a position, Scott, where obviously a point A hold would be ideal, but if they do lose at point A, you're going to be able to play inside of that choke and really make it difficult to match this.
Yeah, this choke, the fact that they got it through the choke is an important thing. Like getting through that choke, especially in these brawl setups, can be quite difficult. But I want to give a quick shout out to Doomed on that Mei. Got that Blizzard up very early. He was able to drop it before the Titans were able to get their own out, able to isolate the backline, and that's really how Timeless was able to shut that push down. So now with only a minute remaining on their time, they have 44.34 meters to go. But the first step is getting the first point. We saw some heroics by Wub last time they attacked this first point. Can he do it again? Because, you know, outside of the times when Wub's been going absolutely crazy, it feels like Timeless haven't been able to sort of get those opportunities to open the door.
Take a little bit of a replay here from Sugar Free, as he's had a great series. As players talking in chat.
Wubs was better.
Oh, damn, Wubs was better. Damn.
Damn.
Is Cal a Wubhead? He's got to defend
yeah,
his
Cal
boy,
is
but
absolutely
he's
a Wubhead.
A Wubhead as well. See if Timeless can crack this point open first. You know, an early kill, just like how they got it the last time, right? Really, it was 2 kills from Wub. They have to do a better job, Titans, of knowing where he is and putting some levels of pressure here. So yeah, you see, he gets right up on the top of the hotel. Spire just looking him down the entire time, not able to peek as freely. And I think the longer this goes, Scott, obviously, the better it is for the Titans. Just draw this out as long as possible.
Yeah, you know, there's only 30 seconds remaining, and with Wub going down with a great shot from Aspire, all of a sudden that's going to... Doom returns the favor, but Punk is just punching through the backline. Cuppa not able to find as many picks. Cal is going to trade for Crimzo, and that's a majority of the healing for the Vancouver Titans. So if Cal is still alive, they have the advantage here on this point. As you can see, Cuppa getting aggressive as Doomed takes off Fate's head as well. Doomed is opening this one up. He saw Wub go down and took it into his own hands. They're all on the point, and this is going to be a first point cap map.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Titans at that point, you just want to die, right? You want to make sure everybody can come back, you know, get another shot at this together. As this is going to be OT from here on out. Can Timeless force a next game, a game 3 in this series, or will see the Titans just rack up their first win and move on? As the Titans coming into this choke, Scott, they'll have their Annihilation. You're also going to get very close to your Blizzard. I think these Mei walls are going to be crucial here, right? Especially how difficult it is for Timeless to get through this choke. Sugarfeed drops a good Mei wall, Annihilation, you get up your own Blizzard. You're in a great spot to close this out if you're the Titans.
Yeah, because you should have the advantage of knowing that you have to stay on the point. Timeless recognizing that, going aggressive themselves. The ultimate's going out. Blizzard on Blizzard. I can't see anything that's going on, but there is an Annihilation coming out from Cuffy. He does go down. So does Punk, but that's a 4 for 4. They're trading back and forth, but in Timeless' favor, they have the spawn advantage, so they just need to stay alive on this point. Faith is struggling to stay. He's getting close to that sound barrier, but needs to stay alive. He can step back just for a little bit, but one of them's going to have to touch. The boop comes out, and Timeless are gonna close out Kings Row 1-1, going to map 3.
All right, so we will get a game 3 in this series between Timeless and the Vancouver Titans. As was just Faith and Crimzo alive there at the end, and Crimzo's trying to keep Faith alive. He has to use a health pack, try and get back. And then once he went back towards that payload, a boop comes in and he just gets sent out the other way. And that's a map completion there for Timeless.
Yeah, and that was just great play by them. They were able to step up. That was just a straight up Ramatra on Ramatra brawl mirror, and they outplayed the Vancouver Titans. Very close, obviously pop-offs on both ends, but I'm curious to see what's going to happen on this third map, because if you're the Vancouver Titans, what map do you go on? Because you want to avoid any situation that's going to allow Wub to do this.
Yeah, I mean, what you're looking probably not Coliseo, right? Where how that long sightline plays well towards the Hanzo. Maybe like you're looking at like a new Queen Street here potentially. Could be an option, or even I know sometimes I always forget because it's so new, like Esperanza. Like maybe that's an option. The only one I think you really probably try to avoid is Coliseo, at least in my opinion. How about you?
Yeah, I would agree. Coliseo is going to be a difficult map for them to match up on. We know that Brawl can be quite effective on there, but I would say Esperanza would probably be their best bet. We've seen a lot of Winston, even Wrecking Ball. Punk showed a good Wrecking Ball in the first map. It's on the Vancouver Titans to decide this one.
Well, won't be long until we figure out who ends up winning this series. Timeless for the Vancouver Titans, Game 3 coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch League Pro-Am West. It's me, Matt Mistrax, joined by Costa. They just, cycle out these Australians for me. Is Esperanza, the final map in the series. Well, Scott, I mean, it's pretty natural, right? Like, when I cast with Mitch, right, I do a lot of the hype, the play-by-play.
You're a very hype person.
And he does a lot of just like, the analytical stuff. So this feels right at home.
Yeah, it feels very comfortable. I usually think of you when I think of the hypest moments in the Overwatch League. Usually you're just sitting on the desk behind him, just sort of like, yeah, that was pretty cool. But you've finally taken Mitch over. You've taken him down so you can be the hype one of the Overwatch League.
I've done it. I climbed the mountaintop of Australian play-by-play casters. I've done it.
I'll take over, man. It's fine.
Angrily stomping around. He put some distance between us now that I'm in New York, so he can't come over and throw stuff at me. But
throw a chair at you again. Yeah,
he's still right.
We're moving over to Esperanza. We're moving over, Matt. Let's talk about the game because we got the Vancouver Titans backs against the wall as Timeless able in overtime to win that map. We sort of speculated going into the break that Esperanza would probably be the best bet for the Vancouver Titans. It's a map that you can't really play that Ramatra brawl style. And looking at the lineup so far, Matt, looks like we are going to see this Winston mirror. Yeah,
but potentially a little bit of a difference, right? Where the Titans could opt to keep on with this and keep the Tracer in the mix with the Lucio Ana. I believe that's kind of what they decided to go towards in Ilios, although Ruins plays a little bit different, right? You can have the Sombra and whatnot in the way in terms of DPS line. What are your thoughts? Reaper, Tracer, Reaper versus the Tracer, and then also the Cassidy versus Sojourn.
I think a lot of people, ever since the DPS passive nerf, that means that you don't get movement speed on eliminations, that did hurt Reaper, but also the Tracer is just more versatile. You're able to move around the map, you're able to get picks. Timeless is going to be the team that is proactive here. They're going to jump onto the bridge, take positioning with a TP coming out from Doom. So they've forced the Titans back and will have first control of the point. But the Titans are coming back, as you can see, Sugar Free just trying to be a nuisance in the backline right now.
Yeah, and if you're going to play aggressive, right, and get a little bit more in their face, I think like Sojourn is the right call, right? You wouldn't necessarily like plug Cassidy into a comp like this. But if you're the Titans, right, keeping high ground here with this Cassidy, somebody dives in, you have that magnetic grenade, nice biotic grenade there from Crinton, so it connects with a few. Not able to result in any kills, but...
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to cut you off, Matt. The delay's killing us. But I actually wanted to talk about the Crimson Ana because I think it's an interesting choice. The Vancouver Titans are going to be less flexible and less versatile. They're going to have to play back, but this is the advantage they get. Another great biotic nade from Crimson just keeps forcing Timeless back. But they have to play so defensive. You can see Punk not willing to play aggressive because he knows that Timeless is just going to dive his backline. And as soon as he goes aggressive, the Lucio Kiriko are just going to go forward as well. But these biotic nades are absolutely hurting as the Nano goes out of Punk.
Yeah, and that time the biotic grenade just connects to the wall, but they're going to end up using the sound barrier and the Kitsune rushes. I know this bot is basically just stood there in the middle of the map, done absolutely nothing. Looks like, oh, no, not going to get the TV out of the way. A nice attempt there. From Doom, but Timeless still holding this bot mid-map. I mean, it's been 2 minutes, and the highlight is like 10 meters gotten here from Timeless. This is the overclock here from Wub. All right, he connects with 2. Looking for a third here. Not enough charge actually to probably even finish them off. As now they go back to the bot, trying to extend this lead. I tell you what, Timeless, they did a really nice job stalling out in the middle of the map, and maybe they're more aggressive composition. And yeah, and now that they've actually swapped out the Reaper for the Tracer, I actually kind of like this, right? You can combo a little bit better with that Winston. You can play even faster, right? And the Tracer can play a little bit on its own.
Yeah, and just because of the Ana, it just feels like the Vancouver Titans aren't willing to do anything. They don't want to be the ones playing aggressive, and eventually Wub just starts hitting heads. So all of a sudden, we're getting close to the checkpoint here for Timeless. The Primal Rage in this small room is going to be quite effective, just disrupting absolutely everyone. That means Punk is going to be absolutely alone and is going to go down. The Primal Raging Monkey has woken up. Crimzo is yelling at his teammates, but they are able to take Cuffer down, but the checkpoint comes through for Timeless.
Oh, that is That is a rough scenario there for the Titans. Is obviously a different year, but I remember last year, Push obviously introduced last year with Overwatch 2, but it was something like over 70% win percentage if you capture that first point first. So a huge get there for Timeless as they're able to get it first, but Titans not out of it yet. Scott, there's still more than 6 minutes on the clock, and they're at 3 ultimates, really kind of closing in on all 5 coming up here shortly.
And on Esperanza, it is a lot easier to get that capture point than a map like Colosseo, where you have to make it up through that bridge. So this isn't as big of a disadvantage you would think for the Vancouver Titans, but Timeless is actually going to wrap all the way around the Vancouver Titans, trying to get an angle onto the Ana here. As you can see, Crimzo getting very low, forced to throw out the Nano, but a great sleep onto Doom. And they're actually going to be able to hold and start getting more point progress in.
Yeah, as it looks like Kuffa and Cal here, a little bit off to the side. Magnetic Grenade, that would have been the finishing touch there if it even went off. As a few ultimates used here for the Titans as the bot makes its way around the corner. Timeless probably has another fight here though, right? To defend if they want to. As looks like you're going to get everybody back in the mix. It's going to be really close. If you want to actually put pressure on this bot before it gets that checkpoint, you're going to have an opportunity here if you're Timeless.
They're going to have to force it with this sound barrier, though. You can see them stepping up. The card's still moving, so they have to contest it. But they're trying to hold on to the sound barrier as long as possible. It does go down, and this should give them a little bit of respite. But you can see they just are struggling to dislodge the Vancouver Titans from the high ground. Wob gets caught out in no man's land. Sugar Free with a great pulse bomb. And then with that, the checkpoints should be coming through. Doomed with the Tracer diff evens up the score.
Yeah, still a little bit of a lead here for Timeless, as I think that's why Punk, playing so cautiously, knows they need to try and get this a little bit further, but it looks like they're going to back up. So, well, wait, hold on here now as we get a better of an angle. The Spire still has high ground. A few times they've tried to get this Cassidy down from the high ground and not been able to do so. The Magnetic Grenade makes it so difficult to jump right and get in his face as a Tracer, and then the rest of the support line up here as well makes it even harder. Is this is going to be an Nano on the Punk, as Titans may not be done pushing this.
Oh, wow, absolutely destroys Doomed while landing on him with the Nano boost. And this is just the value of the Ana as well. You can see this is why they want to play that hero on this map. It's not just Aspire who's playing aim labs up on the balustrades, it's also Crimzo who's just able to keep Punk up. And there's just no answer for Timeless. Because they lost Doomed, they weren't able to just sort of keep any aggression going, and they couldn't get onto the high ground, as now Vancouver Titans keeping this lead ticking up.
I'll feel partially responsible for this. As soon as they got that first point, Timeless, I was like, they win like 75% of the time. And
yeah, it is your fault.
You give that lead right up. It looks like Punk diving in, Primal Rage here, just doing a nice job tracking that Lucio. Not able to knock Neptune completely off the side. Neptune able to make it back up, but it almost would have been an easier death just jumping off the side as he gets back on the map and then just gets slammed down by Punk. As, man, now the Titans, they are rolling. They did not want to kind of fall wayward to a contender team like the shock we just saw. It's Timeless. They do have some ultimates here coming out of the spawn. Sune Rush here. I know you have an overclock. Looks like Titan's playing a little bit further back. You have to use that Suzu already there to clear that Biotic Grenade, but Doomed with another Pulse Bomb kill as he's played quite well today. Taking out Crimzo early, as I think that's just kind of like it there for the Titans. You lose Crimzo, you lose Faith, and now you back on up.
Yeah, that's a great fight if you're Timeless, because you only have to use the Pulse Bomb to win that team fight, and they need every single ultimate remaining. There's only 3 minutes remaining in this map, and they have to double the distance that they've already made. So Vancouver Titans were happy to give that one up, didn't want to use too many ultimates, but with the forward spawns, you can see the Titans, they're wanting to fight this early. This is going to be a great Kitsune rush, though, and even the Vancouver Titans agree. They're going to run for the hills as soon as that one goes out. Very clean disengage from the Titans, baiting out that rush and then just not even taking the fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're totally okay with that if you're the Titans. Like, show a little bit presence up on the high ground, then back up, and that's going to get their Kitsune rush off. It's going to be a nano boost here onto Aspire. So Magnetic Grenade comes out early, and then it's going to be a sound barrier return there from Neptune, but just so much damage there down on the Kuffa as they're going to burn down that Winston, and that'll stop the progress there from Timeless. This, I think, is the most unforgiving part of Push, right? Where you make that progress there if you're Timeless. and then to like get back to it, right? You almost have to push it double just to kind of get back to your starting point with how far away your checkpoint is.
Yeah, that's a lot of people's frustration with the mode in general, just because like it feels like an insurmountable task if you're Team Timeless to get this point back. You need to win consecutive team fights. Kuffa's going to use the Primal Rage to try and like give the team a bit of space, but Aspire popping that high noon is going to force a retreat from Kuffa. He's getting very low. Doom goes down as well, but does trade with the Pulse Bomb onto Aspire. Aspire not able to get out of the way of that one. And Vancouver Titans, you're happy with this. This is a great fight. You want to waste as much time as possible. Great Biotic Nade coming out from Crimzo. Punk's going aggressive with the Primal Rage, but his team isn't really there to follow up.
I mean, is it just to kind of like prevent a little bit of just, you know, moving forward, buy some time, right? The bot's not moving the other direction, so that it's just a win in general there for the Titans. You have a nano boost here as well. Yeah, you can nano Punk, get him in the mix. I feel like you mentioned before, I mean, think about just in this map alone, how much we've talked about Biotic Grenade, nano boost, like the benefits of the Ana here has paid off so much.
It's just a greedy pick, it feels like, right? It's so susceptible to being dove, but the way the Titans are playing it makes it look very good, especially when you have that Cassidy of Aspire just protecting him. Every time Kuffa jumps in, he gets met with a magnetic grenade and an anti-nade. How are you supposed to deal with that? So this just allows Vancouver Titans to anchor, and that's why it feels like they're playing a slower game. But because they've got the higher meterage at this point, you're happy to play this slower game, as Kuffa is going to go in again, but is once again struggling. There's going to need to be the sound barrier coming out from Neptune. Crimzo does eventually go down, and this has to be the window for Timeless to start getting more meterage.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good sound barrier from Neptune. Connects everybody up on the high ground while they were low, keeps a few players alive there on through it, but is it enough? I mean, look at this. You have looks like Spire ends up taking on Neptune there with a magnetic grenade. Doom still doing work here on the Tracer. Another pulse bomb kill. The bot now actually is moving in favor of Timeless and Scott. They're going to have this close spawn. This is still doable here for Timeless.
This is a dangerous fight if you're the Vancouver Titans. You have the ultimate advantage, but High Noon's kind of, I guess against the Primal Rage, it should be quite effective.
You're not going to
so
sack...
I'm looking at
yeah, you're not going to stack the Primal on top of the Nano. Yeah, you're probably going to Nano. Are you going to Nano the Cassidy yet again? Like a Nano Deadeye potentially here, you know, on deck is yeah, and that's going to be the Deadeye use. Oh, knock it right into the Deadeye. I mean, that is beautiful. That's going to be 2 opening kills there for the Titans. Punk end up picking up 2 more. I tell you what, Scott, I mean, it is the Titans taking Esperanza, but this one was really close.
Yeah, you can't be upset if you're Timeless in that match. They push Vancouver Titans the entire distance, and I've been really impressed with some of these contenders teams so far. Timeless and Trick Room weren't even the teams that I had my closest eye on from these contenders regions. So
yeah,
we have a tournament on our hands because these guys are ready for these matches, and right now it feels like some of the out teams not prepared for what they're going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, they're also hungry, right? Clearly hungry, trying to get those dubs. But I know Titans end up coming out on top. This is our first look at their new roster coming into the year, and I know you have Punk and Crimzo coming over. We know how good they are together and individually. I thought Aspire, I know, and Sugar Free were fantastic, and then Faith had a really good game as well. So I think there's a lot of positive things to look at. If you are the Vancouver Titans, and our player of the match here today for the Vancouver Titans is actually going to be Sugar Free. Really did an excellent job on the Tracer, in the May, really throughout the series. When we saw Doomed coming up with countless pulse bombs, Sugar Free was right there. I think this is a duo, Scott, that with Sugar Free and Aspire, that give them some time to kind of grow together here. In the Overwatch League, at the Overwatch League level. And I think they could, they can contest with being some of the best in the league.
Yeah, well, like Sugar Free's a player that has been on the market for a really long time, just has not been of age to join the Overwatch League. He becomes 18 as soon as the age limit gets changed to 17, so he's punching air a little bit, but he's finally here and he's punching Timeless in the mouth right now and gets our MVP. He had multiple important pulse bombs. He was putting out so much work. I really like the look of his May. Sugar Free, without skipping a beat, is stepping into this Vancouver Titans team quite seamlessly.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, 24,000 damage there on the Tracer throughout the series. 69 of limbs. Just a really standout performance there.
Nice.
From Sugar Free. But That's not it for us here at the Western Pro-Am. We have one more match to go. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to go to the desk, and then we'll get right back into game.
Timeless making it close, but Vancouver Titans end up taking that W. But honestly, guys, this was a really exciting match to watch. I really enjoyed it. They played it a lot closer than some might have expected. Kasa, you got to call all the action. What stood out to you?
Honestly, just how good these Contenders teams are. You know, we've always talked about that gap between the Overwatch League and Contenders. Contenders always like, we can compete in the league, and Overwatch League teams are like, okay, man. But hey, now we get to see it. We get to see these guys go face to face, and we're actually seeing very competitive matches. This one could have gone either way.
Yeah, I was happy that Wob was putting out a performance because last season when he was with the Paris tournament, we didn't see that much from him. But today on that Hanzo, he was super impressive. And on the Vancouver side as well, you know, the Aspire Sugar-Free duo looked really good. And their tank, Punk, was, I feel like, last year, you know, I think his Winston, his Wrecking Ball, just all the tanks that he played today just improved a lot. So it was very exciting to see.
Right on. We actually want to show you some highlights now as well, and those are from Sugar-Free, a player which definitely really impressed. I mean, expectations were high for this young prodigy, and on his Tracer, honestly, I mean, he took Doom on a walk. He definitely won that Tracer head-to-head.
Yeah, and you know when Danny is screaming a player's name, he's going to fanboy that player for the rest of the year. So I hope you guys are ready for that, because that's going to happen. That's just our lives now. But yeah, it's absolutely deserved. He went absolutely crazy on his debut. People have been excited for this guy coming into Alpha so long.
Yeah, this guy, man, I'm definitely gonna be a fan for sure. For sure.
Yeah, no, we're excited to see more from him on the server, but also we're super excited to have him with us here on our Watchpoint virtual desk. Sugarfree, thank you so much for joining, and congratulations to you and your team.
Yeah, thank you.
So you've been hyped up. We talked about you quite a lot actually, heading into the season and also into the Pro-Am. Does that put pressure on you when you know there's a lot of eyes on you?
No, I never feel any pressure. That's
no.
Utmost
right
confidence.
Well, I like it.
I love it. Well, I have a question then, because you didn't really play much Overwatch competitive in 2022. How was it been coming into an Overwatch League setting in 2023?
It's been pretty chill, you know. It didn't take like too long for me to get back in the game after taking a 2-year break. Yeah, it's been nice.
Wow.
Right.
Okay, I actually have a question about this specific match. I mean, this was your first match and it was against a contenders team. Like, did Vancouver Titans have like a specific game plan coming into the match today?
Yeah, we didn't really think we were going to play King Zero, and we kind of wanted to just play our dive comp because that's like our stronger comp. So our only plan was to really just, me and Punk were going to kill them all. You know,
hey,
well, that sounds like a really good plan on paper. Was that surprising to you, or did you expect it to be a close match?
I didn't expect it to be close in the Monkey comp, but in the Ramantra comp, yeah, I thought it would be close a little bit.
A little bit close. We take it. Well,
Yeah,
Sugarfree, thank you so much for taking the time, and we can't wait to see and hear more from you.
All right, thank you.
Of course. And that was Sugarfree from the Vancouver Titans. And yeah, it's pretty chill. What can I say?
Yeah.
He has the confidence.
He's chill, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. No, I like that. That's great. Now, speaking of confidence, I hope we see a lot of that on the server heading into this next match. And this one, I think, is actually quite funny because a lot of us would have, I would say we struggled to prepare for that. Up until very recently, we didn't even know who was going to play for the LA Valiant and Saints, a contenders team. There are some names, if you've been following contenders, you'll know those guys.
I mean, there's some familiar faces too, right? Like King and Falls is on this team, and the Tree, that's the guy, Tree. I've heard so many great stuff about him. He's apparently like the Western contenders proper. So yeah, we'll have to watch and see.
Yeah, you know, people have been hyping up Tree for such a long time to be the guy. It's important to note Tree's 15. So just keep that in mind as you watch him absolutely run through the server. But this is the Los Angeles Valiant team for this year. I know if you haven't seen this roster, it might be a shock. It just recently happened. But Seeker, N2S, Crawley, CJ, and Laya. Obviously, Seeker, coming from the Boston Uprising last year, is sort of that backup player who, for the Boston Uprising, did a great job. And then Crawley had a bit of a stint on the Vegas Eternal as well. So excited to see these guys get another run and what this Valiant team can put out, because we really have very little information on them.
A fun fact here about N2S. Is that how you say his name? N2S?
It's like Nos, N2S, I believe so.
Nos? Sure, let's go with that. I did some research into those players. Obviously not on the pronunciation of their names, so apologies. Please let me know on socials how to actually say it. But that person played for 13 different teams between September 2019 and now. It's a lot of teams.
Wow.
Just throwing that out there. Matt looked really impressed.
16.
You gotta find the right one.
16 teams.
You gotta find the right one.
That's true. Yeah.
It's just like Matt.
Well, let's see if the Valiant is the right one. Do you think that's
Just Australians. Just Australians.
Just Australians.
Well, all right. Oh, dude, The game is ready. We're ready. I can't wait to see where this one is going. Saints going up against the Valiant and Costa, and Mr. X will bring you all the action.
Costa's been here for all of the action today. In our first map here, Valiant versus Saints, we'll get a look at Antarctica. So, interesting. Scott, have you played a ton on this map? What are your thoughts?
I've played bits and pieces. It seems like the brawl style is quite good on most of the rounds. We saw it played just a little bit earlier. So it'll be interesting to see what type of compositions, because it will evolve as time goes on. Obviously, we haven't got a lot of scrims and a lot of practice, and we're, as viewers, really seeing it for the first time. But I honestly, on this map, the LA Valiant vs Saints, I have no idea what to expect. Most of the other series, we have something to look at. The only bits and pieces that I can give you of knowledge is CJ was actually a player on Saints who helped them qualify, and Saints finished first in the Western region to qualify for this Pro-Am, so they are the best team coming out of the North American contenders. CJ was on that team, but he got poached by the Valiant heading in, so a little bit of rivalry there, I'm sure.
Yeah, and look, we've seen Crowley in the Overwatch League in the past. Same with Seeker last year, I believe, for Boston Uprising. In a limited role. I don't think he turned of age until I know about halfway through the year, but Saints definitely has some players that everybody's excited to see. I think Tree specifically, right? I know this is a player that even if maybe you're just a fan of Overwatch League and you've just kind of dabbled a little bit in contenders and kind of like who's kind of climbing up in terms of rank, like you've heard of him before as such a big resume, like a large shoes to kind of fill in terms of expectations, I think, for people right off the rip. Is Saints, they actually get control of this high ground platform early on, deny this position from the Valiant. And I think, like you mentioned, Scott, for me, obviously it's a contenders team coming in, one of the best, if not the best. You have really nice walls there from both teams up against an Overwatch League team. But this is also CJ going up against his former team, and former team as of a week or two ago.
Oh, you're giving them a little bit too much credit. A week or two is probably too much time, but honestly, this is a situation where I think Saints might actually be the favorite heading into this match. They are a great team. They got a lot of great players, but Seeker's going to open it up with the amplification matrix from the Baptiste. It's going to just do so much damage. He's going to take down Tree as well, and that should just prompt the first team fight going towards the Valiant, and that's just the difference between the Baptiste and the Kiriko ult. You're going to get that amplification matrix before you get that Kitsune rush, and they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're not going to play hyper aggressive, at least for me, in my opinion, I really like having the Baptiste in the mix. I think the immortality field, just even the regenerative burst right after the changes, it's been a while since the changes, but the extra healing when you're low, right? It's just so strong, his kit overall. This is where you'll get the most value out of the Kiriko. It's going to be a Suzu there on the ground as you get the Kitsune Rush. Look at that Kitsune Rush layered on top with the sound barrier here, as Saints really wants to go for this annihilation use here for False, as well as they want to try and flip this point as fast as possible.
Yeah, everyone press all the Qs is what that fight was. The Saints do come out on top with Corey getting a little bit isolated towards the end, and that should just be a couple of stagger kills to close it out. And, as you said, Matt, that's the Kitsune Rush value. You get so much movement speed and cooldown usage. But something you didn't even mention, and it came to the Baptiste, is the immortality field was actually changed very recently. That the amount of health that will remain immortal is now 25%, when before it was 10%. So now when the immortality field goes down, you're less susceptible to just dying when it goes down. So keep an eye on that to see CJ get value. He is going to drop the amplification matrix once again. It's going to force the Saints to disengage. They're going to force their way onto point, hopefully get a flip before the Saints can really respond. So now the ball is in the Saints' court to really sort of step up and start winning this fight.
Look at this, just these ultimates used back and forth, just trying to get high ground control, right? First, it's the M-Matrix there by CJ, forces Saints out of the way. And then it's the Deadeye from Tree coming down that forces Valiant a little bit to the side, but that does not force Valiant off of the point or to give up the point. Crawley ends up using the Annihilation. They push down onto the point, and they're able to hold on. It's a really good look here for the Valiant this early on. And what I'm more impressed for, Scott, is like this is a Valiant team that I know obviously we're 3 team fights in. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But
they're winning the championship.
No. But you know, being this well executed in these types of scenarios for a team that's like maybe a week old, if not, you don't know what their practice time has been like, or you know how much they've really kind of had to play with each other. It's been pretty impressive against the Saints team that we know for the most part has been intact.
Yeah, and you're going to see the Valiant respect that Kitsune rush from the Saints, backing off from that one, but now re-engaging with the ultimates they have. The High Noon comes out from Seeker. It's going to force another retreat. They're going to do it again, force the Saints off with the point. King's going to try and get a touch, but it's going to go down, and with the Amplification Matrix, it's going to do so much damage. But a great sound barrier from Vega, but N2S ripping off Tree's head with an Icicle with that bonus damage. It's going to force False to use that Annihilation. Sound barrier in turn by Liar should help them try and bring them down. They need to bring down this Ramatra, otherwise he's just going to keep doing so much damage.
Oh, they're just trying to keep him up. Look at that, he's underneath the... He can't be shot from above underneath that little lip there on the point, just blocking for his dear life, but he's down as that's going to be a shield right up in Tree's face. Nice placement there from Crawley as King just trying to get onto the point, keep this one going, but at least here in our first point, this looks like it's going to be the LA Valiant taking it. I think probably surprising a few people out there, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, that was a good look. They used their advantage as well. Their ultimate cycling was great. They knew when they needed to go, when they needed to go back. And as much as we meme and talk about the Valiant only really announcing their roster in the last week, these are players who have been in North American contenders since the beginning of time. And as Zoe said going into this match, they've been on 14 teams in like 4 years. These guys have usually played with each other or against each other for a very long time, so they should be able to synergize quite well, and we're seeing that so far in this first round for the Valiant.
I mean, we see it you know, a lot in like Call of Duty, right, where you know you've had the players have played on so many teams over the years with so many of each other that like if they haven't played on the same team in a while, they have at some point. You just kind of keep mixing that player pool around.
We're going to head over to this new point, and they're playing the same things with the Ramatra. Squid is going to stay onto that Kiriko. Vega and King go down. I genuinely do not like this Kiriko pick. I feel like it does not have the same level of healing throughput, especially in these big brawl fights. You said, Matt, the amplification heal in an AoE is just so strong compared to anything that the Kiriko can offer.
Yeah, and you see there, they're going to make that change. I completely agree. It's kind of what we talked a little bit about earlier. Like, I think if you were going to be like hyper aggressive, right? Like you were playing like something like Tracer, right? Or like Reaper or Genji, like something along those lines that wants like flank it a little deeper. I think the Kiriko is the pick. But when you're playing Mei, you know, Mei Ramatra, Cassidy, like you may as well go with the Baptiste. Man, N2S has been tremendous so far.
Yeah, that was a great wall to open this up. Just funnels the Saints through a narrow corridor. That's going to make Squid go down, and they just don't have the healing to play out this entire fight, so they're going to bleed out, and that's 36% and counting here for the Valiant, and now they have the ultimates. CJ with the Amplification Matrix has dropped them very successfully so far. Every time they've gotten some form of objective. So let's see how they drop this one forward. I wouldn't be surprised to see them step up, recognizing they have the advantage in ult charge against Squid. Just go aggressive with it, give yourself that advantage and get it to the fullest capacity.
Yeah, you know you're going to have a support ultimate advantage either way, right? So I guess like if you're the Valiant, you're kind of thinking here like, hey, maybe we dump in ultimates, right? You get to 99, let's say you lose that fight because Saints comes in with ultimates of their own. You're kind of like back in a spot where you have an ultimate advantage and then just need one fight to win. So it's going to be an Amp Matrix here used by the Valiant. It's going to be a Blizzard used as well, and Tree's going to use the Deadeye. Blizzard used here as well with the Amp Matrix there from the Saints. They're going to get really nothing out of this. Liar ends up using the sound barrier here towards the end. Yeah, and they didn't even get the cap. Oh, that's brutal there for the Saints.
I think Laya would want that sound barrier back, but it's not the worst thing. You know, you're still going up to 90%. The Saints are going to have to rush back.
We didn't delete those VODs to you. You can't be saying that.
Yeah. You know, it happens every now and then. You know, people make mistakes, Matt. That's important to remember. But it's going to be hard for them to fight into this with no sound barrier of their own. They're going to use the high noon to just sort of zone them away. Someone's going to need a touch through this high noon. We do get the Annihilation coming up from False along with the sound barrier from Vega, and that's just going to be too overwhelming. Kroy's going to drop the same thing, but he's just not going to be able to get the same level of value, right? Yeah, he's good.
We need a name for the Ramatra dance when both Ramatras have Annihilation going and they're both just blocking, looking at each other. Haven't thought of a good one for that yet, but Saints able to flip it there towards the end, and that's actually quite big, Scott, because, like, look, you're going to be about even in terms of Amp Matrix here, for the Valiant coming on back, right? It could be a little bit harder now for Seeker to be able to, pick some players off with Tree playing the Sojourn, a little bit more range. So definitely not over. Saints still in this. Another nice Maywall, though, from N2S. They get False out. That's going to be the Immortality field out quite early.
And the Nemesis form as well, so False is just not going to have the sustainability to live through this. Just doing a lot of damage, but that's an important stick by King. Taking Kroy down, this is going to be the fight over, and that was a much-needed fight win for the Saints, as they're going to slowly start to get ultimates coming back on. The big disadvantage that they have right now is they're not playing that Mei, so they're going to lose this Brawl tank matchup, so King is going to need to keep delivering in the same fashion, alongside Tree as well. The Sojourn just doesn't do as much consistent damage as a Cassidy does right now in their current states.
You're almost just trying to have False baits like a Maywall, potentially keep him alive on through that, disengage a little bit with the Lucio, and then hope that your Sojourn and your Tracer have caused enough issues that a player or two is dead now for the Valiant, and you're able to hold out. You're not going to win in that kind of one-to-one brawl type of setup like you mentioned anymore for the Saints.
Another great wall. He's looking for a Blizzard positioning. N2S has been very good with it so far. They're disengaging with their lamp down. Maybe they saw the overclock coming from Tree and they didn't want to fight into it, but Squid did not get the memo. Gets a little bit isolated. N2S is going to get traded down, but the Blizzard's just too good. And the Valiant flipping over the point. King's going to need a hope for magic if they're going to win this one.
Yes, this one looked to be one of our closest matches of the day, on paper, but the Valiant come in and they play great here in map number 1. So they take that control 2-0 here against Saints. Really strong performance from a new look Valiant.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people had high expectations for this team, and proving all the doubters wrong. Maybe the power of friendship does get you along the line, but if you're the Saints, Mikey, who was a great Winston player who played in the playoffs last year, maybe they go towards a more dive-style map, something that plays into their strengths, and hope that the Valiant doesn't have as much experience on those compositions.
Right, because we were talking about how some of these rush style compositions, they could be easier for experienced players to pick up, because I know Overwatch has just kind of had them for so long that the Valiant came in, they played it with the Mei and the Cassidy, and they looked strong. I kind of agree. I actually thought Falls played quite well in the Ramatra, considering the positions they put him in, but maybe if you want to up the tempo a little bit, maybe you think about bringing in Mikey, right? Second place finisher from last year. Former tank from the San Francisco Shot can come in, potentially play some Winston.
Yeah, and we hyped up Tree a lot coming into this series, but Tree going missing in this first map is going to need to step it up in the next 2.
Yeah, for sure. We'll find out if Saints can force a game 3 with map number 2 coming up next. And welcome back to the Valiant vs. Saints series, our final series of the night. Scott, I heard, you know, the chat, they had heard, you know, Hugo's popping off. He was popping off. I mean, he's a big Valiant fan. Yep, Hugo and Tayzonde. He's barking about it. It's his version of a cheer after map number 1. He was so excited to see them win. No, I actually think I think he thinks the green screen is threatening him. break down the fourth wall here for you guys at home. We all don't have the same backgrounds. These are potentially green screens. But
Whoa,
he
spoilers!
He was threatened by mine. I don't know why. It's just a piece of fabric that's standing here. But you know, dogs are weird. Blizzard World is the selection for Saints up next. I'm super curious, like, once we kind of get into Game C rosters, like, if we're going to see the same type of rush, because Blizzard World would lead you to believe, like, you know, you can play a little bit more divey here on Blizzard World, right? Like, lots of, like, different high ground areas and stuff that really, you know, aid Winston in terms of able to access.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Winston map. You know, you can try and force the brawl, especially on this first point, but for the most part, I think you will see both teams go towards this Winston, especially with Mikey getting subbed in. Obviously a great Wrecking Ball and Winston player who played for the San Francisco Shock last year, but this is actually a look that the Saints have done in the past, where they play this Lucio Kiriko, but they do it with a Wrecking Ball instead of the Winston. So I'm curious to see how this is going to match up, but the Valiant, from the looks of it, they are going to attempt to try and play this brawl style into Blizzard World.
And I think when you see this composition, I actually like the Kiriko in this kind of composition, right?
Yeah.
This is where I think, like, you know, Baptiste doesn't really make a ton of sense. You know, you're not going to get tons of value with, like, you know, Immortality Field and whatnot. Everybody's pretty mobile, you know, in terms of their kit. So I think Kiriko, like, being able to, like, dash around the Suzu works really well here. For Saints, they'll be on defense. We'll see what the Valiant decide to do here on offense. Seeker goes up. He goes down. He'll now make a change here. Okay, so he'll go over to Cassidy. So gonna play that rush style composition yet again. We'll see how Die fares off against it.
Yeah, and the Valiant are going to recognize, especially seeing as CJ used to play on this team, that when Mikey comes in, they're going to play that dive style, and they're going to adjust their comp for that. CJ's going to play that Kiriko Lyra on that Ana. They're going to have so much healing to pump into Croy, which will allow him to play aggressive, because they don't want to play as a unit. They're not really playing a brawl anymore. They're just trying to step up and be threatening, just trying to live through this dive that's going to be coming through. You can see Mikey eyeballing everyone, trying to see when the best opportunity to go will be. But Tree and King are going to cause them problems as they're trying to maneuver around, as you see CJ already going down.
Yeah, as Tree got tired of waiting on Mikey for go times, he just went in, was able to just kill one on his own as push comes in from the Valiant. It does not last very long, as that'll be the Saints taking that first fight. It's trying to push in towards that side room, able to pick up some kills. So it really is, it does come down to, right, like the Valiant, you're gonna not, you know, it's not a kind of like death ball-y style play, right, that you're gonna play here if you're the LA Valiant, but you're gonna play a little bit more close together and being able to just survive the onslaught, right? The Tracer from one way, the ball coming in, knocking players around, pile driver, right? Being able to live on through that is going to be the key here. Oh, nice sleep here. This could potentially set something up. That's going to be a biotic grenade as Mikey gets quite low. Oh, nice Suzu there, though. That connects from Squid, able to take that away, and King on the other side is able to pick up a kill. So it looked like it could have been bad for the Saints, ends up being another fight.
Yeah, but as you can see, they're just kind of getting caught bunkering into this room without enough damage to punish any of the people walking in. Great Pulse Bomb's going to do a lot of damage to Croy, but he's going to remain alive as they're going to stay in Snack's round, is just trying to live long enough. Mikey gets a little greedy going into that room as the Nano comes out onto Croy, and this should at least start the point ticking up. But Mikey will be back. He's playing the Wrecking Ball. They'll give up a tick or two, but Vega going down early is going to be a problem. Are the Saints going to try and recontest this?
And it was looked like you had King on the high ground trying to contest CJ. Oh, and
oh my gosh!
I mean, so they end up using the Kitsune Rush, right? The Valiant. Man, when you're trying to contest, that is probably worst case scenario, right? Like Mikey going in for a pile driver gets slept. just taken out immediately, so you're not able to make anything happen. His C9, I mean, he was laying on C9 has become such a large term. It could like anything where you've given up the objective has become a C9 at this point.
Yeah. Oh my. Tree is going to pop off though and sort of start to get some value. Croy's popped the Annihilation in the room, but is just unable to go anywhere with how low they are on health. But yeah, that's going to end that fight, and you take that if you're Saints. That's a good team fight win, slowing things down. The Annihilation is just such a big ultimate, except maybe, I guess if you look at the composition that Saints are playing, it's going to be difficult to get value out of the Annihilation. Literally everybody can run away from you. So Croy, maybe that wasn't the worst case scenario for him. We're going to see them pop the High Noon as Mikey tries to roll through him. He's going to take a lot of damage. No, I guess they're just going to be happy to roll on through.
It's going to remind Seeger that he's there. Yeah.
Yo, it's
rolling
me.
on through. What's up, fam? Then just rolls it out. See Seeker and the Valiant maybe trying to take some high ground here. See what they're trying to do. It looks like potentially like so you could actually see the Valiant like almost trying to like bait them in a little bit here, right? Try and like bait them inside, and that's like an easier sleep dart and like biotic grenade. But the court's not moving, so there's no reason for the Saints to like go in there, you know?
Yeah. And like that's what happened last time.
Bait, yeah.
Like Mikey went in, right? And like, that's how they ended up losing the first point, because Mikey got greedy, thought he could close out the fight, but they have no need to. The Valiant literally can't do anything in this situation to accomplish anything. So, you know, even though we've only seen, how many team fights have we seen so far in this map? 3, maybe 4?
3.
There's only 2 minutes remaining for the Los Angeles Valiant, and you know, the Saints are just waiting for the Valiant to do anything and then using the ultimates that they've banked up. They're almost back to 5 ultimates, so the Valiant maybe needing to mix up their strategy with what they're doing, use the ultimates, go to a Lucio so they can close the distance a little bit better.
So I actually think the Valiant can make that work, if I'm honest, like the bait kind of into the side, but they need like cart presence, right? So you need like the Tracer kind of like darting onto the cart, pushing it a bit, you know, coming back in, right? You need like any type of cart threat of progress, because if you're not threatening any progress, like why is even the point of going in there to fight? You don't need to fight, just let the round run out. Nano here on the Seeker. This will kind of buy them some space, get the payload moving again. This is going to be Saints using sound barriers, so that tells you they want to go.
Yeah, and they're going to go in, and with the Kitsune Rush as well, that's going to be so much damage. You can see King moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but Seeker does hit the shot, an important shot to hit there as well. So Valiant is going to stabilize a little bit, but Squid's going to get N2S, and that's going to mean that the Valiant are stuck in this room right now, and the Saints aren't willing to let them stay here. We got a Kiriko battle, no one's hitting the headshots. There will be a high noon coming up from Seeker, but I've never seen a fight in this room. This is a first for, I think, everybody here. Croy's going to pop the Annihilation as well. This is as good a time as any.
Oh, that's like
and the Valiant will close out that fight. It was expensive, Matt.
You're not supposed to even like fight in that room. There's like RP in that room. Like, you know, there's like posters and stuff to read on the wall and stuff. You're not supposed to battle it out in there. Let alone Deadeye. So we're coming down 20 seconds here. Valiant have no ultimates to use here, Scott. Tree potentially with a big overclock, you know, with some high ground control here. Next with one. See if he can find another. Is a few players in front of him getting really low. Is Cry trying to block, but he didn't block enough. Yeah, I mean, that is big damn coming down.
Tree doing work, closing out that round. That was just going to be a difficult fight. Valiant committed. There's C9's coming chat again, ring through just like YouTube chat, but the Valiant, I don't know if I agree with the style that they're trying to play. It just feels too hard to do anything in the one big fight. They just had to use all of their ultimates, didn't have anything left for that final fight. And Saints looking a lot more cohesive, playing this dive style, while the Valiant a little bit lost, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see. I think I'm curious in your opinion. Do you think it's easier or harder to play the Saints composition on offense or defense?
I think it's easier to play it on defense. In general, defense is just easier because you can choose the tempo. As we,
my man Tree needs to lift the Trader after this.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up some of those curries, frozen curries. You know, they're pretty good.
Hey, dude, that chicken tikka masala from there is good. You get some frozen burritos.
It's good.
Tree
yeah, there's some good stuff. Yeah, you know, so the players really working together as much as they're against each other. You know, it's important.
Seems like CJ's just confused by the request. You just put question mark.
What? Okay. But I don't know, going back to your previous point of talking about when you're playing dive, it's always easier to wait for them to come into you and then set up your dive. It can be harder for the Saints to really get position against this composition for Valiant because, you know, Lyra and DJ are going to be able to be defensible and they're not going to have that risk of getting picked off as they start to approach. So maybe you're right, Valiant will have more success on this composition, on this defense, but mirror comps as we just saw in the last round.
Yeah, so exactly what we saw in the last round. Potentially Mikey, like, we'll see if he can, yeah, it looks like he's going to roll on by, potentially try and get position to come over the top. It's, I think, for the Saints, you want to like try and attack from multiple angles, right? You don't want to just kind of like run and take this fight head on. It's, looks like the Kariko was pinged there, so maybe trying to set up a dive here on a CJ. Oh, they know what those
you can see that somehow they've ended up in the exact same room they were on attack, and we're just mirroring the same thing that we just watched. But you know, we'll see if they make a mistake. Tree gets a little too aggressive into Snacks Ramus and just gets punished for it. And now they're just going into the room. Don't go in the room if I'm talking to the Saints. But Squid's going to get a late pick, which actually might end up becoming valuable. It should give them a little bit more space, but for the most part, Saints not able to get anything done on this first attack. As you can see, Valiant have a much better idea of how they want to play this.
Yeah, I feel like if you can kind of force Valiant into that room, right? You know, and maybe you start putting some pressure on the point, like trying to get them out of there, or you can displace like as they're coming out. That's like kind of the ideal scenario. Is Mikey back in? Oh, is CJ putting himself on the high ground, uses the teleport to get away. Pretty much instantly is Mikey takes some big damage there. Biotic grenade comes through. He's got no shield anymore. Yeah, this is a fantastic pocket on the Seeker.
Yeah, there's so much healing that comes out when you're playing this Kiriko and Ana, and you can see that was a great dive onto Seeker. They just had way too much healing, as you're actually going to see a swap coming out here from Mikey. Recognizing he's just not able to take any space playing that Wrecking Ball, goes over to the Winston, might give him a little bit more space and a more effective dive, because Wrecking Ball is very disruptive, but against an Ana Kiriko, what are you disrupting? You can get slept, you can get punished by so many different things. So we'll see if the Winston works a little bit better, but the Valiant has ultimates coming up now. They have the Nano, they have the Kitsune Rush. Whenever they feel like they're under pressure from Saints, they can just rip those ones, and it will give them so much extra abilities and time.
Pulse Bomb at the ready. That'll be a, it's going to be a Kitsune Rush on the other side. So when the Saints try and go rush towards that other side of the Valiant, they're running actually right into a Kitsune Rush, but King is going to be able to find that first kill. Oh, Seeker with a nice magnetic grenade, but it didn't even need to pop off, actually. He just takes out Tree. Seeker has had a pretty strong series on the Cassidy thus far, as Crawley's going to use the Annihilation to stay alive here on the point as more clock is dwindling, Scott. But I think Saints, you know, they may have an advantage here. You see them just kind of regroup on that high ground, then dive back in. This should be a point they're able to take.
Yeah, and that was a much cleaner dive. You can see the value of the Winston coming out instantly. Just providing that team support with that Winston bubble and just able to stay alive a lot easier. Corey's actually going to switch. The Valiant recognizing that they can't play the Ramatra on this second point. Going over to the Doomfist, the hero he might be more comfortable on. Fly over to that Lucio as they're going to go aggressive. And Tree's popping the overclock, takes down N2S. Just a forward aggressive push by the Valiant, but it is going to get punished by the Saints.
What do you think of this last second push by the Valiant? Is this the right move here? I mean, what, you burn probably like, what, 25 seconds of clock? And Mikey ends up using what?
Primal.
Yeah.
You forced overclock. I absolutely think you take that if you're the Valiant, right?
Like that was... Ajax. I did catch that, but...
if there might have been an Ajax, there might not be. It might be the same elusive C9 that they've been saying. I feel like they're just saying things at this point.
Yeah, I'm not even sure at this point if it's real or not.
Croy's going to go back to that Ramatra. So I just talked about how I like the swap, but now goes back to the Ramatra. We'll see how they're going to try and get value. You can see the Saints are just sort of preparing for this rush to come at any point. They're not trying to fight too much for this high ground, but Valiant don't really have any ultimates to work with, so they can't really step out. So Saints are just getting forward card progress right now.
And if you're the Saints, I think this is like totally fine, right? You're not really trying to play for high ground control, you know, in a super meaningful way. If anything, the Valiant, they have to kind of like stop the bleeding, force a fight here. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush here from the Saints, trying to find a pick off. Mikey is really low. Nice pulse bomb there from N2S. Is going to pretty much stop things. As you know, you end up using the Kitsune Rush, but taking out that tank first is huge.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's an important fight win for Valiant. That was a lot of ults from Saints, especially the big ones coming out with the Kitsune Rush. So now that they have this high ground, and you can sort of see how they're wanting to play this. As soon as Saints go anywhere, they're just going to run them down. And now they have the fallbacks of the sound barrier. Seeker's High Noon can always get high value, but whenever Mikey steps forward, he can just pull that one. So Mikey is going to jump to the cart, trying to get some progress as you see them taking this little space in this left side room on Seeker's screen right now. But Seeker's just going to be raining bullets down from above, and it's going to be hard to displace him from this position without the Primal Rage on Mikey.
Yeah, we'll see though. You know, maybe big value on Deadeye as you like kind of come into the corner. Oh, he gets knocked up, and he actually ends up getting a kill on Nevega as he's flying through the sky. That ended up working out perfectly for the Valiant, and that is not ideal for the Saints.
They're actually disengaging into this room. Are the Valiant gonna push the envelope here, or are they just gonna let them stay in here, respecting the Saints a little bit, not wanting to overstep their bounds? But as I said, Seeker's just going to be sitting in here, and yeah, you can see Mikey tried to jump up at him and took half of his health before it even began. They also have the magnetic grenade whenever he steps forward. So 30 seconds remaining. We're going into last fight territory.
Yeah, it'll be sound barrier for both teams here. So Mikey takes another big shot. This Annihilation, look at this. Craw, he just jumps right down. So Mikey's so low, trying to find any healing. Is Craw doing a nice job forcing them out, but doesn't chase here. Squid gets quite low. Has that Kitsune Rush. A game on the line here for the Saints. They need to win this map.
Would be huge.
Force the third one. Oh, it's huge, but it doesn't end up killing anybody. It's a protection Suzu there. Vega comes in, takes out the Tracer. And just like that, as the tide turned, it looks like it's going to be a pulse bomb from King that gets Krylo. He's going to take out Liar as well, and Saints look to be able to force a final game here, Scott. Huge clutches there towards the end for Saints.
These matches are going the distance right now, as Saints feeling a lot more comfortable playing a dive style where it feels like they can maneuver around the map, play it. We got a good look at Mikey Winston. It looks good in their current setup. I'm now looking back towards the Valiant. If you're the Valiant, where do you go, Matt? Because they seem to be very pigeonholed on the way that they want to play the game, because they want to play Corey on that Ramatra.
Right.
You know, what push map? We talked about it earlier, where in the last match, where Timeless, you know, they didn't want to go to Colosseo. Do we want to see the Valiant go to Colosseo on this one?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? With Saints kind of for your style, probably like New Queen Street. I would say that's probably the way to go, right? You know, you're looking at New Queen Street. I think that's probably would be the pick if you're the Valiant. Take a look at some of the highlights here from this second map as Tree started to find things, get things going here on the Sojourn. I thought this clip was funny because when Cry's standing in the doorway with his just arms folded, he looks like a bouncer at a nightclub, just angrily staring outside.
Tree, you're 15. You're not allowed in here. Sorry, buddy. You gotta stay out there. But I think Tree overall had a really good series. that's where they're looking to go. But Tree honestly stepped up, and I think that's an important thing for this Saints roster. Tree needs to be playing and firing at all cylinders on these hit scans and opening these fights up for them.
Yeah, and it's not only Tree. For me, King has really played really well on the Tracer. We'll find out who can take another final game series here today in our first day of the Pro-Am with Saints vs Valiant coming up next. Welcome back to what will be the final game here at the Western Pro-Am Day 1. It is Saints versus Valiant, and Scott, the final map is going to be Coliseo. That is a bit surprising for me.
Really? I feel like this is definitely the wheelhouse that the Valiant wanted to go into. As much as you can play that Ramatra style on New Queen Street, you can get away with playing a Wrecking Ball or a Winston on that map from time to time. So I think this Coliseo is a good pick for the Valiant. It gives opportunity for Seeker to feel comfortable playing that Cassidy, get a lot of that damage in, and Croy to play that Ramatra and potentially get a lot more value on it.
Yeah, you know, interesting. I actually thought kind of like, I think New Queen Street actually probably for me. I just think that Coliseo can be so volatile at times in terms of like results. Like you could have the right comp in the right setting, in one fight, two fights, don't go your way, and it's like almost impossible to make this trek through the middle of the map, where. For a final map, you may want something a little bit more forgiving in that sense. So we'll see what both teams come out on. As those cars flying through the sky, there's like jets.
Yeah, the future's crazy, man.
Hey, I went here. Well, that looks.
You went here
like
to Coliseo.
I went there. No, I didn't go to Coliseo, but I kind of have an idea where these things are now.
No flying cars?
No, there were no flying cars when I was there. No.
Okay.
Lots of cars on the ground, none in the sky that I remember.
Yeah, that's
it'll be.
But
Valiant, they will come out. Nothing surprising. Interesting though that they like really don't want to. They haven't played the Reinhardt at all throughout this series, right? It's just been Ramatra variations. I know of this rush style composition where Saints they will play that Winston. So they had success on Blizzard World. Now they'll try and do it again. For me, at the start here, I'm looking at King. Like, King has come up with some really big kills. And I think Tree has put down some good damage at range, but King getting in there, finishing off one of these supports would be huge.
Yeah, and King's such an important player when you're playing that dive star with Mikey. He's been the person there to follow up, and I feel like we haven't really seen the true value of King as a player from his previous experience in ours. So I want to see him really step up, and we're getting a little bit of a standoff going on here as no one's willing to blink, as the Winston of Mikey doesn't want to go in, dive into the backline of Valiant, while Valiant is going to struggle to close this distance without taking so much damage. So just waiting to see who's going to get that first touch.
Well, what do Valiant have in terms of one-shot potential? Right? Like
they have a magnetic grenade.
May with Icicle can like one-shot like maybe a select characters, and then they have the magnetic grenade. They have to be the team that's more aggressive, right? When the Sojourn's on the other side just farming up damage, just looking for those picks. That'll be Tree taking out Seeker, and they are the team that gets a little bit more aggressive, pushes on it.
Yeah, he doesn't make it onto the high ground when he tries to disengage after that pick, so he's gonna go down. So now they're going to be once again playing at disadvantage with 4 people, but it's 4v4. I think the Valiant are just sort of willing to wait a little bit, but N2S is going to hit that Icicle headshot onto King. That's going to prompt a retreat here for Team Saints as Mikey's disengaging, getting very low, and Valiant getting a very early advantage in this map so far. But you would expect them to be better in this narrow corridor right now.
Yeah, I think this is where their comp should shine, right? As you see how deep Mikey wants to go to push on pass, and that is an immortality field that is really good. A nice sound barrier layered on top of that, and Seeker's able to pick up 2, Cry with 1. The supports really, have turned up here for the Valiant today. It also has to like sting a little bit if you're the Saints, right? It's the support who was on your team, maybe a week ago, takes an opportunity to be a part, of the Valiant, and here in this final series thus far, putting up a pretty good performance against you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the playbook and he's using it against you. But we are going to see some stabilization coming from Team Saints, able to hold it before it gets to that checkpoint. So now the ultimates are starting to come on. Like someone needs to, someone needs to push the button. It's fine. Just slowing it down. But we talked about it a little bit on Blizzard World. But Croy with this annihilation, how is he going to find value against the composition? Is he going to use it as a zoning defensive style, or is he going to try and just like rush down the opposition? You can see them slowly starting to go forward. They're going to use the high noon but the entire Saints team is going to flip the map onto the Los Angeles Valiant side. So the Valiant say, okay, see you later, taking the bot with them and running back the other way. But now they're getting pinched a little bit, and Tree's going to take down Seeker.
Well, they put themselves in a pinch. They saw like everybody scatter for the Saints, and they decided to just kind of stand in the middle and let them collapse onto them right on top of the objective, which isn't super ideal, as I don't think Cry will ever be able to use his Annihilation here. So it'll be the Saints to get the bot moving again, and they're going to make up some time here, Scott. And I also think they're going to have enough time potentially to get set up on the high ground. Yeah, you see from the X-Ray, you have Tree set up on the high ground, Squid as well. This is really dangerous, right? Because the Sojourn gets some charge. You know, the Kariko does a decent amount of damage. You can just get a kill, just somebody walking across the bridge here quite easily. As it looks like the Valiant, though, they'll make their way all the way across, maybe try and play up on the platform. You have to know there's a Blizzard in play here if you're the Saints. Blizzard plus Annihilation on deck.
Yeah, I think if you're the Saints, you're trying to get them to use those ultimates, and then you can run away. But N2S just 2 taps Tree to open it up. Mikey is going to go aggressive alongside King, and they are going to take down CJ and Seeker. But once again, there is some bot shenanigans going out. The Saints are going to commit even more. Squid and Vega both using their defensive ultimates, but they've realized there's been a robbery. And N2S does get punished. Yeah, it's good.
I mean,
it's going to give them time. They win a team fight.
Hello.
Yeah, this map is so punishing. It's so annoying. Like, they would look like they were about to make good progress, and look at this. Like, this next fight's going to kick off in the same exact spot. And this time, the Valiant, they have an Ant Matrix and a Blizzard from the high ground, if they want. That'll be an Ant Matrix with Seeker able to take out King right away. So now the bot will get back to Saints territory with the Valiant going on the offensive. So it looks like a ridiculous play, right? Like N2S watching his whole team fight and die ultimately at the hand of the Saints, but it's a huge play.
Yeah, no, it's good, and I think King's been struggling so far on this map to get anything done, especially like he did in Blizzard World, because the Mei and the Cassidy just have so much one-shot potential onto you as a Tracer that it can be difficult to maneuver around the map, so he's just been getting picked a little bit, but Saints with no ultimates, not willing to do anything, but N2S has been holding onto this Blizzard for a while, just no opportunity to find a time to drop it because of the mobility of Saints, as we're sort of waiting here, looking at each other in the eyes with only 4 minutes remaining.
Can Saints actually do this though? Like, you know, this is the type of strategy you can play when you're tied up. You know, when you're down by about 16 meters in the bots in the middle of the map, and you know you're below 4 minutes, you can't just burn that much clock. I gotta feel like.
Yeah, it can be difficult because this map can swing at any moment. Seeker's going to take down Squid, and Valiant are putting out so much damage, but another re-engage coming out from the Saints. Mikey's going to commit the Primal as well to try and win this one. King following up another pick, gets the Pulse Bomb, goes a little bit wide, but he's doing the damage without that Ice Block as well from the Mei. Going to take down N2S, and King doing it himself for Saints with some great team play from the entire team.
Yeah, King has been sick, man. Like on Tracer, like we've seen obviously some really bright moments from Tree, but you know, just highlighting this, you know, Mei on the first map specifically, but Saints now with an opportunity here. I feel like you gotta think about, yeah, this Annihilation, you gotta get some value out of this, but he's gonna get stuck straight away. It's the magnetic grenade right in his face as he just jumps on in. It's gonna be a 2 for 2 though, so you might be able to keep this going here. If you're the Saints, but you gotta keep Mikey up. Oh, but Crawley chases him down with whatever's remaining of the Annihilation, as that is huge there.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Oh, wow. Good win by CJ on King. But this is the problem with Colosseum if you are the Saints playing this dive composition. It's so hard to get that extra 16 meters that the Valiant have already got. This is probably why the Valiant are quite content with where they are sitting right now. They know that they have such a massive advantage that they don't need to progress anymore. The problem is you're playing this on a knife's edge. As soon as anything can happen for this Valiant squad, that the Saints just need to win one important team fight and they could take this lead.
Yeah, and you know, when teams first started playing this map, like, you almost didn't want to push the bot up, like, past that point. Like, you wanted to fight here in the middle because you didn't want to run into the high ground, right? Where at this point, Saints, like, they have no option but to just almost kind of run into that high ground. As Seeker gets hit with a Pulse Bomb, assume that's a protection Suzu, able to keep him alive as Cry using the block, trying to stay up. Squid drops that Kitsune rush here. A few players go low here for the Valiant, but doing such a great job of keeping everybody up. And Scott, they do not need to be the offensive team here. The Saints are still forced into trying to be the team that makes these plays. So they're gonna have to pick a time to really just put their foot in the gas and go. And it might be now, but it's going to be Mikey. It looked like got hit with a pulse bomb there. May have actually just connected with some of the shield there because he actually does not lose any health. Potentially even a Suzu thrown in. But Seeker's going to connect with two. Going to be N2S finishing off another. And when Saints is trying to execute these dives, they are just met by the Valiant and taken out with ease.
You can see Mikey is just struggling to get anywhere close to Seeker. Every time he gets anywhere close, Seeker just throws that magnetic grenade at him, does a ton of damage, and then there's just too much coming out. And then we disengage, but we go back to this old chestnut. The Valiant not trying to overstay their welcome. They're going to back up, and we're going to have the exact same fight because Valiant recognizes this is where they have the advantage. If they go into the Saints territory, the tide just gets stronger. We see Mikey going in. He has the primal rage that should allow him to sustain a little bit longer. It gets popped, but Tree with this overclock might be the one who needs to be getting the picks.
And you got a sound barrier here. That's going to be the sound barrier from Vega. Crawley's going to fall. You see that line that Saints needs to get to. That's going to be Seeker with the Deadeye. Seeker ends up taking out Mikey, but it's going to be a big pulse bomb from King. Liar trying to back up. I tell you what, the biggest thing, oh, Tree's going to get another one. If you can get Crawley back into this fight, Scott, it would be massive, but that's going to be them taking the lead. And I think this is always where you kind of question, like, do you get off of the bot? Do you just keep trying to push? What do you decide to do here? So, looks like it's going to be the Valiant getting on. They will get a touch here at the end.
Yeah, we talked about that Knife's Edge, and now the Knife's Edge is toppled over. Now Saints are the ones in the driver's seat. They need to make things happen. The Valiant, they're on the bot. The Saints have got the advantage, sorry. And the Valiant, they're seeing that we have the Annihilation trying to sort of set it up. He's trying to find the time to pop it. He does. And you're just going to see the Saints team split in all these different directions. At this point, you're happy to just sort of wait this one out. They can have the bot for now.
They want to double down.
They re-engage with the Kitsune rush, and now they're at the advantage.
Yeah, they're going to use that Kitsune rush, and the Seeker's going to be able to find one. They're going to lose another player at the hands of N2S. King ends up finding, you know, another kill, as he typically does in these fights. King with another with a pulse bomb. A nice shot there by Seeker, finishing him off. But the Valiant now will get control of the bot, moving the other way. 9 meters. I think Crawley's probably going to have to change heroes here to probably try and make it back into this fight. Yeah, he's going to go over to the Doom. It's just the Tracer in Cassidy here. Now you're getting the supports in play here for the Valiant. The Valiant probably have to win a whole nother fight here. Keep this going as now Crawley's back in the action on Doom.
Mikey has the mind. This is going to be a problem. You see Croy just clears it with his fist as the sound barrier goes from Lion to just sort of give them that little bit of extra time. The high noon is going to be good. Just so much damage. But the problem with the Valiant is they have to stay on this point. It's moving. Misses the shot onto King. King gets the advantage. The card is moving. But it's fine. The Saints are able to just touch at the last second. The Valiant is falling, and we are going to see another contenders team take down an Overwatch League team as the Valiant lose.
Man.
More understanding and expected, but still a great win from Saints.
That goes right down. Like the Valiant, like what? A game of push is like 8 minutes or 10 minutes, and they had control, I would feel like, the Valiant for like 75 to 80% of that game, right? It was just like 2 pushes by Saints that was able to get it done, and that is a really tremendous performance. What I feel like too is I think both of these teams like can probably play even better than what we saw today. I actually think that, like, whether it's better performances, in terms of like tank play that you want maybe from Saints, right? Or, having the right tanks in on the right maps to play what you want, or even the Valiant just getting more time to play against each other. I think just really, both of these teams have a lot in front of them that are positive. But I believe we do have some highlights here of Tree, as he had a tremendous series here for Saints. I know everybody was super excited to kind of see him play, obviously. And what did you feel, Cus? Did he live up to some of the hype?
I don't think we got to see Tree's final form. If anything, the standout player for me on this Saints roster was King on that Tracer, really making some big plays, cleaning things up, enabling this dive style to really just sort of... It felt like they were just like always trying to push this immovable force, which was the LA Valiant, just able to hold on just enough. Tree coming alive when it was necessary and when it was needed most. So big shout outs to this Saints roster. I'm excited to see how far these guys are going to go. You look at the stats here. He did 0 healing. Come on, Tree. Let's get it a little bit stronger.
Yeah,
but does get 11 critical hits.
You gotta do better. Gotta do better than the healing.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, you got to heal yourself sometimes. You know, supports are going to do damage these days, especially on the Kiriko.
But yeah, no, Tree is your player of the match. Well deserved on the Sojourn. Really, once he got on the Sojourn, and then I think King really started making an impact on the Tracer. I think that's when this series really kind of like flipped on its head. But man, we had a really great day of games, huh?
Yeah, no, this is going to be a great tournament, Matt. This first day has gone the distance. We got 4 of our 5 matches went to 3 maps. It's going to be an absolute banger of a tournament. Everything we thought we knew, throw it out the window, except for Atlanta Reign being really good. So many great matches to come. Make sure to stay tuned.
Yeah, for sure. And that's it for matches for the day. But stay tuned. It's going to be the post show breaking it all down. If you want to hear Scott talk more, he'll be there. So stay tuned right after this break.
Honestly, the entire day might be a little bit about Overwatch, but it's mainly about Costa just getting all the airtime humanly possible. How do you do it, Costa?
The GOAT. How are you doing? How are you holding up?
I need water. I need a bathroom break. I need it all. But hey, the matches are good. When the matches are good, it doesn't matter how long I have to work. It's been a great day.
It actually has been. Now I want to welcome everyone back to our Watchpoint post show. Joining me, as you can see, is of course Casa as well as Danny. We're going to put a bow on the gift that was an exciting first day of competition. We've got all the spicy takes and big brain analysis. So stay with us as we recap today's action. And also, of course, we're going to take a very sneak peek at tomorrow's matches. Our last match of the day just concluded, and this was a lot closer than a lot of people would have expected.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I
the
think
Valiant squad looks good.
Valiant looks really good. I'm very happy about that. Despite their loss, like Seeker popping off and just the team in general being pretty good. Like, I'm very excited for the team and for the season as well, because they look a lot better than their past selves as a team, I guess. So even if they went down against the Saints, hey, they got more matches. Seeker, let's go.
He wasn't talking about my iteration of the Valiant. He was talking about last year's Valiant and the year before that Valiant. Hey, don't you dare throw my 2018 Valiant under the bus like that.
I was there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the opposition, though. I do want to highlight some of those Saints players. King, as you said, Costa, was definitely a standout, but Tree, as Matt also just mentioned, as you guys were wrapping up the series, Tree had a great game today, a great performance, and he's definitely been one of those players who's been hyped up quite a lot.
Yeah, I can talk about him. He's been this guy that's just sort of been this infamous being in contenders for so long. He's been this young, mechanically insane player, and we've never really known what his true power can be because we haven't seen him compete in the Overwatch League and with the age requirements. It's cool to be able to see the Pro-Am happening. He's able to sort of flex his muscles just a bit. I don't think this is the best that we're going to get from him. He has been hyped up to be, the North American proper. I don't think we got that just in this match, but there's plenty more matches to come.
Yep.
Well, we do have him on the line right now for a quick chat to talk about the match and the team's performance. Tree, thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on the big W.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Now, I don't know if you just heard it, but Costa did say that he doesn't think that you have hit your final form just yet. You're one of those players who's, there's a lot of hype surrounding you, and we were all very excited to see you play. Do you feel like you and your team played the best you can, or is there still a ceiling to hit?
I think there are definitely some, first match day nerves because we have Vega and Squid, all new players like me, who haven't really we all know we have potential and really good, but we've never gotten the chance to compete versus Owl. So I think first match it's always going to be nerves like that, but I'm glad that we still won despite that.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump in. So obviously you guys won the Pro-Am qualifiers. You are one of the strongest teams coming from the contenders region for the Pro-Am. What's your goal for as a team? Are you trying to win the whole thing, or are you just like make it out of groups? Because you've got to set a realistic goal. How much confidence does your team have?
I'd say we're pretty confident that we can at least make it out of groups. There's a lot of good teams right now, so I don't know. In terms of how far we'll make it, I would say we'll go as far as we can. Like, we obviously all want to win this thing. We all want to compete. But for expectations, I don't think we really have any. I think we're just trying to win as much as we can and focus on like one match after the other.
Win as much as you can, yeah. I mean, I feel like after watching this match, I mean, you guys have so many more matches coming up in the Pro-Am. Like, coming into this tournament, did you like have a specific team that you guys really wanted to beat? Just any team in the Pro-Am?
Trying to think here. I mean, we lost CJ to Valiant, so I think that was fun. I was joking at him in chat and whatnot, but I think our match versus Valiant versus London will be interesting. So yeah,
London.
I think probably them we look forward to the most.
Interesting, as in because of the compositions or the players. What is interesting about that one?
Well, they obviously have their style with like Rush and stuff, and that's kind of been obviously on Eco. We never win Eco Point ever because of Rush. We're always bad at playing versus Rush comp, so it'll be fun versus them. And yeah, I mean, we scrimmed them a lot recently, or a while ago, I guess now, but it was always pretty close. So I think it'll be competitive. Let's see who wins.
Right on. Well, we can't wait to see more from you and your team. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in your upcoming games.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Right, that was Tree from Saints, and they just won out against the Valiant in our last match of the day. Yeah, we recapped all the greatness that went down there, and overall, I think we had a really good day. I'm just thrilled. Let's take a look once again at those games. Looking at the scores here, of course, as well. I mean, big surprise must have been that the Shock fell to Trick Room, right?
I mean, and the Florida Mayhem, honestly. The fact that San Francisco Shock lost both of their matches on their first day, I think is pretty surprising.
Costa right now is like, that was not a surprise to me whatsoever. I don't know.
Yeah, we all saw this coming. I actually meant to tip Trick Room over the San Francisco Shock as well. Something must have gone wrong, but yeah, honestly, that is one of the shocking things that happened today. San Francisco Shock losing both of their matches. I don't think many people would have predicted that.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you saw, but Krusty had a few words on socials as well, and he did say that this is just a classic Shock. You know, they just lose their first matches and then they come back stronger than ever. So that's the promise he made. Let's see if it rings true. They do have some more games to play, but only the top two of each group will come out and headed into the bracket play. So those matches really matter. Now, generally, I think there was no shortage really of moments which could make the day one headline. Danny, which moment would you make it, what's the front page for you?
Sorry, I'm just gonna take the easiest one. Like, we both just mentioned it, but I mean, it has to be the biggest headline. San Francisco Shock losing to the Florida Mayhem on their first match, on their first day, and then their next match against Trick Room, they lost that one as well. And, you know, coming into the Pro-Am, of course, they were one of the favorite teams that a lot of people thought that they were going to win everything. But today, I don't know, they looked a little lackluster. They seemed a little lost at times, and, you know, it was a little bit worrying, and that sort of, you know, resulted in them losing both of their matches.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, San Francisco Shock, you know, they can make excuses. They can say they usually lose matches. They can say ping, but at the end of the day, just really struggling. It was really surprising. But it was honestly awesome to see both of these teams win. You know, Florida Mayhem has a lot to prove. And, you know, awesome to see contenders teams get some wins against some of the best teams and one of the best teams expected to be in this year of Val.
So Danny took the obvious headline. Costa, you can't make front page anymore because that was Danny's. Who's making it into the second page, I guess?
Okay, on the second page, on the back of the front page, is going to be Atlanta's dominance. Atlanta Reign showing us their first look at their new roster, and it looked good. As much as, London Spitfire, they are a strong team. They did not look strong against this just oppressive style of Atlanta Reign. Lip making his way across the pond alongside Stalker. They both just popped off so much. While also, Atlanta, it wasn't like they only played Rush or they only played Dive. They really played a little bit of everything and showed what their entire roster has to give. So right now, as Leg Day said, they are the top one right now. They are the favorites and the team to beat if you're looking at this Pro-Am so far.
And I don't feel like they've been pushed at all. Like, it really looked like they didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah. There's not going to be a lot of teams that I feel like, could beat the Atlanta Reign right now from what we've seen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, that was just day one, right? We have so many more to come, and there is certainly no shortage of standout moments, and some of those standout moments actually made it into our plays of the day. We're going to sort them by role, and Costa, I'm going to throw the support play of the day your way. What made your jaw drop?
Oh, there's so many things that made my jaw drop. There's so many great support plays, but we're going to give it to Finn on this Kiriko. Obviously a great player from last year. Gets the Kitsune rush out, just throwing these kunais out. And we've seen how impactful Kiriko players are just because of those kinds of things. You can get important headshots, get important picks, but also weaving in that healing is such a difficult skill. And as much as San Francisco Shock didn't get the wins today, I think Finn, he's doing what he does best on this flex support right now with the Kiriko.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Kiriko player and if you're like Finn, if you could just kill everyone, you're like a DPS, right? You're another DPS.
Problem solved.
Basically, yeah.
Problem solved.
Numbers, because we love numbers.
Yeah. Healing.
I mean, we don't know what we're comparing those to, but those are some great numbers.
25.2k. Hey, 68 E limbs. One more, it would have been better, but hey.
Wow, Danny, wow.
Let's go.
A real adult. Right, Danny, Casa got support. You are, of course, because Reinforce is not here, you taking over the tank
I'm taking
section.
over the tank.
So congratulations, you did it, yeah.
Thank you.
Who made it
I'm
into
very honored
your tank play of
to
the day?
be taking this, the tank play. And we're seeing right now, this was a great play by Punk on Ilios. I think I was very surprised. Like I think when we were talking about the game after the match was over, I think I mentioned this, and I think Costa, you mentioned this as well. Like Punk, great off-tank player, and then he came in today, not only on his Winston, but his ball was superb as well. So it was exciting to see him getting all these kills. I think this was a 3 kill. Pretty sure this was a 3 kill. 1.
Good mechanics
2,
as well.
Yeah.
And there's
3,
another
felt
one.
Like 10.
Yep, 3.
Great moment.
Bam. Punk.
Yeah.
Punk is gonna go crazy this season. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the 35k damage. He's got 13 ults out. He overall he just played a good game.
He even got
he is
healing.
the solo tank of the Vancouver Titans. He is going to be expected to be able to play all these heroes at the highest level. This was a good first debut for him on the main tank heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a slight rocky start. I think you guys mentioned that during the cast as well. But once they found their footing, they really started to pop off. So that was great. Now, speaking of pop off, DPS are, of course, the players that they make it into every highlight reel. And that's why they come last here. But we have a neat DPS play of the day for all of you as well. So let's take a quick look at some Hanzo Bonanzo.
Ooh, from Wub on King's Row. This was when he got the 3K. Look at those shots. Like DPS, I don't think we need to talk more. We just have to watch. Just quietly watch.
Just appreciate.
Just appreciate all those kills. Just headshot.
Let the pictures speak for themselves. But honestly, it was a great Hanzo head-to-head during that game in general. I think Aspire and Whoop, they really made it interesting, and they got so many great, crucial first pickups to really open it up for their teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's awesome to see Wub coming back into this league, being able to perform at a high level. He didn't have a great performance when he was on that Paris Eternal due to all the issues, but this was his head-to-head against Aspire just in that series. Just on like in the series as a whole. Gets a little bit of damage diff, but he was staying with him with the final blows, getting good eliminations. He did die a little bit more, but this is important. This is Aspire from the Vancouver Titans, one of the best players that we have in this league in that role. So, I think Wub really holding his own.
Yeah, and we have to consider the fact that they did lose, and he's sort of still being compared to Aspire, who has, of course, won the match, and the stats are a little bit, similar. So that makes WUB really, really good.
Indeed. Now, with the first day over and done and many more to come, we want to take a quick glance at the groups after all the action. Now with the results. Right. How do those results impact your predictions, which we never made public?
Yeah, this was exactly what I said. These are exactly my predictions. I counted on Trick Room beating the Shock. I expected Shock to beat the Valiant, the Saints to beat the Valiant. It's all as we expected. But honestly, anything is possible at this point. We still have the European contenders teams that we haven't seen any of that we will see next weekend. There's so many great matches that are going to come back to back. I genuinely have no idea who are going to make it out of these groups.
Yeah, looking ahead to tomorrow, though, some big time matches on the schedule. Danny, Scott, which of these matches will keep you up at night buzzing with excitement?
Oh, let's see. Scott, Costa, do you want to go first? I need to think about this.
Oh yeah, you think about it. I'm going to talk about
actually excited for Titan's Trick Room.
Yeah,
said it first.
Oh!
Damn, you said it first. Okay, I'm excited for London Spitfire versus the Los Angeles Valiant. Honestly, we just heard, the Valiant are in this group. London Spitfire looked a little weak, but that was against a very strong Atlanta Reign. But the Valiant impressing me a lot more than I thought they would.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Atlanta Reign and the Saints. All right, Tree. This has to be the match where Tree has to prove himself.
That's the real test.
This is the moment.
Or you just throw them into the fire like that. I like it. No, it's gonna be a great second day, I'm sure. After what happened today, everything is possible, kinda-ish, probably, in the world of Overwatch. We had a great first day of pro matches, but now it is time to say goodnight. Thank you all so much for watching and joining us for the Pro kickoff. Make sure to come back again tomorrow, same place, same time. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. It was great to pick your brains, and I hope you all have a great night.
Bye-bye!
Watch here.我想和你。